Nation. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols ablazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Cattle raising was the first great industry in Texas, but when the days of the open range passed, many farmers and sheep herders settled in the new territory. There was bitter rivalry between these new settlers and the cattlemen, and their disputes over boundaries and water rights would have resulted in range wars if the masked rider of the plains had not interfered. He made both factions realize that the West could never be made safe for honest men unless they united and fought side by side for law and order. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear, when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Valley City. Someone's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Our story begins in Saul Bemis General Store at Valley City. Lefty Curtis opens the door and...
Hi there, Lefty.
Howdy, Saul. I'm looking for my boss. Is Mr. Hammond around here any place?
You ain't blind, are you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Hammond. Howdy there, Peggy.
Hello.
What are you looking for me for, Lefty?
Boss, there's been more sheep drove into Sweetwater Canyon.
No.
Close to 100 head.
The dirty, sneaking, rotten crooks.
It was drove right over the edge. You can see 'em piled up below. 100 head of prime sheep killed.
Them blasted cattlemen. Lefty, did any of the boys see 'em do it? Did they leave a trail that could be followed? Was there anything to prove it all?
I'm sorry, boss.
Nothing.
It was done like they always do it, when there's nobody to see 'em. Now, if we post guards towards Sweetwater Canyon, they'll turn around and drive the sheep into White Rock or Big Smoky or one of them others. We'd have to hire a regiment to keep 'em from our critters.
I'll have to tell the sheriff about this.
I've already told him. He should be on his way here now. They're stopping his office trying to find you.
Well, Peggy, I think this should convince you now.
Of what, Pop?
Of what? Why, the kind of ornery, low-down skunks them cattlemen are, that's what.
I suppose you're referring to Pete Lambert.
He's one of them.
Pete wouldn't do anything like this. What's more, Pa, it ain't been proved yet that any of the cattlemen are implicated.
Who else would try to kill off my sheep?
I can't say, but I know that Pete wouldn't.
Turning again your own paw.
Pa, that ain't true.
If you'd forget Pete like any girl of sense would, and And,
Go ahead, say it, Pa. If I'd marry Lefty instead.
Sure, we'll get hitched one of these days, Peggy. You'll come around to it in time.
I think not.
Shucks. You sure ain't going to turn me down for Pete, are you? You wouldn't take him when you could get a man, would you?
forget it, Lefty. She's spoiled, and I'm to blame for it. But she's a Hammond. She won't always be so flighty and addle-headed.
Here comes the sheriff, if you're sure you're through discussing me in public.
You're a Hammond girl. Just sure got your Morse tongue.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Lefty told you what happened, Sheriff?
I've already sent out 2 of my deputies to see if they can't find some trace of the Sidewinder.
I reckon you know who done this.
Uh-huh. The law still says I gotta have proof before I can act.
Then get proof.
That's what I'm a-trying to do. But I'll get it. Don't you worry, Mr. Hammond. Them ranchers won't get by with their slick tricks forever.
Wait a minute, Sheriff.
What's up?
See that fella Saul's waiting on?
Here's the grub you asked for, stranger. Got it all wrapped up.
Thank you. Here's your money.
2, 3, 355. Just right.
Why, he's
What's that, Lefty?
Big Bill Nyberg.
You're talking to me?
Bill, how'd you get here? Where'd you come
Hey,
from?
hold on, stranger. If you're Big Bill, hike your
I
hand.
think not.
That draw!
I never seen the like.
Just drop that gun back in its holster, Sheriff. You've mistaken me for another man. Don't try to act on that mistake.
Wait, Sheriff.
Huh?
I reckon I did make a mistake. Stepping out of the shadows that way, the stranger sure did look like Big Bill just for a second. But he ain't, Sheriff. Bill weren't that tall, and he didn't hold himself so straight neither.
Doggone, Lefty, make up your mind. Is he or ain't he Bill Nyberg?
I'm not Big Bill, and don't try to follow me.
Just a second, stranger.
All either fella be, Sheriff. I told you weren't Big Bill, didn't I?
And don't go getting yourself sidetracked, Sheriff. It's them crooked ranchers I'm interested in, not strangers.
Well, then, come along. We'll have a look at where your sheep are druv over and see if my deputies was able to find any evidence that Lefty didn't.
After leaving the store, the Lone Ranger made his way to the place where he had concealed his great horse, Silver. He mounted and then raced to the well-hidden camp where Tonto was waiting. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Here are the supplies, Tonto.
Oh, that's good.
And Lefty fell for our trap.
Him think you Big Bill?
Only for a moment, but a moment was enough. Every sheriff in the West has a reward notice describing Big Bill.
Ah.
But the only people who have ever seen him in person are the members of his old gang and the deputy sheriff who joined the gang to get evidence against them.
That's right.
The only ones until we caught him and turned him over to the law. But that news hasn't reached here yet.
We get here plenty fast.
I wanted to act on Big Bill's tip that when his gang was broken up and Notch Hopkins escaped, Notch came to this territory.
Ah.
Everything's fitting together. We know that 2 of Hammond's own men drove his sheep over the cliff. The breed they call Pedro and that fellow they call Fritz.
Tonto not see 'em drive sheep, but Tonto see 'em come from that way.
I've no doubt they were the men. They didn't drive the sheep over. They were close enough to see who did and report them. The fact that they didn't report anybody proves them guilty.
Ah.
I don't want them arrested, however, until we know who's behind them. They have no motive. And Hammond wouldn't deliberately kill his own sheep just to drive the cattlemen off the range. As a matter of fact, he was here first, and the cattlemen didn't take over the north end of the range until Hammond assured them he didn't plan to use it.
That's right.
But if Hammond's daughter marries Lefty, Hammond plans to retire and turn over the management of the ranch entirely to Lefty. And of course, when Hammond dies, the whole spread will belong to Lefty.
That's why him want cattlemen get out.
It gives him a motive. I'm sure now that Notch Hopkins and Lefty Curtis are one and the same person. Notch was ambitious. That's why he turned crooked. Getting things honestly wasn't fast enough for him. It would be like Notch, or Lefty, as he calls himself now, to want the whole range. And the fact that he'll get nothing until he marries Peggy Hammond, and that Peggy doesn't like him, wouldn't bother him at all. In the first place, Peggy isn't likely to marry anyone without her father's consent, and her father wants her to marry Lefty. In the second place, Lefty's own conceit won't let him believe she really doesn't like him.
What you do now?
All right, now I'm going to take off this disguise. It's done its work. Anyone who had been in Big Bill's gang would have thought I was him until he looked closer, which is just what Lefty did.
Tonto put disguise on plenty good, huh?
You did. And as soon as it's off, I'll tell you a plan I have.
You tell all Lefty feller named Notch?
No. Even if we were believed, Lefty wouldn't get much of a jail sentence on the old charges against him. In a year or two, he'd go free to go on with his crimes.
Him plenty bad feller.
However, if we can prove he's behind the killing of these sheep, he'll get what he deserves, and we're going to see that he does.
That be plenty hard. Him not drive sheep. Pedro, Fritz do that.
Yes, and the 3 of them working together on the same outfit gives them a dozen opportunities a day to lay their plans without being observed. Nevertheless, Tonto, the only way we can clear the cattlemen and place the guilt on Lefty is to know when the next flock of sheep is going to be driven over the edge of the canyon.
Then you take Lawman there, huh?
That would still involve only Pedro and Fritz. If arrested, they might testify against Lefty, or they might not. No, Kimosabe, we don't even need to know where they plan to kill the sheep. Just find out when, and our plan will work. Both the masked man and Tonto trailed Lefty as best they could throughout the following week. But as the Lone Ranger had pointed out earlier, there were still times when Lefty could give instructions without being overheard. The week passed, and one day Peggy Hammond was sitting alone on the seat of a buckboard in front of the general store, and...
Stand still there, Spot.
Why, Peggy.
Pete.
I thought that was your paw's buckboard, but I didn't see you at first.
Now, that's a fine thing.
Oh, shucks, I reckon you know how I meant it. You come to town alone?
Lefty drove me in. He's in the store now.
Huh.
Jealous?
Of that ornery lowdown... Well, I'm sorry, honey, but every time I think of that skunk, I get hot under the collar.
You sure do.
I got reason, I guess. Gosh, Peggy, it seems like I never get to see you anymore.
Pa won't let you come to the house.
No, and he won't let you come to town unless him or Lefty is with you. Blasted all, it ain't fair.
Do you think I like it, Pete?
I suppose not. But the worst of it is being kept away from you on account of being blamed for something I never done.
Pa don't blame you, Pete.
He don't blame me. He blames all us cattlemen together. So it amounts to the same thing in the end.
I'm sorry, Pete.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Nothing, honey. Just got an idea is all.
An idea?
Uh-huh. I suppose that's Lefty's horse tied to the end of the buckboard?
Yes, but...
Then what do you say I untie it, leave it at the hitch rail, and put my horse in its place?
But whatever for?
Well, then maybe I'd climb on the buckboard with you and drive you on home. That way we'd have a chance to talk together. And as long as Lefty's horse is left behind, he wouldn't have to walk home either.
Do you think we dare?
Why not?
Oh, but if Pa saw me, would he...
He won't. I'll leave you before we get inside of the house and ride on back.
Then what?
Say, ain't I a fella with good ideas? I'll untie his horse.
I'll watch and see he don't come out.
Come on, fella. Just let me get that rope now.
Hurry, Pete.
You bet. All right, horse. Over here now. Got your eye on him, honey?
He's still talking to Saul.
You'll be hopping mad about this, which will just suit me fine.
Hurry and climb up.
There we are. Hand me that whip and we'll get going.
Hey there!
Oh.
No, that beats all. Lefty, why couldn't you have stayed inside?
Get down off of that wagon, you sheep killer.
Lefty.
What'd you call me?
Just what you are. Now get down. Peggy, was you going to drive away with this sidewinder?
You're not my boss, Lefty.
You're Paul here about this. Why, heavens, Pete, are you getting down, or do I have to drag you from that seat?
I'll get down. And I'll ask you to take back that about being a sheep killer.
Take it back? Why, that's just what you are, ain't it? You and all them thieving, dry-gulching skunks. You hit me. You'll pay for that.
Stand up and take the rest you got coming.
Pete, watch out.
A knife.
I'll show you. You'll blast you. I'll get you for that. I'll show you.
He'll stab you, Pete.
No, he won't.
I'll fix you. Hey, my arm.
Drop that knife. I'll break your arm off.
Let me go. Let me go.
Drop it.
There it is.
Now then.
But you ain't got the best of me yet.
Then take this. And this.
Don't hit me. Let me go. Don't
You
hit me
lying
again.
polecat.
I've had enough.
Now here's one to finish
I've
up
had
the
enough.
job.
No. You'll pay for this, Pete. You'll see if you don't. I'll fix you. I'll show you. You think I can't, don't you? But you wait. You'll see.
No, give me that whip, Peggy.
You dirty skunk.
I'm driving you
I'll break
home like
every
I
bone
started
in
you
your body.
before. Get up there.
I'll fix you for that.
Get up.
I got a way to fix him. He'll see.
You sure got a licking, Lefty.
Let me give you a hand to stand up.
Pete didn't break your jaw, did he, Lefty?
Get away from me. Let me be. I can take care of myself. I'll show him and you and everybody.
A masked hombre.
Why, he was hit behind that building. Who in blazes was that fella? Well, I got other things to figure out right now. Wait till I see Saul. Why, heaven, Saul had better do what I tell him. Saul! Where are you, Saul? Come here, blast you thieving hide. Where are you?
Here I am, Lefty.
Why didn't you help me out just now? Why didn't you give me a hand with Pete?
Well, I heard a ruckus, but I was too busy to pay any attention. Say, your eyes most swelled shut, and your shirt all ripped off of you. What's happened?
That's what Pete done.
Yeah?
The polecat.
He must have got the best of you.
Maybe he did for now.
Yes, but
But what I'm going to do to him is plenty. And so, You're gonna help me.
Oh, but Lefty, I ain't no fighter. I couldn't...
Who's asked you to fight, you yellow bag of bones? Just shut up and listen for once.
But what do you...
Or would you rather I told the boss about how you've been cheating him on supplies? How you've been charging for 2 barrels of flour and delivering 1? How you've been doing a lot of other things?
Quiet. Keep still. Don't, Lefty. Quiet.
Now do you think you can help me?
Just don't say no more about them things.
It's blame lucky for you. Nobody else around here knows about your crooked tricks, so...
Sure, Lefty, sure. But please
and
don't...
it's darn lucky for me the same as you. Because it's going to be your word and mine, Saul. It's going to fix Pete Lambert the way I want him fixed. Blast him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger had watched the fight in town between Pete Lambert and Lefty Curtis, he rode back to camp once more.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Oh, boy. You want me following Lefty now? Tonto, it won't be necessary. I think Lefty will act tomorrow. You find out? I just saw him take the beating of his life from Pete Lambert. He can't act today. There isn't enough time. He'll likely make his plans tonight and strike tomorrow. That's what Tonto think. We'll have to take the chance that Lefty will act as we think he will. Him do that all right. I don't doubt that he will. It isn't like him to wait. He'll get revenge just as soon as he can. During the night, Tonto, call on every man I told you about yesterday. I'll take care of the sheriff myself. Tonto, do that. Good. I think we're going to end these sheep killings and bring a criminal to justice at the same time.
No sooner had the sun set than Tonto leaped into the saddle, gave a shouted command to Scout, and sent the fleet horse racing toward the north end of the fertile rangeland. The masked man himself was in the saddle before dawn. Silver, a flashing, flying ghost, swept toward town, outracing the wind. At length, in the first light of dawn, the Lone Ranger reached his destination and drew rein in front of the sheriff's home.
Whoa, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Sheriff, open the door.
Who's there?
Open up.
Is trouble somewhere? Just a second.
I'll come in.
A crook.
Close the door.
You
Close it.
What is this? What do you want?
You're already dressed. Good. Get into your coat and come with me.
Now, look
Don't
here,
argue with my 6-gun, Sheriff.
But where are we going? What's the idea? What's that mess?
You and I are going to the Hammond Ranch.
Oh.
We're going to trap the men who have been killing Hammond sheep.
Hey, you know who they are?
Perhaps.
Then tell me what you know.
I'm not going
about.
to tell you. I'm going to show you. Now get into your coat.
Give a fella a chance, will you?
Sheriff, what time do Hammond's men leave the bunkhouse?
They'll be out by dawn. Why, you want to get there before they're gone?
Just after they're gone. Come on.
This looks to me like some kind of a trick.
It is. Is your horse saddled?
I ought to saddle up before I fix me my breakfast. He's standing around the side of the house.
Get him.
He'll come when I call. Here, Chief. Come here, boy. But you just admitted this is a trick.
Not on you, Sheriff, on the crooks.
Yeah? Well, I ain't got nothing but your word for it.
Which you'll have to take.
If I wasn't covered...
But you are. Now into the saddle.
We're going to Hammond's place, you say?
We are. Steady, Silver.
Say, what did you call
Don't
that?
stop to talk. Get going. Come on, Silver.
Get up! Get up there!
Now, with the early sun to light their way, the masked man and the sheriff sent their mounts plunging down the trail toward the distant Hammond ranch house. When they left the main trail, the sound of their horses' hoofs brought both Hammond and his daughter to the door of their home.
A masked fella.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
Who's there?
Come on, Sheriff. Up the steps.
Is it a hold-up?
It isn't, Peggy. You needn't be alarmed.
Well, if it ain't a hold-up, what's the mask for? And why the gun?
I'm making sure you do as you're told. Who's inside the house?
Why, no one.
Your men. Where are they?
Out on the range, where they belong.
And there's no one but you at the ranch now?
No one but the cook.
Good. Now inside with you, all three.
Hey, you
Inside,
can't...
I said.
Please, Pa, don't argue with them.
I'd argue if I had a 6-gun in my hand.
Inside. You too, Sheriff.
I wish you'd explain what you're up to.
You'll learn before I'm through. Now take chairs and place them in front of the window so that they face that barn across the yard.
This is the doggonedest hocus-pocus I ever heard tell of.
There's a reason for it.
The only reason is that them cattlemen are up to some trick again.
Now then, Hammond, you can see the door of that barn over there. Tell me this. Is there any other way it can be entered or left?
Blasted, what's the idea of a fool question like that?
I expect an answer.
Well, that door's the only way I know of to get in or out, short of busting in the side of the barn.
Very well. The three of you are staying right where you are. You're keeping your eyes on that barn. I don't know how long you'll have to stay here, but I do know this. You will stay and make no attempt to make a break for it.
In the meantime, at some distance from the ranch house, Lefty Curtis was standing beside his horse. He kept looking impatiently, first at the broad expanse of range that was spread out below him, then over his shoulder toward the trail from town. At last, he heard a horse approaching.
Whoa there. Whoa, 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 whoa. I couldn't make it no sooner, Lefty.
Well, you're late enough, Saul. But what I want to know is what's keeping Pedro and Fritz. They're even later than you are.
You said nobody but you was going to see me here.
Don't get head up. We ain't meeting the boys.
Then what was
I
that?
picked out this place up here so as we could see 'em when they got started. Yeah, look down below.
Huh?
See where them sheep are scattered out?
Uh-huh.
Well, Fritz and Pedro will come riding from over beyond there. They'll get the sheep started with the dogs, then head 'em for the canyon.
They're using the dogs? Won't they try to keep the sheep out of danger?
They won't be needed after the sheep is bunched. The boys will shoot 'em.
Oh.
And that'll get Hammond madder than losing his critters will.
Why'd we have to come here at all? You gave them their orders, didn't you?
Yeah, and I'm making sure they're obeyed.
There they are.
Yeah, it took 'em long enough.
They got the dogs rounding up the sheep now.
Well, let's see. 5 minutes to get him in a flock. 15 or so to reach a canyon. More than an hour for us to get back to the ranch house. It's safe enough. Come on. Blast, just stand still. All right, Saul. Here's where Pete Lambert and his friends are fixed for good and all. Get up. Get along there.
Get up there. Get up. Get up.
Back at the ranch house, Hammond, his daughter, Peggy, and the sheriff were forced to obey the masked man. The hours dragged by slowly as they watched the barn the Lone Ranger had pointed out.
Dad rat it, masked man. Can't we take a walk around or do something or other? I'm getting so tired of sitting in one place I'm beginning to ache.
You'll stay where you are.
Sheriff, I ain't heard you complain none at all. You must like being kept prisoner.
It ain't that I like it, Hammond. Just that I'm reserving judgment.
Reserving judgment?
Look.
Huh?
See something, Peggy?
It's Lefty, riding back to the house.
What's bringing him here? Well, by thunder, that's Saul with him. Masked fella, you figure on making them prisoners, too?
No.
They're drawing up.
You look kind of excited.
Sheriff, if the cattlemen have been up to something, and you let this stranger hold us here...
Boss, what the...
Don't slap leather, Lefty. You dirty killer.
Has this fellow held you up, Hammond?
Not so far. Lefty, what are you doing back at the ranch house this time of day?
Gosh, your mask fella near drove it out of my head. Boss, them cattlemen got your sheep again.
Blast them.
But this time they wasn't as slick as they thought they was. Go on, Saul. Tell them what you seen.
By heaven, Saul, did you see something?
Well, it was like this, Hammond.
Get on with it.
I'm a-trying to. I was riding over towards the old Risdon place, figuring on having a look at the house and maybe buying it, and...
You doggone puttering old fool, get to the point.
Well, I was just trying to explain how I happened to be riding near Big Smoky Canyon.
That's where the sheep was drove over?
Uh-huh. And it was Pete Lambert and Ike Billings that done it.
No, no, it couldn't have been.
Didn't you just hear Saul say so? You couldn't get around that, Peggy.
How many did they kill this time?
Saul looked me up and we rode over. Judging roughly, I'd say somewhere between 75 and 100.
And Saul, you seen Pete and Ike so you could swear to it?
Well,
Go on.
Sure I could swear to it. I seen 'em plain.
Stranger?
Yes, Sheriff?
I wasn't saying anything while you held this here, 'cause I heard what you called your horse. That the mask you're wearing put me in mind of a fella I'd heard of. Well, either you ain't the fella I thought you was, or he ain't the kind of fella most folks thinks he is.
You think I was in on the plot to kill Hammond's sheep?
You must have been.
And I'll see you hung for it. Maybe you've got the drop on us now, masked fella, but you'll get yours afore I'm through.
I'll show you something.
Watch that barn. Maybe then you'll understand why I forced you to stay here.
You can't fool us no longer.
Wait. Pete, Ike, all of you, come out.
Now, what?
There's Ike. And Ike Billings, and there's Thurston, and there's two cowhands.
Well, I'll be doggone. And there's Westover and Larkin and the Roper boy.
They must have been.
In that barn all the time. Every cattleman that uses the range was there. You said yourself there was no way in or out of that barn except by the door you were watching. There wasn't a cattleman free to destroy the sheep, as Saul and Lefty claimed they did.
But I don't say.
Come on in, fellas. Pete, all of you. There's some explaining to be done here.
Howdy, Peggy. Howdy, Mr. Hammond.
Am I gone loco? Saul says Pete and I killed my sheep. But me and the sheriff and Peggy here know blamed well it was in my barn all the time. Now, how's that going to be explained?
It was a scheme of Lefty's. I didn't know Saul was in on it. No doubt Lefty used him so that the evidence would be clinching.
It's a lie. Seems to me, Saul. It must have been you that were straying from the truth. You've seen for yourself Pete and Ike didn't do it.
Well,
Gosh, Saul, must have been some other fellows you seen.
Yeah, Lefty. I reckon it was.
But you both know the sheep were destroyed, of course.
Sure we do. That's why we thought it was a cattleman.
Tonto just rode up with two horsemen. Perhaps he'll have something to say about that. Come on in, Tonto.
The ancient's got a gun on Pedro and Fritz.
I have done nothing, senors. Nothing, I swear it.
Let the ancient let us go, will you? We can't be blamed for what we never done.
You stopped them in time, Tonto?
Me follow 'em. Them head flock per canyon. Then me make 'em stop.
Then the sheep are safe.
That right.
Good work, Himasabi. Now, Lefty and you, Saul, how do you explain reporting those sheep killed when they haven't been?
Well, I don't know. Well, maybe Saul lied to me.
You ain't going to make me the goat for this, Lefty. You ain't going to leave me holding the bag. I never wanted to have nothing to do with this trick in the first place. It was you made me do it.
See, that is so, senor. Lefty, he make us do what he say. That is the truth, por Dios, senor.
That clinches it. You're all under arrest. Take 'em out, boys.
Mr. Hammond, I hope you ain't no blame me and the other ranchers here no more for the trouble there's been.
Of course not, Pete. But I don't see why
Well,
Lefty...
the engine told us about that part of it, Mr. Hammond. You see, Lefty figured on marrying Peggy.
But he was.
I know, honey, but Lefty didn't. And he figured with himself married to Peggy, the ranch turned over to him, and us cattlemen drove off the range, he'd be kingpin in these parts. And the Injun said something more, Sheriff. He said if you looked it up, you'd find where Lefty used to call himself Notch Hopkins. And Notch Hopkins was...
One of Big Bill Nyberg's gang. Now, where'd that masked fella get to? I got some apologies to make to him. Doggone. I should have known he wouldn't wait to be thanked.
But why wouldn't he, Sheriff?
If you folks guessed who he was like I did, you wouldn't ask me that. Friends, that masked fella was the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's justice to be done in Cedarville. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thank you for humble. Please, veterans, raid together, we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, you better come. Emmett Bowers is out there in the street, and he's about to shoot a man down unless somebody stops him.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Why, this fellow's accusing Bowers of stealing his horse, Mr. Dillon.
What?
That's what he's doing.
Now, that doesn't make sense. Who is the man?
I don't know. I never seen him before, but Bowers is getting awful mad at him.
Oh, where are they?
Right outside at the hitch rail.
Yeah. And he must be drunk to call Emmett Bowers a horse thief.
Oh, he don't look drunk to me.
I'm through arguing with you, mister. You're wearing a gun. If this is your horse, you can claim it with that.
Bowers.
What? Oh. Marshal, I'm about to kill this man.
But I think we can settle this without a killing. Now, what's the trouble?
This idiot's been calling me a horse thief. Now, I won't take that from no man. I'll blast him wide open.
Take it easy, Bowers. Now, you say this is your horse, mister?
Of course it's mine.
And you think Bowers here stole it?
What else would he be doing with it?
I own over 200 head of horses, you fools. More likely I'd give one away than steal one.
Emmett Bowers is one of the biggest ranchers in Kansas, mister.
I don't care what he is. That's my horse he's been riding. See the brand? Bar S. That's my brand, and I can prove it.
Yeah, it's a Bar S, all right.
What difference does it make? I buy horses with all kinds of brands on them.
Where'd you buy this one, Bowers?
Fella come by the ranch yesterday with half a dozen horses for sale. I bought all of them.
Maybe them others is mine, too.
He told me he bought them horses from a man named Pringle up in Wyoming. Now, what's your name, mister?
Disha. Charlie Disha.
Where are you from, Disha?
Well, I had a place down on the Canadian River, Marshal, but well, it went broke.
Uh-huh.
All I had left was my horses.
How many horses?
17. The only one they didn't steal was the one I was riding.
Yeah, you're a long way from the Canadian River.
I come up here looking for a job. I'm broke, Marshal, plumb broke.
Can, you prove that the Bar S brand is yours?
Well, I got the certificate of registration. It's in my sack over at the stable.
All right, why don't you go get it? And we'll ride out with Bowers and look at those other horses.
I'll get it. Right now.
I think that man's a liar.
Yeah, he might be, Bowers. But if he isn't, you sure got stuck.
And I'd hate to be the man that stuck me, Marshal. They're in the little corral there, Marshal. I told the men not to turn them out till I'd had a chance to ride them. I like to get on every horse I buy at least once.
Them are my horses. I can tell from here.
Are they all branded, Bishop?
Ask Bowers. He's seen them.
Yeah, it's true. There's a bar S on all of them.
Oh, by golly, look at him. I thought I'd never see him again.
Yeah, you're awful lucky, Bishop.
Sure, he's lucky, but what about me?
Well, there's not much you can do, Bowers. What with that brand being registered to Bishop?
How much did you pay for them?
$30 apiece.
$30, huh? You sold them cheap. They're worth more than that.
I bought them because they were cheap.
Tell me something, Bowers. How come you didn't buy the rest of them? According to Disha, there must have been 10 more.
I picked out the best 6. I didn't want the other.
Now, you say the man was alone, Bowers. Did he give you a name?
Yeah. Vic Lowry.
Vic Lowry. Well, did you ever hear that name, Bishop?
Vic Lowry? No, huh?
What do you look like, Bowers?
Tall, thin fella. Black hair, kind of sharp-faced.
Uh-huh. Well, does that mean anything to you, Bishop?
Can't think of anybody in particular.
Well, he's gone now. He's probably cleared out of the country. He'll sell the rest a long way from here.
You ain't going after him, Marshal?
Which way would I start riding, Mr. Bowers? It's mighty big land.
Well, he's got to be caught.
I'm real sorry about it, Bowers, but... Well, you can't blame me for...
I ain't blaming you, Dish. It's the idea of a horse thief going unhung that don't set with me.
He's probably 100 miles from here by now, Bowers.
You might never find him, Marshal, but I got 20 riders working for me, and they cover a lot of territory. I'll get the word to everyone.
Now, wait a minute, Bowers.
You can't stop me, Marshal. You know there ain't a man in the country won't back up hanging a horse thief.
That's not hanging, Bowers. That's lynching.
I don't care what you call it.
I care, and I'll hold you responsible for whatever happens out here.
I'll be responsible for it, Marshal.
And you'll go to jail for it, Bowers.
Them riders of mine carry guns, too.
Maybe I ought to lock you up right now.
You'd look fine locking up an honest rancher and letting a horse thief wander loose.
Bishop, go get your horses. We'll help you drive them to Dodge.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
I can't find Moss Grimmick nowheres, Mr. Dillon. He left this stable plumb deserted.
Where's Disha?
Oh, he's out back. He wanted to put some hay down for his horses. Oh, there.
I stand too quick fighting that rope.
There's Moss now.
Yeah. Hey, Moss.
Oh, hello there, Marshal. Chester.
All right, Moss.
Yeah. What are you men doing here?
We brought some horses in with Charlie Disha.
Oh, him. He's been keeping one here. Where did he get the others?
They were stolen from him down on the Canadian and sold to Emmett Bowers yesterday.
That's so?
Yeah. Bowers rode into town on one of them this morning, and Disha spotted it.
Say, I bet Bowers ain't fit to live with.
Well, he's not very happy about it.
I was out his way. If I'd known, I'd have stopped by just to burr him a little. Where's that boy I left here?
Oh, what boy?
Well, I've been gone since yesterday morning, Marshal. Went out past Bowers' place to see a friend of mine. That's why I got these horses.
Uh-huh.
Fella come by selling a bunch, and I picked these two out. Pretty good horses for $30, ain't they, Marshal?
Now, looking at the brands, Moss.
What about the brand?
You're not going to be any more fit to live with than Bowers is, Moss. Those are both Bar S. That's Disha's brand. Why, Kitty. Well, come in.
I don't know what's proper. Lady coming into the marshal's office this way.
Oh, well, the only thing not proper about it is that it doesn't happen often enough. Sit down, Kitty, sit down. That is, if you can find a chair that isn't busted.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah. You know, you're the first woman that's been in here since the night I pulled Frogmouth Kate off of that buffalo hunter she was about to cut up.
I remember. I've always wondered how you got the nerve to do battle with her.
And if I'd have had any sense, I'd have let him take care of himself. Well, what's on your mind, Kitty?
Well, it's no business of mine, but I've been hearing a lot of talk about this man who's riding around the country selling the horses he stole from Charlie Disha.
Ah. Word sure gets out fast, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Only started 2 days ago.
And, people are wondering why you haven't gone after him. I've even heard him say it's because you're plain lazy.
You know something, Kitty? They're about right. I'm going to let somebody else do the work for me.
What do you mean, Matt?
Well, all I need's a little luck, and everybody's going to be real surprised.
How?
Mr. Dillon, Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Guess what, Mr. Dillon? I just run into Moss Grimmick out in the street, and he's headed for the Dodge House for a meeting.
For a meeting?
A meeting. Him and Bowers and Disha and Jake Worth. He said they're going to do something about that horse thief.
What's Jake Worth got to do with it?
He got robbed, too. He bought 6 head of them horses yesterday, and when he come to town today, he heard about Charlie Disha and everything, and Moss says they're going to get organized.
They are, huh? Well, maybe we better join that meeting, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, Moss says he ain't never saw Jake Worth so mad.
Well, you can't blame him much.
There they are.
Yeah.
Oh, now hold it, man.
Well, am I interrupting something, gentlemen?
What do you want, Marshal?
I heard that Jake Worth got stuck with 6 of those bar-ass horses.
I'll get my money back, Marshal.
No? How you planning on doing that, Jake?
We'll handle this, Marshal.
Sure. Between you and Bars, you got some 30 cowboys working for you. And Moss Grimmick here and Disha make 2 more riders, so you're going to fan out over the whole country and try to find this man, huh?
Okay, that's what we're going to do. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I do.
Why?
Because if you do catch him, you'll put a rope on him and hang him.
He deserves it.
I don't care what he's done, Bowers. That's lynch law. And I'm here to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I could throw all 4 of you in jail and hold you there.
What kind of an idea?
But I don't want to do that. No, it wouldn't help anyway. So I'm going to ask something of you men.
That's what?
Give me a few days. Just a few. A week at the most.
What are you going to do, Marshal?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's right.
You don't make good sense.
Look, Bowers, you've known me for a long time. You and Jake and Moss have.
Sure.
Of course we have.
Well, do you trust me or don't you?
Up till now, we have.
Now, this isn't over. I'm asking you to give me a chance to let me handle this my own way. All I want is 1 week.
Well, I don't know. What do you men think?
It's okay with me, as long as I get my money back.
Bowers?
I ought to know better, but go ahead, Marshal. We'll give you a week. No more.
Good. Now, do you agree too, Disha?
These fellas know better than I do, Marshal. All I want's the rest of my horse.
Now, I'm not making any promises, Disha. It's too long a chance for that.
Oh, sure. I understand.
All right. Good day, gentlemen. Chester.
It's a crazy sounding idea. It may work.
You think they mean it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, they'll hold off for a week, Chester. I know.
Yeah, but what if you don't have any luck?
Well, then there might be a lynching.
What are you going to do?
Here, Chester. Here's $20.
$20?
Take it.
$20? What for?
Look, you and Charlie Disha are going to get real friendly.
Oh,
I want you to keep him out of the way. Get him drunk. Do anything you want with him.
But what for?
Now, there are only 2 of Disha's horses left to sell. And when it happens, I got to hear about it before Disha does. So you stay with him. And if you run out of money, let me know. Chester worked hard at spending my money the next couple of days. He even came back twice for more. But it was worth it. On the 3rd day, Moss Grimmick came in and told me that a cowboy named Ed Harper had just come into his stable with the last 2 of Disha's stolen horses. I sent word to Chester to get Disha sobered up if necessary and bring him along. And then I walked over with Moss to talk to Harper.
I give this fellow the bad news as soon as I seen that Bar S brand, Marshal. It kind of broke his heart.
That's not often a plain cowpuncher can afford a couple of extra horses, Moss.
That's him, by the door. This here's Marshal Dillon, Harper.
Marshal?
Hello, Harper.
That true about them Bar S horses, Marshal?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Who sold them to you?
Said his name was Lowry. Hawk-faced fellow.
Yeah, that's him. Where was this, Harper?
I run into him on the prairie, some 30 miles west of here.
Uh-huh. What did you pay for the horses?
Only $20 apiece. It's all I had, and he seemed in a hurry to get rid of them. I might have known.
Tell me something, Harper. How would you like to get your money back?
I worked over 2 months for that money, Marshal.
All right. Now, the man they were stolen from will be here directly. Now, I want you to tell him that you paid $90 apiece for them.
$90?
Tell him that you had a year's wages, that you got drunk. Tell him anything.
I don't follow you.
Well, just do as I say.
Well, I guess somebody must have thought you had brains or they wouldn't have made you a marshal. I'll do it.
Here come Deesh and Chester already, Marshal.
Oh, good.
What did you want us for, Mr. Dillon? We was having a fine sleep out back at the Longhorn. Needed it, too.
Disha, this is Ed Harper.
Harper?
Hello.
Harper brought the last 2 of your stolen horses in.
We did.
Say, I got every one of them back now.
Yeah?
Oh, but I'm sure sorry for you, Harper. What'd you pay for them?
$90.
Oh, well, that's not bad. I mean, they're worth that.
I paid $90 a piece.
A piece? You must be crazy.
I got paid off my job, and I'd been drinking.
Oh. Oh, well, that's too bad. I'm awful sorry about it.
Yeah, but you're rich now, Disha, what with all them horses. Now you can sell them legal.
I gotta sell them, Chester. But not here.
No? Why not?
Oh, 'cause I heard that up in Dakota Territory, horses cost near twice as much as they do here.
That's true, Disha. I've heard that myself.
I'm going to drive them up there and sell them. But I'll be back, Chester. I promise I'll be back.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today. Why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
We helped Disha gather his horses and herd him to the edge of town. Then we said goodbye and watched him head north. As soon as he was out of sight, we took up his trail and followed him. He didn't ride north for long. Soon he changed his direction and circled west. It was near dark and some 20 miles further on when we came to the top of a small bluff and stopped. At the foot of it was a tiny cabin with a corral at one side, full of horses. We dismounted, went down on foot to within shooting distance of the place.
He's got a lamp going in there now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, well, this is close enough, Chester. We'll just squat down here and wait.
What are we waiting for? Why don't we just go on in?
There's no reason to bust in there and kill somebody when we don't have to.
That's true.
Of course, you could say that I'm lazy, letting Disha do my work for me this way.
Oh, now you're thinking all that talk back in Dodge. What do they know? Bunch of money grabbers. Mr. Dillon?
Sit tight, Chester.
Look, he's coming out the door. Why, that ain't Disha. That got him. He's through.
Yeah. Come on.
That fellow's dead, Mr. Dillon. He ain't moving none at all.
Yeah.
Who is he? I've never seen him before.
Stand away from the door, Chester. It's Marshal Dillon, Disha. Come on out of there.
I can't move.
Sounds like he's been hit.
Then slide your gun across the floor and let me hear it. Okay, Chester. You hit bad, Disha?
I don't care. If I killed him.
You killed him.
Good. He tried to cheat me.
You don't believe in cheating, huh?
Well, it's different with your partner. He told me that cowboy only give him $20 apiece for them last 2 horses. You heard them yourself. It was 90.
Your partner didn't lie to you, Disha. I told that cowboy to say it was 90.
You did?
It was as easy a way as any to catch a couple of thieves. What were you going to do? Divide the money your partner got and go someplace else to sell and recover the horses all over again?
We sold them twice already. But we ain't going to sell them again. We ain't going to do nothing. You can't even put us in jail, Marshal. Smart as you are. I'm going to die now. I feel it coming.
I guess he was right about jail, Mr. Dillon. Now they're both dead.
Yeah. Well, at least we didn't have to kill him.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&Ms and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, James Nusser, Vic Perrin, Sam Edwards, and Joe Cranston. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
I promised I'd avoid a gunfight if possible. But it looks as though it isn't possible. I have one bullet left. You may draw when you're ready.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Go on, Mr. Paladin.
Well, at 7 o'clock, we could have champagne in the lounge.
Mm-hmm.
At 8 o'clock, dinner at the Peacock, something special.
Oh, I'm intrigued, Mr. Paladin. And, then?
Coach ride to Barnaby's for crepe Suzette as only Barnaby prepares a crepe Suzette. And after that, a liqueur back here by the fire in the lounge.
No.
Then...
What?
No. Oh, hey, boy.
Who is this?
Me, number one for Mr. Paladin. Sorry, lady. No champagne, no Peacock, no creepy Suzettis, no liquors tonight. Wire come. You go. I know. You already packed. Wire? Here.
Bad news, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, dear lady, forgive me. Hey, boy, send an answer to Tom Carter, Abilene. Just say, have gun will travel.
It's no surprise to anybody that the attractive and inexpensive new radios have proved popular. It's no surprise, that is, to anyone who listens to CBS radio. With so much in the way of music, comedy, drama, variety, and news coming your way every day on CBS radio, more than one radio around the house is more than a convenience. It's almost a necessity for anyone who has a daily routine. The man of the house wants to come home to an attractive home and an attractive wife. But household chores in themselves are rarely inspirational. The smart homemaker is one who refuses to let her regular responsibilities get her down. She gets her work done every day, but she gets her entertainment in, too. She has a radio in the kitchen as well as the living room. Chances are she has a portable radio as well to follow her from one task to another around the house. She knows why the inexpensive new radios are so popular. And what's more, she knows the value of CBS radio, too.
Here you are. Your bag, your saddle, and your gear. This is your hotel right here.
What's that?
Oh, folks from the Wild West show hold up in town right now. Most likely Ella West.
Ella West, huh?
Yeah. The star attraction at Tomahawk Carter's Wild West show. It was kind of frisky at times. Wouldn't go into the lobby by the front way if I was you.
And you wouldn't, huh?
Not with Ella cutting up before breakfast. She just might take it into her mind to shoot them buttons off in that fancy vest you're wearing.
Well, I'll chance it.
Well, just friendly advice, brother.
You just hide!
Clerk, I'd like a room, please.
What?
A room. My name is Paladin.
Oh, yeah, well, just a minute. Now, hold on, Ella. Fun's fun, but enough. Oh!
You can jump, too!
Ella!
Pants and that fancy vest.
You speaking to me?
No one else, Ranger. You don't need a room, boys. He needs a cage. I might even buy you a lemon squash later on, fancy pants.
I'd prefer whiskey if I felt like drinking, which I don't.
Say, you know who you're talking to?
I do?
I'm Ella West, and I can outshoot, outride, and outcuss any man here. I can outdrink you, I can outchew you, and I can outspit you.
Possibly.
Hey, Ella, it's Tracy Calvert.
Tracy, where?
Hi, Tracy. Now, you gonna let Ella take over your spot in the show, huh?
Morning, Ella.
I didn't see you come in, Tracy.
Why don't you answer Breed's question?
Well, I just might take your spot. For 2 cents, I'd run you out of town, pony boy.
Don't cut your price for me, Ella.
Why, you...
Break it up now, folks. Break it up. Drinks are on Tomahawk, Carter. Everybody.
I want to talk to you, Ella. You too, Tracy. That squabbling's got to stop.
You find me in the bar. Come on, Bree.
Well, sure thing, Ella. Come on.
Yeah, what was it this time, Tracy?
The same thing it always is, Mr. Carter.
Well, wrap me in buffalo hide, Paladin.
Hello, Tom. Hello.
Oh, you're a sight in
Well,
That's a real sight.
Tom.
Yes, sir. Tracy, it's Mr. Paladin. He knew me way back when I was making an honest living. Tracy Calvert.
I've seen you ride, Mr. Calvert, Laramie, Wyoming, 71, when you took the grand prize.
I had a lucky day, Mr. Paladin.
We got powwow to make.
Well, I'll run along, Mr. Carter.
No, you stick here, Tracy. I got bad trouble, and I want you to handle it, Paladin.
Save your money, Tom. I never saw a man you couldn't handle.
It ain't a man. That little gal I want gentle tonight.
Tom, there's one wild thing man will never civilize, woman. And if you mean that one, I'm afraid there'll be no pleasure in failing.
That little gal in there happens to be Ella West. 24 years old, she's already more of a name than Calamity Jane, Cimarron Rose, and Belle Star lumped together. I got her in my show, and I got damage bills to prove it. And I'm going to lose my shirt even before I get my show together if something ain't done.
And you'll lose more when you get on the road.
There's 1 million people want to see Ella West, Mr. Paladin.
Darling of the frontier, heart of gold. Yes, I've seen the write-up.
She's fast with a gun, and she can ride like a Comanche.
She has to be more than that. Ella West is a legend, Tom, a romantic illusion. Your audience will expect you to bring it to life.
That's right.
And instead, you'll produce a repugnant, grimy-faced, loud-mouthed little shrew.
Well, I don't figure Ella's as bad as all that, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, how long have you known her?
She joined the show last month.
Well, my question was, how long have you known her, Mr. Calvert?
If you don't mind, I'll look in on the stock.
Tracy and Ella was raised in the same part of the country. Learned shooting and riding together.
Let him tame her. He seems to have a personal interest.
Now, doggone it, we're old friends.
Tom, you're talking about making a show horse out of a wild, mean-tempered colt. Now, that takes more than taming. It means crushing its spirit, rebuilding it from the ground up. With a horse, the odds are 10 to 1 for failure.
Yeah, I guess I knew it wasn't any use all along. I could have made a fortune with her.
That's why I want 10% of the entire season's gate if I succeed.
You ain't changed, have you?
I hope that's a compliment.
It ain't never stealing to ask what you're worth.
Of all leading filters, cigarettes, Kent filters best. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent filters best. Of all other brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
What do you want?
This here's Mr. Paladin, Ella.
Oh, fancy pants.
He come here to learn you some things.
You ain't gonna learn me nothing.
Correct. My function is to teach. You will do the learning.
I quit.
Fair off, Tom. She just resigned.
Wait just a blasted minute here. If anyone gets runned off, it's gonna be him.
Go along, Tom. I'll talk to you later.
I'll be in the saloon.
Now then, sit down, Miss West. Mind if I smoke?
No. Go ahead. Try lighting that cigar now, fancy pants.
That will be 2 deductions from your wages, the cost of the cigar and the bullet damage.
You're kind of a cool one, Fancy Pants, but you ain't gonna make no lady out of me.
First, you're not worth 2 cents to the show as a lady, and second, that would be impossible in the first place.
Why, you... You took my gun.
It'll be less noisy that way. Now, sit down, please. Better. Although your audiences will expect you to be somewhat different from the average woman, they will expect certain fundamental manners. The essence of showmanship is to be different without being obnoxious.
You're a lily-livered, fancy-talking dude. I'll run you out of town by morning.
I believe you made the same ridiculous threat to Tracy Calvert.
Him, too. Tracy said anything to you about me, I'll kill him.
There's a ring of honesty in that threat, Miss West. However, he said nothing. I was merely speculating. Are we ready?
You've got something to learn me. Teach me, then get on with it. But keep your nose pulled in, dude.
Incorrect.
I gotta eat, don't I?
You don't reach with a fork and spear a slice of bread. You pick it up with
Now,
your
just a
hand.
minute.
And you never speak with your mouth full. Now, it's one thing to act homespun. It's quite another.
Breed!
You wearing a gun, dude? It's quite another to create revulsion. I suggest you confine your idiosyncrasies to calling the food littles and complaining over the lack
I
of
asked you a
buffaloes.
question, dude.
I heard you.
Because if you ain't got a gun, you better get one. I'm going to teach you some manners.
Drop it.
Ellie, you've been tied to this dude for 2 days now. You like it or something?
I'm going along 'cause there's money in it. You know an easier way, Breed?
Yeah. All right, Ellen. You say the word when you need me.
Mr. Breed seems to resent me almost as much as you do.
I can handle Breed for you, dude.
No need, Miss West. When the time comes, I'll handle him myself. Remember, just pretend I'm a newspaper reporter.
Get on with it.
Another question, miss. Tell us about your parents.
My old man was a stinking drunk, and the old lady was worse. She was always...
You are talking to reporters.
Well, then let them make it up like they've been doing all along.
Mention the homestead.
Homestead? It was a stinking sow pen. You can ask Tracy Calvert. It was so bad you couldn't believe it.
I'm sorry.
You wouldn't feel so blasted uppity if you got rut up like that.
You knew Tracy Calvert then?
Oh, yeah. I knew him. We was kids then. His daddy had a nice spread of land. You should have seen Tracy's house. All painted inside and out with a fence around it. And Tracy's ma all starched up and nice. She give me a dress once. My old lady traded it for some whiskey. No, Tracy'd have laughed if you'd ever seen me wearing it anyhow.
I think I understand.
What?
About you, Tracy Calvert.
Do you? Yeah, maybe you do at that. You're kind of a strange one yourself. I didn't know real men came in fancy pants. What I mean is, we ain't doing so bad, are we?
I don't know.
He's sort of like you. Everything I wasn't, Tracy was, and everything I didn't have, he did. When he was real little, his mom let me stay one night. She come in and pulled the cover up and kissed me. I was 16 and he was 18 when they was going to move away. Maybe he wasn't growed up yet, but I was. I was growed up plenty. I didn't ask Tracy to marry him. He'd just take me with him. I'd do anything if he would. He could cut me up into little pieces if he wanted to. Just take me. I never said the same thing since, but I'm saying it to you. I ain't what folks think. No man's never touched me. You take me with you when you go back to San Francisco. I wouldn't be afraid with you. Maybe just kiss my cheek and say something nice. I don't want to be in no show, printed in no paper. I just want somebody to know I'm alive. Please.
No.
What's the matter?
Look at yourself. You're still that grimy 16-year-old kid pretending she's a man. You don't compete with women because you're afraid to.
Paladin.
Find a man who wants the smell of the stables and ask him to take you away.
Breed wants me.
Then you and Mr. Breed deserve each other.
And he can have me. Just as soon as he kills you.
Do you see speed laws and other regulations as restrictive, or do you look upon them as protective? When a police officer writes a summons for traffic violations, do you see him as an enemy or a friend? Your life may depend on your attitudes. Statistics clearly indicate that where laws are obeyed, deaths go down. It's no secret that emotional immaturity is the major factor in our accident rate. How else but childish can you describe the notion that breaking a traffic regulation is a way of getting away with something? What could be more infantile than believing one can prove his superiority by ignoring a stoplight? Unfortunately, too many drivers on the road subscribe to that kind of emotional outlook. The result is tragic. Almost 85% of all traffic accidents in America are caused by careless, childish driving. We hope you know our traffic laws and the people who enforce them are there to help save your life.
He's a nasty one, Mr. Paladin.
Come along as you like.
Well.
Good afternoon, Ella. I heard you wanted to see me, Mr. Breed.
Oh, yeah. I didn't recognize you first. Wearing them big boys' clothes.
You're carrying your play acting too far this time, Ella.
Play acting? I've shot men for less.
That's kid talking. We aren't kids anymore.
Shut up, Tracy!
You heard the lady, Tracy. Shut up and get out. Me and Fancy Pants gonna settle something.
I changed my mind, Breed. I don't want no killing.
Honey, we made a bargain. You're gonna keep it all the way.
Tracy, take her to one side. You, barkeep, pour 5 shots and set them up in the line.
Yes, sir. What's this?
I promised Tom Carter I'd avoid a gunfight if possible.
Oh, you ain't got no choice, Fancy Pants.
All poured?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now then, Mr. Breed. I have 1 bullet left. Please, draw whenever you're ready.
Well,
Are you going to draw?
I didn't.
If you aren't going to draw, I suggest that you find Tom Carter, hand in your resignation, and start traveling. Now. Lessons continue at 7. Miss West in my room. Please be on time. Well,
I got myself some female clothes. Cost more than genuine buckskin. I took a bath, too.
well, come in.
Tracy Calvert's right. If I ain't a woman, I ain't nothing. I'll go if you want me to.
You look very nice, Miss West.
Well, you don't have to say that.
That happens to be true. You come off surprisingly womanly in a dress.
Store sold me a lot of lashings and cross ropes to go underneath.
It is
and
not considered good taste to discuss undergarments.
I'm sorry. Only thing that threw me was my top notch is worse than plaiting a cow pony's tail. I still hate you. Kind of. You smile and go ahead. I don't blame you. You're clumsy and I talk ignorant. And I guess a few yards of silk don't help the likes of me much.
A wise man judges by the lady's smile.
I think I felt better when you was fluffing my knuckles and telling me not to spear my bread. Golly, that's the first nice thing you said to me.
I'm dealing with a woman now.
You're dealing with a shaky one. You just being kind to me.
A woman needs kindness only when she has no virtues, Ella.
I wouldn't want you to say anything out of pity.
Pity isn't included in the course. Come in.
Mr. Paladin, I was... Holy, lovely jumping toads.
Oh, Tracy.
Why, Ella, you... Well, Gosh.
What's the matter, Tracy?
Why,
Ella, I've never seen you in... I mean, your hair, your eyes, Ella. You're a lady, Ella.
Am I, Tracy?
You sure are, and I'll kill the man who says you ain't. I'm sorry for what I said to you, Ella, about not being a lady. But doggone it, you've changed.
She changed for you, Mr. Kelson.
Huh?
She'll tell you herself in time. But she'd like it very much if you just kept that silly look on your face and kept thinking of her as a lady.
Oh, I will, Ella. I swear I will, honest. What'd I do wrong? Did I offend you?
No, Tracy. No, dear Tracy.
Now, Ella, don't cry. Mr. Paladin, what do I do now?
Take your lady in your arms, Mr. Kelvin, and never let her go.
How are things in Abilene Town, Mr. Paladin?
In Abilene Town, things are going smoothly. And how are things here in San Francisco?
Smoothly.
Specifically, the young lady I never dined with, is she still registered here?
Oh, yes.
Then will you please take her this note and tell her I'm back?
I'd do it, but her husband no like.
Husband?
Yeah, she get married 2 days ago.
Me.
But a Spanish dancer registered today. Very nice. Oh, you catch him up for dinner, eh?
The Spanish dancer?
Oh, boy.
Hey, boy, take that note up to the Spanish dancer with my compliments.
Same note?
Same note.
No one we know of approves of wasting money. In spite of that, however, we Americans are often guilty of wasting our money by the uses we make of our government facilities. Take the operation of the post office, for example. Mostly out of habit, many offices and individuals post outgoing mail at the end of the day. In so doing, they leave post office employees with too little work to do at other times of the day. In addition, we forget to include zone numbers as part of the address. In both ways, we're slowing down the entire system for delivering mail and adding to the cost of our postal operation. The problem is simple enough to solve. Start solving it tomorrow. If you'll arrange to post letters and packages earlier in the day and include zone numbers on the return address as well as the outgoing address, you'll help our post office operate more efficiently for you, and at less cost, too. Remember, for faster, more economical service, mail early in the day and include zone numbers. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced by Norman McDonnell, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, Harry Bartell, Lawrence Stopkin, Lynn Allen, and Barney Phillips. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting. See you. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, present Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the cereal you can eat out of the bowl or out of the box. The cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it, brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, The Jaws of the Law. Moms love Pops, kids love Pops, Pops love Pops, Wild Bill loves Pops, and Jingles loves Pops. I'll bet a pretty penny that every wrangler on both sides of the Rio Grande loved Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Love 'em for breakfast with milk or cream. Love 'em by the handful for between-meal tasty snacks. Love 'em 'cause the sweetening's already on 'em, no sugar to add. Put your brand on a box or 3 or 4 of Kellogg's Sugar Pops, and do it right soon. There were quick fortunes to be made in the rapid growth of the Old West, and there were men who made these fortunes, some honestly, some dishonestly. The honest ones kept their fortunes and used them to build a fabulous section of our nation. The dishonest ones, preying on the weak and helpless, tried one vicious scheme too many and ran into men like United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles to find themselves caught in the vice-like grip of the jaws of the law.
That's right, boys. Howdy, and welcome to Buffalo Bend. Most of them shooting irons will step right on in. First treat's on Jubilee Jinx. All right, then, step right in. This place is wide open. Best town in the cattle belt.
Hold it right there, gents. You heard him, gents. Bill said hold it.
What are you trying to do, Hickok? These boys just got in off a cattle drive. They want to celebrate.
I'm not here to stop your celebrating, men. We happen to have a law in this town that says you leave your guns at the door when you come in.
Texas cowpoke without a gun? That's like a longhorn steer without his horns. Leave him alone, Hickok.
Looks to me like you're horning in where you ain't been asked, Jubilee Jinx.
Never mind, Jingles. Gents, we get a lot of trail herd boys here in Buffalo Bend. When they check their guns, we don't have to plant any of them on Boot Hill.
That makes sense. Well, now, that's what I call a fair way of looking at it. Right into the hotel, gents. They'll hold your guns and have them ready for you when you're right out of town.
Thank you, men. Good luck and behave yourselves.
Hickok, if you keep on with your meddling, you're going to drive them cattlemen away from Buffalo Bend.
That worries you, Jubilee?
Yeah, you wouldn't have no more chance to fleece them out of the last red cent of their trail pay, would you?
I'm warning you, Hickok.
I hear you, Jenks.
Pardon me, gentlemen. I'm looking for a Mr. Jubilee Jenks. Can you tell me?
I'm Jubilee Jinx, stranger. State your business.
My name's Ben Tompkins. I represent the railroad.
The railroad?
Yes.
Well, now, howdy to you, Mr. Tompkins. My name's Jingles, and I'd like you to meet my partner, Wild Bill Hickok.
Jingles, he wasn't talking to us.
Well, I was just being sociable, Bill.
Wild Bill Hickok. Well, now this is a stroke of luck, Marshal. I've been told to expect some trouble transacting my business here. And I'd like to know that you were on my side.
I'd be glad to help.
What is this business you're talking about, Tompkins?
Well, I came out to buy land for the railroad.
What land? Where?
Out beyond Buffalo Bend. We're planning to start our new track
That land ain't for sale, none of it.
We'll pay a good price. I understand you own a great part of it.
You understand rightly, mister, and I'm going to continue to own it.
But the railroad is very...
The railroad's gone as far as it's going. Buffalo Bend's the end of the line.
Jubilee, you're getting as touchy as a porcupine in a pack of hounds.
Hold it, partner.
You heard me. There ain't going to be no new railhead. You need my land and old Tad Thorson's, and he ain't selling either.
Don't be too sure about that. He said he might. I'm to see him again tomorrow.
He ain't selling, I tell you. Nobody's selling. I'll see to that.
Better simmer down, Jubilee.
You keep out of this, Hickok. Now get out of town, all of you. Get out of town, I said.
Billy's drawn.
I'll take that gun, Jubilee.
Your dad burned right. You'll take it right in the... Bill!
Say, Wranglers, remember how the Indian chiefs used to pass the peace pipe around the council fires? Well, by jingo, they got something better now. Yes, sirree. Instead of the peace pipe, nowadays they pass a big heaping bowl full of Kellogg's sugar corn pops. Heap big bowl, make 'em heap happy. That's right, Wranglers. Everybody loves Kellogg's sugar corn pops, and so will you. Just one heap big bowlful with milk or cream, or a heap big handful for a snack, and there'll be heap big happiness in your wigwam. Try Kellogg's Sugar Pops. You don't need sugar because the sweetening's already on them. Ask Mom to get several boxes of Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops today. Now, how's about all of us getting together and singing our little Sugar Corn Pop song?
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Now back to Wild Bill and Jingles and the rest of our story.
In a fit of temper, Jubilee Jenks drew his gun and opened fire on Wild Bill Hickok. But Bill's draw was faster, and his hip shot sent Jenks' gun flying from his hand.
Woo-wee! Bill, that was a close one.
You just dug your grave, Hickok. All right, boys, come after me. Come shoot.
Bill, here comes Jubilee's pack of gun slicks. We're in for it now.
Mr. Tompkins, you better hunt cover. It may get a little uncomfortable around here.
Bill, they're all around us.
Blast them, I said. Shoot, you jughead.
All right. Hey, now, wait a minute. That's my hat you're shooting up.
Watch the door to Jubilee's place, Jingles.
There's one.
Get down, Jingles.
How do you like it, Hickok?
We'll live to set you straight, Jenks.
Well, those two don't want no more, Bill. You scared them out.
Come on, you yellowback coyote. Shoot to kill. Hickok's right out in the middle of the road.
Seems your boys suddenly got late for going home to supper, Jubilee.
Yes, you're right, Pudge.
Come back here, you low-down spineless lizards.
Party's over, Jenks, and you lost. Now, maybe you'd like to continue your business with Mr. Tompkins.
I ain't got no business with Tompkins or his railroad. And neither's nobody else in this valley west of Buffalo Bend.
You're forgetting about Tad Thorson, ain't you?
No, I ain't forgetting about Thorson. And I ain't forgetting about you neither, Hickok. Crossing Jubilee Jenks ain't healthy. And you're darn well gonna find it out.
Hickok and Jingles ain't left the marshal's office yet tonight, Jubilee.
I can see 'em. I ain't blind.
Yeah? Then what do you want me to do, boss?
When'll they walk out of that office? Won't be long before they'll be heading home to get some sleep.
Getting a little sleepy myself. Hey!
You go to sleep and bungle this nogie and I'll fix you.
I ain't going to sleep, boss. You got no call to go slapping me around.
Listen to me. I got the boys staked out all over the street.
Yeah?
They'll be waiting for your signal or 2 quick shots.
Yeah?
And they'll blast away at them 2 tin-horn heroes, Hickok and Jingles, until there ain't nothing left.
Sure. With all of us, we can't miss.
You better not. And when you see 'em fall, hightail it. Let somebody else find 'em dead, and nobody'll know who did it.
Yeah, hightail it. Got you, Jubilee. Where you going?
I got some business out of town tonight, Nogi, with a mule-headed gent by the name of Tad Thorson.
But Tad, honey, maybe this is our big chance to get out before Jubilee Jenks forces us out.
Oh, we work a long time for this land, Laura. I don't like to leave it.
But the railroad offers a good price. Maybe we should take it when that nice Mr. Tompkins comes back tomorrow morning.
Is that what you want to do, Nora?
Well, I think so, Tad. I think so. That Jubilee Jenks, he scares me. Sometimes I think he might kill you to get this land of ours. Oh, now who is that at this time of night?
I didn't hear anybody ride up. I'll see who it is.
Tad, your gun. You'd better have it.
Don't be such a scaredy cat, Nora.
Well, it took you long enough to open up.
Jubilee. Come in. Well, what makes you come to see us this time of night? It's a long ride from town.
You know why I'm here, Thorson. Evening, Nora.
Evening, Jubilee. I'll fetch some coffee.
No need for that. I'm not going to be here that long.
I'll fetch the coffee.
You better sit and have some coffee, Jubilee. You look right nervous.
I didn't come here to mule around over a cup of coffee, Thorson. You know it.
Then what did you come for?
You ain't going to sell your land to that railroad fella, Tompkins.
I'm not.
No, you're not. If you're ready to sell your land, I'm still willing to buy it.
Mr. Tompkins offers to pay me almost twice as much as you do, Jubilee.
You ain't holding me up for more money. I'll buy it at my price.
No, I will sell it to the railroad.
Oh, you won't, Tad Thorson. I'll kill you first.
Tad's not wearing a gun, Jubilee. If you shoot my Tad when he's not wearing a gun, I'll drill you right through the heart.
She's got a rifle.
Don't look much like a pot of coffee, does it, Jubilee? Now you'd better go.
You ain't got me licked yet, Thorson. I got one more way to put a stop to you and Tompkins.
Just keep backing out that door, Jubilee.
Yeah. Keep backing out the door. Where you can't see me.
Oh, Tad! Oh, he shot you. Jubilee! You shot my Tad! You can't get away! You can't get away! Oh, Tad, honey, I missed him.
No, that's all right, Nora. Don't you worry now.
Where did he hit you?
In the leg. That's all right now, Nora. You were a brave girl. You saved my life.
Oh, that man. I knew he meant us harm. Here, let me help you up on the cot.
You are always right, my Nora. Now, we will sell to the railroad like you want.
We will not. Jubilee Jenks can't force us to do anything. We'll stay right here and watch him rot.
Now, my Nora, you are not making sense. And you are taking your temper out on my leg.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's all right. The bullet, I think, went right on through.
Yeah, not here. Oh, there it is. There. Oh, it put a dent in my brand new Franklin stove. Wait till I get my hands on that Jubilee Jenks.
No, Nora. Time will give Jubilee all that is coming to him. You just wait and see.
Things seem mighty quiet. Why don't we close up the office and hit for home in the hay, huh?
That's not a very sociable way to talk in front of Mr. Tompkins, partner.
Oh, well, begging your partner, Mr. Tompkins. I sometimes lose my manners when I get sleepy. Didn't mean nothing by it, though.
Oh, think nothing of it, Jingles. If I wasn't bothered about this deal with Jenks, I'd be sleeping right now.
Looks like Jenks is going to be right stubborn about selling his land.
Yes, particularly to the railroad. I'm not sure I know why.
Oh, now that's easy to figure out, ain't it, Bill?
Well, it could be for one or two reasons, I guess. What were you thinking it was, Jingles?
Huh? Oh, well, now, the way I got it pegged is, well, there's only one way to figure it. He's planning to use that land for... Bill, that Jubilee Jenks is just plain ornery. That's the answer. Huh, didn't think I knew it, did you?
For a minute, I wasn't sure, partner, but you may be right.
Well, there's nothing much I can do tonight. Tomorrow, I'll ride out to see what Tad Thorson says about his acreage. Then I'll tackle Jenks again. Good night, gents.
Good night.
Night, Mr. Tompkins. Can you find your way to the hotel?
I think I can make it across the street on a moonlight night like this, all right. See you in the morning.
Well, partner, guess it's time for us to go, too.
Yeah. But, Bill, first... tell me what's eating Jubilee Jenks to make him act this way.
It's real simple the way I got it figured, Jingles.
It is, huh?
If I'm right. Think you can stay awake long enough for me to explain it to you?
Oh, sure. I ain't sleepy at all.
Well, first, all the cattlemen from Texas drive their herds to a railhead town like this one.
Yeah, like those boys we saw ride in tonight, huh?
That's right. And that means the town makes a lot of money off of them. Men like Jubilee Jenks, mainly, with his gambling palace and cafe and dance hall.
Uh-huh.
So, if the railroad builds on west, there will be another railhead, and this town of Buffalo Bend will die out. And Jinx will lose a lot of money. That's why he and... Jingles. Jingles. Fire, Jingles, fire!
Grab a bucket, get it! Help!
Hold it, partner, hold it.
Oh, Bill, you were just hoorahing me.
Well, you went to sleep. Reckon it's time we went to our room and bedded down so you can get serious about that snoring.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, now, that's funny.
Oh, what, Bill?
Street seems mighty quiet tonight.
Yeah, all the better for sleeping. Hope it stays that way. Come on, let's get on over to our room.
All right, partner, but I have a funny feeling.
Now, what's this shoot?
Raptors, Jingles!
Ambush, Bill. There's stake out all around us.
Shoot them, you jugheads! Let's Hickok and Jingles for kingdom come!
Bill, you ain't got a chance.
Hold on flat, partner. Quick, fall flat.
Yeah, but when I fall down, I ain't really so flat, you know.
All right, boys, we got him. That's the end of Wild Bill Hickok and his partner. Now, hightail it for the hill.
Hey, cowpokes, every time I see a cowboy toting 2 guns for double action, makes me think of how Kellogg's Sugar Pops give you a real downright double-barrel eating pleasure. Look at it this way. On one hand, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops are good to eat for breakfast with milk or cream on them, right? Right. And on the other hand, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops are just as good to eat as a snack, straight out of the box just the way they come from the store. Out of the box or out of a bowl with no sugar to add, because the sweetening's already on those golden corn nuggets. Next time you take your supply wagon to the store with Mom, load up with Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. They're delicious.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Yes, sirree, men. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops are tops. Tops to eat, and as a treat can't be beat. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. For moms, for kids, for pops.
As Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles stepped out of their office into the moonlight, Bill felt something was strange. A second later, the thunder of guns came at them from all sides as Jenks' men opened fire. Bill and Jingles fell flat on the ground, and a final volley ripped the street.
Bill!
Quiet, partner. Play dead or you're likely to be.
I am already, Bill.
Don't move till I tell you to. All right, partner, let's go. Steady, Buckshot, steady. Into the saddle, Jingles.
Oh, we're riding tonight, Bill?
We sure are, partner. I should have thought to do this sooner. Let's go, Buckshot. Hi, hi!
After him, Joker! Ha, ha, ha! Bill, what makes you think Jubilee's come after Tad Thorson?
He said that he was going to see that Thorson didn't sell his land.
Yeah, but that don't mean he'd do him harm.
Won't hurt to check up. Hold up, partner. I hear a horse. Who, Buckshot?
Oh, Joker. Well, I don't hear anything. Oh, doggone it, Wild Bill Hickok. You always hear things a half hour before I do.
You hear it now, don't you?
Sure. See it, too. Hey, Bill. It's a woman. I can make out the bonnet in the moonlight.
Yeah, and she's riding like Satan was chasing.
Get out of my way or I'll shoot!
It's Nora Thorson.
Yeah, she's got a gun.
Hold up, Mrs. Thorson. It's Bill Hickok, ma'am.
Jingle! Whoa, horse! Oh! What you let into town for, ma'am?
Wild Bill, I was coming to find you.
What's the matter, ma'am?
Is it your husband?
Yeah. Jubilee Jenks come out and shot him.
Oh, now that's too bad.
Just in the leg, thank goodness.
Oh, now that's real good. Better anyway, ain't it?
Jubilee Jinx did it, you sure?
Right in the living room. I ran him off with my rifle. Guess I ought to be sure. Now I got an idea he's going for Mr. Tompkins, a railroad man.
Well, then we're heading in the wrong direction, Bill.
Right, partner. You better head on back home and take care of Tad, Mrs. Thorson.
Right.
And thanks for riding in to tell us.
Tell Tad we'll be out to see him after we catch this Jasper Jinx and lock him up.
I sure will. Good night.
Up and go, Buckshot. Hi, boy, hi.
Well, we're on a merry-go-round tonight, Joker. Ha, ha, ha! I don't hear no racket up here, Bill, and Tompkins' room is just across the hall from the head of these stairs.
That could be good or bad, Jingles, but we'll soon know.
Put that gun down, Jinx.
Bill.
I'm putting it down when I finish you and your railroad dealings, Tompkins.
He's in there, partner. Let's break down the door.
Sure, Bill. I'll just walk through it like this.
Hey!
See, Bill, there's Jubilee.
Hickok! I thought
You thought I was dead. Your boys missed, Jenks.
Yeah, we played dead. Ain't you surprised?
Well, I ain't gonna miss this time.
Bill!
Now you're through, Jenks.
You got here just in time, Bill.
Yeah, we often do.
And you might as well make a deal with Jenks here and now. His land's not going to do him much good where he's going.
No, he don't need much room in jail. Come on, Jinx. You can sign up the papers in your cell. Well, Bill, now that Tompkins made his deals for the Jinx and Thorson land, reckon we'll be moving on to the new railhead before too long, huh?
Yeah, partner. The West keeps spreading out, and we have to spread with it, I guess. Hey, here comes the boys we saw ride in last night.
Yeah. Howdy, boys. Howdy. You get your guns back all right?
Sure did, Jingle.
Well, glad to see you're all there. Nobody got hurt.
All right, hit the saddle, you want it?
Jackson to the corner.
Well, did you have a good time, man?
Sure did, Marshal Hickok. Buffalo Bend is a right nice town. Kind of quiet, though. Nothing very much happens around here. Well, so long, gents. Come on, boys, let's ride.
Well, there you are, Jingles. Buffalo Bend is a nice, quiet town. Nothing much ever happens around here.
Yeah. Since those Jaspers rode in last night, we've had 4 gun battles, 40 miles of riding in the moonlight, sold 32,000 acres of land, and planned a new stretch of railroad. Sure takes a lot to excite one of them Texans, don't it?
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
That's our Wild Bill Hickok story for today, folks. But we'll be back again on Friday.
And this one's a little different. It's about Wild Bill and Jingles actually helping folks escape from jail. You be sure and join us and find out what happened. It's called The Trap at Pistol Spring.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to ask Mom to get a big package of the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Sugar Pops.
In the bright yellow packages with the pictures of Guy and me right on the front. Eat 'em out of the bowl for breakfast or right out of the box as a snack. Either way, you don't need sugar.
Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great, huh, Andy?
You bet we do.
So long, kids.
See you Friday.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gail Bonney, Jack Crucian, Joe Forte, Ken Peters, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Now, this is Charlie Lyon, speaking for Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, reminding you to listen again on Friday, same time, same station, when Kellogg's Rice Krispies presents Wild Bill Hickok in The Trap at Pistol Springs.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Fugitive's Trail.
It is approximately 11:30 on the night of January 21st, 1948. Mr. and Mrs. Ben Purvis are driving back to their ranch on the outskirts of Newby, Texas. The car, a small black sedan, finally swings off the main highway, turns into a long, narrow dirt road leading to the ranch buildings.
Looks like we got company, Ben. There's a car parked in front of the house.
Yeah. Probably one of Arlene's boyfriends. Look, I thought you told her we didn't like your fellas hanging around.
Oh, now, Ben, he probably just stopped by to pick her up and take her home. We told her we'd be back about this time.
Well, just the same.
Now, don't crab about Arlene. You know, babysitters are hard enough to get out here without...
Well, I still think you could find somebody else. I was never sold on that girl. She's kind of wild and unpredictable.
Oh.
Never know what she's going to do.
She's all right, Ben. Just stop worrying.
Looks like Dave Fenton's car. Yeah, that is his car.
You sit still, Ben. I'll open the garage doors.
Thought he and Arlene split up.
So'd I. Must have patched things up, I guess.
You got the plants Mrs. Sutton gave you?
Right here.
What sort of flowers they gonna be?
Yellow. Miss Sutton told me the name, but I forgot. I think they look real nice alongside the house, they don't you?
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, Ben, I'm kind of glad we went over to see Miss Sutton tonight.
Yeah, she's a real nice old lady. Sure held up fine at the funeral this afternoon.
It's going to be hard on her for a while, though, poor thing. After all, she and Mr. Sutton were married almost 40 years. Now he's gone.
Yeah. Well, Doc warned him to slow down after that last attack he had. But no, he wouldn't hear of it. Uh-oh, it sounds like our young'un's acting up.
Well, he shouldn't be crying now if Arlene gave him his 10 o'clock bottle.
He'd just like her to forget.
Arlene, what? Ben, she's not here. That's funny. Arlene?
Probably in with the baby. Let's... Hey, what's this?
What's the matter?
Look, chairs turned over and...
What? Look, my good table lamp on the floor. Oh, Ben, look, it's broken.
Hey, what the heck's been going on around here? Arlene?
Here, honey, you take the lamp. I'm going in to see the baby.
Arlene! Where is that fool girl anyway? Baby all right, Helen?
His blanket was on the floor. He's just cold, that's all. See if Arlene's in the kitchen, will you, Ben?
All right. I'll be darned. Honey, come here a minute, will you?
Is Arlene in here, Ben?
No, look at this.
What?
Baby's bottle, full. Here's a warming pan. She didn't give me feeding.
Oh, I wonder where she is.
I'm gonna have a look out back. Doggone kid.
Careful on the porch, dear. Better turn on the light.
Okay. Good Lord.
Ben? Ben? Ben, what's the matter? What? Ben, who is it?
Young Dave Fenton. He's dead.
On discovering the body of Dave Fenton, Ben Purvis immediately called the sheriff's office. The sheriff put out an all-points bulletin for the Rankin girl and requested aid from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned, arriving at the Purvis Ranch shortly after 4 a.m.
There's the body, Jace. Blast caught him right behind the ear. Not very pretty, is it?
Shotgun wounds never are. When this happened?
Doc figures sometime between 9 and 10 o'clock last night.
Uh-huh. Just a kid.
19. Worked at his pa's gas station in town. Seemed like a real nice boy, Jace. Real nice.
Anybody touch this shotgun?
No.
Who's it belong to?
Ben Purvis. Says he generally keeps it behind the kitchen door.
It's babysitter Arlene,
Arlene Rankin. Here's a description of her. I sent a man over to her house right after Purvis called me. Her pa said she hadn't come home. Man's still out there keeping an eye on the place in case she does show up. I don't think she will.
Which one's Purvis?
Over there by the fence, talking to the Justice of the Peace. Ben! Oh, Ben!
Okay, Jeff, be right with you.
If you want to talk to Mrs. Purvis, Jace, she's inside.
Later, maybe.
You want me, Sheriff?
Yeah. Ben, this here's Ranger Pearson. Jace, Ben Purvis.
Howdy, Ranger. Howdy, Mr. Purvis. Sheriff tells me that you and your wife were out visiting when this happened.
That's right. We were over at the Sutton place.
What time did you leave the house here last night?
Well, now, let me see. I drove over to Arlene's house around 6:30. I picked her up and brought her back here. Then the wife and I left. I guess that was around 7.
You know if she was expecting this Fenton boy to drop in on her?
No, I don't.
Had he ever come around here before?
Oh, sure, lots of times. He dropped by to take her home. Only he stopped coming around a couple of months ago.
Why was that?
Well, near as I can figure, she and Fenton must have had a falling out of some sort. Maybe she got tired of him. She had a lot of boyfriends, new ones, every time you turn around.
I see. Who's the latest, do you know?
No, it's pretty hard to keep up with her. A couple of weeks or so ago, it was Lenny Hayes.
Was he supposed to come by last night?
I wouldn't know that, Ranger.
You usually take her home?
That's right, whenever there's no fella here to pick her up.
You know, Jace, I figure that Fenton here got sore because she threw him over. They had a fight. She killed him and beat him.
Yeah, it could have happened that way. And it could have been the reason why she didn't take Fenton's car. She'd been spotted too easy.
That girl. Ain't surprised she'd pull a stunt like this at all.
Not this gun of yours, Mr. Purvis. You always keep it loaded?
Yes, sir, and it's usually sitting behind the kitchen door.
Did Arlene know it was there?
I don't see how she could have missed noticing it, Ranger.
I want to take this gun with me, Mr. Purvis. Have the lab men check the fingerprints.
Well, sure. Go ahead.
All right, Sheriff. I guess the JP can take charge of the body now. Let's get moving.
Anybody in mind you want to see?
Yeah. Some of Arlene's friends. We'll start with the boy she's been going with lately, this Lenny Hayes.
He lives over the drugstore. Oh, but let's see. It's after 5 now, Jace. He's probably on his way to work.
Oh, where's that?
Auction barn. He's sort of a general handyman there. Tagging cattle, herding them around the place.
All right. Let's look him up. The gray of dawn was creeping over the horizon as we reached the auction barn. The sheriff and I mounted the stairs to the platform overlooking the pens below. You see Lenny Hayes anywhere, Sheriff?
Yeah. Yeah, there he is down there, coming along the runway. Lenny! Oh, Lenny!
Yeah?
Want to talk to you. Come on, Jake.
Morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Lenny.
I figured you'd be coming around.
Oh, you heard what's happened.
Yeah.
This is Ranger Jace Pearson, Lenny. He wants to ask you some questions.
Sure.
When'd you see Arlene Rankin last, Lenny?
Yesterday afternoon at the Sutton funeral. Everybody in town was there, I guess.
You talked to her?
For a few minutes. I asked her to go to the basketball game at the school gym, but she couldn't. She'd already promised to sit for the Purvis folks.
I see. What happened between Arlene and Dave Fenton, do you know?
They just busted up, that's all.
How'd he take it?
Well, he could be pretty nasty when things didn't go the way he wanted. He called her up a lot after that, wanted to patch things up, but Arlene wouldn't have any of it. He got good and sore a couple of times.
Do you think Arlene was frightened by him?
Well, sure, the guy was crazy jealous and never knew what he might do.
I see. Do you have any idea where Arlene could be right now?
Nope. No idea at all.
All right, thanks.
Could I ask you something, Ranger?
Yeah?
Look, if Arlene did kill Fenn, it could have been self-defense, couldn't it?
Maybe.
Suppose he come out there looking for trouble. Couldn't she have picked up the gun to scare him away, not meaning to pull the trigger?
And the gun went off accidentally. That what you're driving at, Lenny?
Sure, why not?
Well, in that case, she shouldn't have run away.
Well, yeah, that was a crazy thing to do, I guess. But look, if she was to give herself up now, and if she could prove it was self-defense, an accident...
Go on.
Well, I mean, things would go easier on her, wouldn't they?
Has Arlene been in touch with you, Lenny? Has she?
Listen, Ranger, I don't want to get in any trouble, but...
You won't if you tell the truth.
Well, this thing is getting me down. I want to get it off my mind. If I told you where she is, would you give her a break?
I'm not a judge. Where is she?
She phoned me last night from Covington, from the bus depot.
Covington, huh?
Yeah, she said she was in trouble. Wouldn't tell me what it was. She said she needed money, and, well, I didn't have any. Not even enough to buy gas to drive over there.
What'd you tell her?
I told her I'd see if I could raise some, but, well, she hung up on me.
What time did she make this phone call?
Around midnight, a few minutes before. I remember because I was listening to the radio and the station signed off while I was talking to her.
There's a bus comes through here around 10:30, and it pulls into Covington a little before midnight, Jace. That's the one she probably took.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's head for Covington. We spent the major part of the day combing the town of Covington. There wasn't a single trace of Arlene Rankin. Late that afternoon, the sheriff and I wound up at the bus depot. Got to talking to the woman behind the lunch counter.
Well, let me see now. Girl about so high and blonde hair. Come in on the late bus, you say?
Uh-huh.
Let me see. Youngster, was she?
17.
Say, that wouldn't be the Rankin girl, Ranger.
That's right.
Heard about her on the radio this morning. Say, you mean she's here in Covington?
We believe she was here last night.
Land sakes, imagine that.
Well, have you seen a girl answering her description, ma'am?
Well, no. Wait a minute. Say, there was a girl, just like your description.
You sure, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Last night, by closing time. I was throwing out the coffee when she come up and asked me for a glass of water. A girl about so high, real attractive.
She act nervous or upset?
She sure did. Oh, and say, she asked me where the Lowry place was at. That's Ned Lowry owns a hardware store.
Ned Lowry.
That's right. Him and his wife live down the street 3 blocks. Big white house on the corner. Want me to show you?
No, thanks. We'll find it, ma'am.
Doesn't seem to be anybody at home, Jay.
I'm pretty sure there is, Sheriff. I heard someone moving inside.
Hey, you're right, Jace. There is somebody in there. I just saw the window curtains move. Reckon I ought to slip around back.
Hold it.
Yeah? Oh, Ranger, what is it?
Afternoon, miss. We begin to think there wasn't anyone at home.
Sorry if I kept you. I was taking a nap. I wasn't sure if I heard someone at the door or not.
We're looking for a girl named Arlene Rankin.
Arlene Rankin? Well, there's no one here by that name.
Is that so?
This is a Lowry residence.
We know that, miss.
Well, there are only 3 of us living here. My sister, her husband, and myself.
You don't know Arlene Rankin?
No. Should I?
Here's her picture, miss. Ever see her before?
See. No, I never saw her before.
Your sister and her husband at home?
No, I'm alone.
Mind if we come in?
Well, no, but...
We just want to look around.
Sounds like it's in this room, Jace.
There's no one in there. It's just...
We'll have a look anyway, miss.
Window shutter, Jace. Wind's banging it against the house.
It's broken. Kept me awake half the night. Look, if you tell me what this is all about...
That suitcase over there on the chair, miss. Who does it belong to?
Well, that's mine.
Yours, eh?
Baggage tag here says Continental Trailways, Jace.
That's how I got here, by bus.
What's that, miss?
I arrived last night, just here visiting my sister.
What time did your bus get in last night?
Oh, it was around midnight.
You talked to anyone at the depot?
No, I don't think I did.
Are you sure?
Oh, wait, I did ask the woman at the lunch counter how to get here.
I see.
That lady back at the lunch counter sure has an imagination, Jace.
Tell me, miss, did any other girl get off the bus when you did last night?
No other girl.
Positive?
Yes, I think so.
What do you make of that, Jace?
Take a look at this photograph again, miss. You recall seeing this girl among the passengers? Well?
No, I don't remember seeing her. Of course, the bus was crowded, and I really didn't pay much attention to the others on board.
I see.
Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
No cause for you to worry, miss. Sorry we bothered you. Come on, Sheriff. There was no reason to doubt the word of the girl at the Lowry house. Arlene Rankin hadn't gotten off the bus at Covington the night before. The sheriff and I drove back to his office in Newby, and we had another talk with Lenny Hayes.
But it's the truth, I tell you. Arlene did call me.
She's not in Covington, Lenny. We're pretty sure of that.
Well, maybe she went on.
Don't see how she could have done that. All roads been blocked.
You've been lying, haven't you, Lenny?
No.
You could have made up that story about the phone call from Covington just to throw us off the trail.
No, I didn't. You gotta believe me.
We're willing to lay odds you never received a phone call, Lenny. That Arlene wasn't even on that bus last night.
She must have been.
I'll get it, Jason. Sheriff's office. Yep, just a minute. Company B in Dallas calling you, Jason.
Thanks, Sheriff. Hello. Yeah?
You know, Lenny, you can save us a lot of trouble.
What's that?
What do you mean?
Stop trying to cover up for Arlene.
I'm not.
You're trying to protect her by sending us on a wild goose chase.
That's not true.
Now, listen, Lenny, there's no sense
Hold
in
it,
you...
Sheriff. It's like maybe we owe Lenny here an apology.
Oh?
That bus we figured Arlene wasn't on was being vacuumed in Dallas this afternoon, and a purse was found behind one of the seat cushions.
A purse? What about it?
Belonged to Arlene Rankin.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now, we continue with tonight's case, Fugitive's Trail, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Finding Arlene Rankin's purse on that bus indicated we'd been wrong about Lenny Hayes. Yet the girl we'd talked to in Covington had been positive that Arlene hadn't gotten off the bus there the night before. I put in a call to the Continental Trailways Company and found out that the driver of the bus was due back in Newby in an hour. We were waiting at the bus station when he came in.
Nope, I don't think I can help you, Ranger.
You know what the Rankin girl looks like?
Yeah, saw a picture of her in a Dallas paper this afternoon.
You don't remember seeing her get off the bus anywhere along the line?
Nope.
Do you remember seeing her get on the bus here in Newby?
Look, I picked up quite a load here last night. A lot of high school kids, Ranger. Maybe this Rankin gal was one of them. Maybe she wasn't. Didn't pay much attention. I just wanted to get rolling.
In a hurry, were you?
I was running behind schedule. See, ordinarily there's a 5-minute wait here. 1 cup of coffee. Well, I had 2.
Oh?
Basketball game, the high school gym went overtime, and, well, I didn't want to shove off. I knew most of the kids were counting on getting the bus.
Wait a minute. You were late taking off?
Oh, sure. Almost 10 minutes.
What time did you arrive at Covington?
Well, with all those stops along the way, I lost another 5 minutes. Didn't pull into Covington till 12:15.
12:15?
Yeah?
Jace? Yeah, Sheriff, yeah. All right, driver, thanks.
Sure enough. Sorry I wasn't much help, Ranger. See you, Sheriff.
Yeah. Kind of interesting, isn't it, Jace? If the bus didn't get to Covington until 12:15, how could Arlene have called Lenny from the bus depot there a few minutes before 12?
Doesn't seem to add up, does it, Sheriff?
Of course, Lenny might have got the time mixed up.
I don't think so. He seemed pretty sure of it, you'd call.
Yeah, that's right. He must have lied.
We'll know about that for sure once we talk to the telephone company over at Covington. Back at the sheriff's office, I called the Covington phone company, asked them to check a call from the Covington bus station to Lenny's number in Newby. There was no record of any such call. The sheriff sent one of his deputies out to bring Lenny in, and we waited.
Well, and it's just like we figured, Jace. The girl wasn't on the bus at all. Only how do you account for the purse? It was found on the bus.
A plan, Sheriff. Then he could have slipped aboard the bus last night, put it in there while the driver was in the cafe having coffee.
Yeah? Yeah, he could have done that.
Be mighty careless of a girl to forget her purse when she's trying to make a getaway, don't you think? A little too careless.
I won't say that thought hasn't crossed my mind, Jace.
And you know, Sheriff, something else bothers me. It seems like Lenny went to an awful lot of trouble trying to cover up for the girl.
Well, any kid who's as crazy about a girl as he is about
I know, but if he was really trying to shield her, he'd have done a lot better by keeping his mouth shut. He's been real cooperative. He's been working at it a little too hard.
What are you driving at, Jace? Just a hunch, Sheriff. But if I can force Lenny into making a move, it might be in the wrong direction for him, but in the right direction for us.
Hold it, James.
Hello?
Well, come on in, Lenny. Thanks, Charlie.
Any news of Arlene?
Not a sign of her yet.
Well, Dallas is a pretty big place.
The fact that her purse was found on the bus in Dallas doesn't necessarily mean she's there. She could have gotten off the bus anywhere along the line.
Yeah, I guess so.
Lenny, about this phone call you said you got.
Still don't believe me, huh?
Maybe you were mistaken. Maybe Arlene just told you she was calling from Covington.
No, I heard the operator. She said it was Covington.
I see. Well, we'll check with the phone company anyway, just to make sure.
Check with the phone company? But Arlene called me from a payphone. How can you check?
Well, it doesn't make any difference. Phone company keeps a record of all long-distance calls. Didn't you know that?
No, I didn't.
Well, anyway, that isn't why I asked you to drop in, Lenny. We think you can help us.
Mm-hmm. So what?
We'd like you to talk to some of Arlene's friends. Maybe you can find out more than we have.
Me?
You want to help us, don't you? You'll be helping Arlene.
Well, sure I want to help.
Well, then get to her friends. Tell them if they know something, they better talk up. And get in a lot of trouble by withholding information.
Yeah, I guess they can.
Okay, that's all, Lenny. Let us know if you hear anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know, Ranger.
The sheriff and I waited a few moments after Lenny had left the office, and then we eased out into the street. We saw him get into his car halfway down the block and take off. In the darkness, we watched the taillight disappear toward the edge of town. We followed him.
What's he up to, Jace?
I don't know.
That's the second time he's driven around the cemetery. Arlene wouldn't be hiding in there, would she?
Look, he's turning onto the other highway now, heading south.
Good. Maybe we can get a little closer, Jace. Lots more traffic on that road.
He's speeding up.
Suits me fine. At least we'll get to wherever we're going that much sooner.
A quarter of an hour later, Lenny Hayes turned off the main highway into a narrow dirt road. I switched off my headlights and followed. We spent another 15 minutes trailing him as he cruised up and down the back roads like he was searching for something. Then we wound up on the highway once more. When we reached the outskirts of Newby, he turned again, drove right into the cemetery, stopped.
Any sign of him, Jace?
There's his car parked up ahead. Easy now. Better stay here in the shadows. Might spot us in this moonlight.
I'd sure like to know what the Samuel that kid's up to.
Hold it.
Yeah.
There he is.
Where, Jace?
Over there, near the fence.
What's he doing?
He's digging.
Say, wait a minute. Look at the flowers over there, Jace. Pushed over to one side. That's Harry Sutton's grave. What's he doing digging around there?
Freshly turned ground, Sheriff. If he's trying to hide something, he can do it quickly. Let's move up a little closer.
Yeah.
Here. This way around the hedge.
Yeah.
Move up behind his car. Stay down, Sheriff.
What's he doing?
Stop digging. He's coming this way, to the car.
Now what?
Just open the trunk compartment.
Let me take a look. Yeah. Now he's pulling something out of the trunk. It looks like it.
Even at this distance, there's no mistaking what he's dragging out of there.
A body.
I guess we can get him now, Sheriff.
All right, Lenny. Stop where you are. Don't move.
Huh? He's making a break for it, Jace.
Let's go.
This way, Jace. He's heading around back of the chapel.
Hold it, Sheriff.
Where the blazes did he go?
I don't know. Listen, do you hear anything?
Nope. Hey, wait a minute. I thought I saw something move over there behind that tombstone. Let's take a look.
Wait. Circle around that way. If he is there, let's see if we can maneuver him in position so he'll make a break for his car. I'll be waiting for him.
All right. Careful, though. He may have a gun.
All right.
There he goes, Chase!
Hold it, Lenny.
Let go! Let go!
Simmer down now, boy. This is as far as you go.
Let go of me!
I said simmer down.
Okay, Ranger.
You all right, Jace?
Yeah. Come on, let's go around back of the car and have a look at that body.
It's Arlene Rankin, all right, Jace.
How about it, Lenny? You feel like talking?
Sure. Why not? Arlene, she was just playing me for a sucker. She was really crazy about Fenton all the time, just using me to make him jealous.
When'd you find that out?
Last night when I sneaked over to the Purvis place, I saw them together. I went out of my head, I guess.
So you went inside, got the gun, and shot Fenton.
Well, I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted to scare him. I didn't mean to.
I suppose you didn't mean to kill Arlene either.
No, but I had to. I had to kill her to keep her from talking.
You had the body in the trunk compartment here all this time?
Yeah. I waited too long last night trying to make up my mind what to do with it. Sheriff's men were all over the place looking for her.
You thought you'd get away with making it look like Arlene had killed Fenton and run off. Huh?
I almost did get away with it.
Yeah, almost. The penitentiary's full of people who almost got away with it, too. Come on, let's go.
For the brutal murders of Dave Fenton and Arlene Rankin, Lenny Hayes was sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for the rest of his life.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
One day last year, we received a card from a little girl who wanted to be a Texas Ranger. She said she didn't have a horse, but she did have a mule and could ride. We learned last week that this same little girl was stricken with a serious illness and has been in bed all summer. When she heard our first show a few weeks ago, she asked her father to help her write a poem and send it to us. We'd like to read it. R is for Ranger, stalwart and strong. A for his aim that never goes wrong. N for his nerve, calm, steady, and sharp. G for his gun, never misses the mark. E is for effort, endurance in fight. And R for respect for the things that are right. Vanaloo, that's a fine poem, and it's deeply appreciated. Honey, you're going to get well, 'cause in spirit, you're a Texas Ranger.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Lillian Bayef, Whitfield Connor, Parley Bear, Sam Edwards, and Marion Richmond. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Adrian Gendot, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keith. Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Sunday is your invitation to fine radio entertainment with The Big Show, Phil Harris and Alice Faye, and Theater Guild on the Air. Yes, hear all three on NBC. Next, it's The Big Show on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. The body of a dead man has been found in the rear of his shop. He has been brutally beaten to death. The killer is unknown. Your job, find him. Thousands are changing to Chesterfield, both regular and king size, because Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both sizes.
That means king-size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette.
It's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. There is absolutely no difference, except that king-size Chesterfield is larger, contains so much more of the same tobaccos, it gives more than a fifth longer smoke. Yes, more than a fifth longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Premium quality Chesterfield, and much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, July 5th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 7:58 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
That you, Joe?
Yeah. How's it going?
Don't ask me.
What's the matter?
Went to the beach yesterday. Got your sunburn. I could hardly sleep last night. I'm just miserable, Joe. It's going to be a week before I can wear a shirt without feeling I got army blanket on.
Well, can't you get something for it? Something to make it feel a little better anyway?
Don't bring that up either.
What's that?
If you've got any homemade remedies for sunburn, keep them to yourself. I've had them for now.
Why? What's the matter?
Like I said, we went to the beach yesterday. Beautiful day. They fixed up a lunch, sandwiches, potato salad, deviled eggs, all that stuff.
Yeah, I know.
We went down to Castle Rock, you know, down the highway?
Yeah.
Just had a ball. Just great. Kids played in the water, and then when it got dark, we had a few 4th of July things for them. You know, sparklers, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. When we got home, and I started to feel it.
What, the sunburn?
Yeah. Back feels like it's on fire, Joe. Legs feel like I got them in hot oil. Believe me, it's terrible. Took off my shirt, pants at home, just sitting there in my shorts. I was trying to figure out some way to stop the burning, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it happened. In comes Armand.
Well, that's your brother-in-law, huh?
Yeah. He's read in some magazine where tea is the stuff for burns. Right away, he starts brewing tea.
Tea? The kind you drink?
Yeah. Tells me to lay down on the floor, right flat on my stomach. I was feeling so miserable, I'd have done anything to get rid of the feeling, so I did just lay there. And he starts putting tea leaves all up and down my back of my legs, and well, felt real good at first, kind of cool, you know.
Yeah. And all this time you're laying on your stomach there.
Yeah, right in the middle of the living room floor. He put papers down first, you know, so the tea wouldn't drip all over the floor.
Well, you brew this stuff first.
Yeah, and then they put the tea leaves on me, but then the tea leaves started to dry. They crinkled all up, and the pain came back. Just miserable, Joe.
Well, did it do any good at all?
I don't know. They finally took it off and put some kind of ointment on my back. Helped a little. Had to sleep on my stomach all night. Couldn't turn over. I just lay real still. Once in a while, I'd fall asleep and roll over, and wow, I'd wake right up with the pain. I tell you, Joe, I didn't sleep at all. Not a wink.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't see what you're blaming Armand for. Seems like he did try to help you out, though.
Oh, sure, he tried. Whole thing was his fault. If he'd kept his big mouth shut, everything would have been all right.
How do you figure that?
A picnic. It was his idea, Joe.
It's a hot shot. I'll get it.
What is it?
Killing down on Bixel. 8:14 a.m. We arrived at the address on South Bixel. It was a small neighborhood pawn shop. A radio car had arrived, and the 2 officers had cleared the crowd away from the entrance of the store. One of the officers showed us through a curtain into the back room. Everything was smashed. Glass cases were demolished. Clothing from the shelves had been torn down and thrown all over the floor. At one side of the room, a closet door was half open, and in the closet was the body of a man. We started to talk with George Armstrong, the victim's partner.
Terrible.
I don't want to look anymore. I don't want to believe it. Anybody would do this to Mark.
Mark, is that your partner's name?
Yes, sir, Mark Williams, my friend. We've been together the last 15 years. Knew each other for 10 years before that. I don't want to think about it.
Would you like to step out here, sir? Front part of the store?
Well, would it be all right?
Yes, be fine. I'll call the crime lab, Joe.
All right, good.
Where's the phone, sir?
It's back there on the wall.
Thanks. I'd like to ask you some questions, if it'd be all right.
Yes?
You discovered the body, is that right?
Well, yes, this morning when I came in, I opened the store like I always do, about, I think it was 7:45, I guess it was, something like that.
I see.
I opened the front door like I usually do, and then I came in and put the water on for some tea. You can see there, see that hot plate? Mark and I usually have a cup of tea when he comes in.
I see.
Well, then I went to the back room to hang up my coat. First, I thought that somebody had tried to rob the place.
Mm-hmm.
The way things, were scattered all over. Then I saw Mark laying on the floor, and I called you.
They're on the way, Joe. Okay. Did you always open up the store by yourself, Mr. Armstrong?
Yes. I don't know how it started, but somewhere along the line, I'd open up the place, and then Mark would clean up the shop and close. It's been that way for years.
Mm-hmm. When did you last see Mr. Williams? That is, when did you see him alive?
Saturday night. I left about 5:45. He was closing the place up. I told him that I'd meet him for breakfast Sunday morning. He wasn't there. I tried to call him at home, but there wasn't any answer. His landlady hadn't seen him.
Was he married, do you know?
No, he wasn't married. Same thing happened to both of us. Neither one of us married.
What's that, sir?
Well, you see, Mark and I are both in love with the same girl when we were younger. Used to take her to the park in the summer, listen to the band, concerts. Three of us, we used to go every place together. Like I said, both of us were in love with her.
Uh-huh.
Well, things went along just fine for a year or so, and then she got married to someone else. Mark and I were pretty sad about it. Couldn't blame the girl, though. The guy she married was rich. He had a big house. It was a good family. We didn't have much of anything. No, neither of us married. Just never seemed to find a girl that compared with Kate.
Kate?
Kate Dillon. She's a lovely girl.
This meeting you were going to have yesterday morning, was that a regular thing?
Oh, yes, it was. You see, about the only relaxation Mark and I had was bowling on the green.
Bowling?
Mm-hmm. Every Sunday that it didn't rain, we'd meet for breakfast and then catch a bus out to Exposition Park. Bowling club out there. Mark and I both belonged. Mark was a sort of local champion. Played a real good game.
Well, didn't you think that anything was wrong when he didn't meet you yesterday?
Well, yes, I did. I did at first. Then I got to thinking about it, and I figured maybe he wasn't feeling too good. Just didn't want to go out to the club.
Yes, sir.
He'd get like that, moody. Just for no reason at all. Decided he didn't want to go anyplace at all. Just sit in his room. Almost always came to work, even when he was in the mood. But now and then he'd just sit up there and look out the window.
Was there any special reason for all this?
No, not that I know of. He just get like that. No special reason. When he did, you just had to sit and let the mood pass. Nothing else to do.
I see. Well, did Mr. Williams have any enemies that you'd know of? Anyone at all that might do a thing like this?
No, sir. No one.
Mm-hmm. Was he alone when you left him Saturday night?
Yes, he was straightening up the shelves, getting the things in order. But he was all by himself. No one was here.
Well, have you ever had any trouble with anyone in the neighborhood lately? Somebody who might have been looking for trouble, maybe?
Well, Sergeant, most of our customers have trouble.
Well, yes, sir, but about how much money was on the premises when you left?
Maybe $1,500.
Where'd you keep the money?
In the safe, right there. You can see for yourself it's all right.
Would you mind opening it up just to be sure?
Well, if you want me to, but I'm sure everything's okay.
If you wouldn't mind, sir.
Okay. I know there's nothing wrong here. 43. You can see for yourself that everything's okay, can't you? 16 left.
Yes, sir, we just want to be sure.
Right to 8. There, you can see it.
Uh-huh. Is the money kept in that strong box?
Yes, sir.
Who knew the combination to this safe? I mean, besides you.
Just Mark and me. We were the only ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all the money's there.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else missing from the store? Anything that you can see?
Well, Sergeant, look around you. If there was anything, how could I tell? I'd have to take a complete inventory. Well, what difference does it make? How's it going to help Mark?
Well, it's pretty important we find out why he was killed the way he was, sir. A beating and all. If you'd look around, you might be able to come up with something.
Oh, all right, I'll look around, but I tell you, I don't think there's anything gone.
All right, if you just do that, we'll look over the back room if it'll be all right. Pretty bad, huh, Joe? Yeah. Looks like revenge could have been the motive, maybe from the looks of things here.
Yeah, it'd
Can't
have
tell.
to be something like that. Terrible beating. The way the place is all smashed up.
Yeah. Frank?
Yeah?
Come over here.
Yeah?
Look here in the closet. You can see it there under the body.
Oh, yeah, looks like a hand axe.
Yeah.
Might have been trying to defend himself, huh?
Well, maybe.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
You were right, absolutely right.
What's that, sir?
Well, he did steal something. The gun case has been broken into.
Yes, sir. Anything missing?
A couple of revolvers.
8:32 a.m. The crime lab crew arrived and went over the place. In the back room, under a pile of clothes, they found a 10-inch length of lead pipe. Dean Bergman from Leighton Prints dusted the room, the safe in the store, and the lead pipe. He came up with several clean prints. He rolled the dead man's fingerprints, and then he took Armstrong's. Comparison with those he'd found eliminated all of them except a partial print on the safe. The coroner arrived and removed the body. Frank and I canvassed the neighborhood, but none of the people in the area had noticed anyone suspicious in the last few days. We called the office, and Sergeants Joe LaMonica and Howard Hudson came out to help us in the search of the vicinity. The axe found in the hands of the victim, Mark Williams, had stains on the blade. A closer check of the pawn shop showed that several articles other than the guns had been stolen. George Armstrong gave us a complete list of the missing property along with the serial numbers of the guns. 11:34 a.m. Frank and I checked back into the city hall. Frank, did you get the APBs out?
Yeah? Notified the pawn shop detail. Any word from LaMonica and Hudson?
No, not yet. At least there's nothing in the book there. I'll get it. Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, John. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, we haven't heard from him yet. No. Where? Yeah. Yeah, well, that figures. Uh-huh. Okay, thanks. It's LaMonica. He and Hudson found a blood-stained shirt in an alley behind an apartment house a couple of blocks from the pawn shop.
Yeah?
Checked the apartment register, and they found a Wallace Holmes listed.
Holmes?
Yeah, LaMonica knows him.
Yeah?
Just served 6 months for violation of the Narcotics Act. (12:02 p.m.) We ran the name Wallace Holmes through R&I. He had a record dating back almost 10 years. He'd been arrested twice for violation of the State Health and Safety Code and once on suspicion of 211 PC. We talked to the neighbors in the apartment building where he lived, but they told us that Holmes had been in bed with a bad cold for the past 3 days. Several of them had taken him food on occasion and stated positively that he could not have left the apartment. Bergman checked his fingerprints against those we'd found at the pawn shop. There was no make. A stakeout was placed on the building. 2:15 p.m. We checked with the crime lab to see if Ray Pinker had finished the tests on the physical evidence that he'd collected at the murder scene.
Looks like the lead pipe.
Can you tell us anything about the killer?
Nothing except he's WMA.
How about the other bloodstains, Ray?
Test out type O, victim's type B.
Well, figures that he managed to hit the killer with the axe then, huh?
Possible.
How about the shirt? Did you find anything on it?
We haven't finished the tests on the dust particles we found in the pockets yet. Precipitant test shows it's human blood. Haven't had a chance to group it yet.
How about any laundry markings? Anything there, Ray?
I was just about to check it. Spread it out here. You want to get those lights, Frank?
Yeah, I'll go.
Turn on this fluorescent. Yeah. There's laundry marking here.
Yeah. Looks like RJ.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? And there's a number there, too, in it.
769-02.
Anything else, Ray?
Looks like that's about it.
What laundry, would you know?
Yeah, I think so. Marking's the same type as Consolidated Central Laundry uses. Big place out on Pico.
Mm-hmm.
Handle cleaning for a lot of small neighborhood places in town. I can give you the address.
Okay, anything else?
Oh, he had a 15 neck and a 33 sleeve.
Average size, not much help, huh?
Maybe I can give you some more when I get through the dust particles in the pockets.
Yeah, okay. Wish we had a little more to go on.
Well, you got a piece of lead pipe, a stained shirt, and an axe that looks like it's been recently used.
Yep.
They all connect somewhere along the line.
Yeah, all we got to do is find out where. 2:58 p.m. Frank and I drove out to the Consolidated Central Laundry. We talked to the manager, and he looked through the files. He was able to tell us that the shirt had been laundered at a small cleaning place on South Hill. He gave us the address, and Frank and I drove over. We talked to the manager of the shop.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's our number, all right.
Yes, sir. Would it be possible for you to tell us who owns the shirt?
Yeah, I'll look it up in the book. Let's see, RJ 769-02.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Let's see, 642, 98, 7. Yeah, here it is. John Dunlap, address out on 3rd Street. Say, what do you want to know about the shirt for? Dunlap done something?
Oh, we're just conducting an investigation here.
Oh.
Wonder if you'd describe this Dunlap for us.
Oh, sure. I've known John for years. Been bringing his things in here for at least 8, maybe 9 years.
Could you give us a description of him, you think?
Yeah, Johnny's about my size, maybe 5'11". Weighs about 180.
How about his coloring?
Huh?
His coloring. Is he dark or light complected?
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you'd say maybe sort of medium. Yeah, medium.
Does he have any marks or scars on him? Anything unusual about him?
Well, if you asked me that yesterday, I'd have said no.
How's that?
Well, up till this morning. John came in this morning, and there was nothing that made him stand out up till then. He must have had an accident over the weekend, I guess.
I don't understand.
Came in this morning, his face was all scratched up.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
We like to give the facts about Chesterfield so you can be your own judge.
Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to tell you what it's made of. The world's best tobaccos. Kept tasty and fresh by pure and costly moistening agents. The best that money can buy. And Chesterfield cigarette paper is of the highest purity.
Now, Chesterfield is the first cigarette to present this scientific evidence on the effects of smoking.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfield for an average of over 10 years. After 8 months, the medical specialist reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield. I'd say that means real mildness. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Monday, 5:30 p.m. Frank and I ran the name John Dunlap through R&I. We found no record on anyone answering his description. Meantime, the stakeout on Wallace Holmes' apartment where we'd found the blood-stained shirt continued. Ray Pinker had finished the test on the shirt and found that most of the blood on it was type B. However, there were also small traces of type O. The tests on the dust particles found in the pockets of the shirt netted us nothing. 6:15 p.m. We drove out to the address given us by the cleaning shop. It was a large apartment building. Dunlap was registered in the penthouse. We took the elevator up and rang the bell.
Yeah?
John Dunlap?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Police? What do you want with me?
Just like to talk to you.
Well, okay, come on in. You can see you caught me in the shower.
This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you, sir? How do you?
Hey, mind if I go ahead and get dressed while we talk? I got a date and I don't want to be too late.
No, it's all right. Go right ahead.
Come on in here. What is it I can do for you, officers?
Well, I wonder if you could explain your movements Saturday night.
Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's see. I played golf in the morning, got back from the club about 6, I guess. Miserable game, 102, lost $35. Sure was off Saturday.
Just a minute, sir. You tell us what clothes you want. We'll get them for you.
All right, hand me that shirt there, the blue one, huh?
Here you are.
Sure, a miserable game Saturday. 3-putted almost every green.
Nice-looking shirts, Dunlap.
Like them?
Well, they're nice-looking. Where do you get them?
I have them made. Can't wear store-made shirts. Neck's too long. Collar doesn't fit right.
What'd you do after you got home from the golf club?
Took a shower, then went out. Had a date. Lousy game, ruined the whole evening.
Sir?
Well, after that crummy 102, I really played the 19th hole. Got pretty loaded. By the time I got to Alice's, I was in a rare mood.
Alice?
Yeah, Alice Miller. Anyway, I was about half hour late, and she was fit to be tied. We were supposed to have dinner out in Malibu. Took us about an hour to drive out there, and Alice kept getting mad as we drove. I guess I didn't help things out any. I was in a foul mood and didn't keep it to myself.
Yeah?
Well, by the time we got there, really going at it, silly thing, no sense to the argument at all, but it just kept building. Either one of you married?
Yes, sir. My partner here is.
Well, then he knows what I mean. Well, we didn't get down to the beach till about 8:30 or 9. We got out of the car, and Alice said she wanted me to take her back home. I told her we'd just gotten there. She said she didn't care, wanted to go home.
Yeah?
I told her if she wanted to leave, it was okay with me, and I turned around to walk down to the house. You know, it's pretty dark down there.
Uh-huh.
Well, I walked right over the embankment. Must have fallen over about 6, 7 feet. Didn't hurt myself much, but you can see I scratched up my face.
Yeah, we can.
Well, the long one, though, I guess it was worth it.
How's that?
Well, Alice was so scared she ran down to me, and the argument was all over. We went on into the house and had dinner.
How long were you there?
Oh, I guess until, maybe 2:30, 3 in the morning. Got to playing charades. Time just went.
You happen to know what blood type you have?
What?
Your blood type. Do you know what it is?
Oh, I think it's A, but I'm not sure, though.
Uh-huh.
You said you had your shirts made to order, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Can you tell us how someone else might have gotten one of your shirts?
Wait a minute. I don't think I understand just what's going on, or what is this all about? Come in here and ask a lot of questions. What's it all for?
Just routine.
Routine what? It's not routine for me to have policemen come in and ask a lot of questions. Where was I Saturday night? Who makes my shirts? Who might have had them? Come on, what's the pitch?
All right, you know a man named Mark Williams?
Williams? No, Tom Williams sells insurance.
No, Mark Williams.
No, I don't think I know Mark. Anyway, what's he got to do with this?
He was killed Saturday night.
Figure maybe I did it?
Well, a shirt that belongs to you was found near the scene.
My shirt?
That's right. Same label. Check the laundry markings in it. Your laundryman said it was your shirt, said it was your number.
You talked to Harry?
Yeah, if that's his name, I guess we did.
Well, I don't understand it. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
A couple of weeks ago, I gave a half a dozen shirts to the woman who comes in to clean up the place. She might know what happened. Let me call her and find out. I got her number here someplace. Yeah, here it is. If anybody knows, she would. A couple of weeks ago, told her she could have them. I don't know what's the matter with them. Hello? Mrs. Lambert in, please? Yeah, thank you. Hello, Mrs. Lambert. This is John Dunlap. Oh, just fine. And you? That's good. No, I just want to know what you did with those shirts you took a couple of weeks ago. Well, no, Mrs. Lambert, I did give them to you. I just want to know what you did with them. Uh-huh. I see. Well, can you give me the address? Well, just a minute. I'll get a pencil. You have a pencil, officer?
Here you are.
Thank you. Now, go ahead, Mrs. Lambert. Uh-huh. 47? All right, thank you. No, don't you worry. Everything's all right. Yeah, well, thank you, Mrs. Lambert. Yeah, I'll see you then. Right, goodbye. A real character. Thought I wanted the shirts back.
Did she tell you what she did with them?
Yeah, said she sold them to a second-hand store down on Bixel.
7:20 p.m. We drove over to talk to the cleaning woman. She gave us the same story that we'd gotten from John Dunlap. We went over to the second-hand store, but it was closed. The stakeout on the apartment continued. The body had been posted, and the coroner told us that Williams had been killed at approximately midnight on Saturday night. That would allow 2 hours on either side, making it possible for the murder to take place between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Frank and I checked out of the office and went home. The following morning, Tuesday, July 6th at 8:17 p.m., we checked the second-hand store where the shirts had been sold. The dealer told us that he remembered the shirts. He said that he'd bought 5 of them and had only sold 1. He was able to give us a fair description of the man he'd sold the shirt to. He went on to say that he'd heard that the man was a user of narcotics. We ran the name he gave us, Fred Harris, through R&I. He had a record of violation of the State Narcotic Act. We got out an APB and a local bulletin on him. We called Narcotics Division and notified them that we wanted Harris as a suspect. We checked the address listed on his record, but we found that he'd moved and left no forwarding address. 2 days went by. We ran down all leads, but we were able to come up with nothing new. Thursday, July 8th, 8:30 a.m. Frank and I checked back into the squad room.
Well, there's another one that didn't go anyplace.
Yeah, well, he's got to be someplace. I get it. Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, Joe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, how soon will you be here? All right. Okay, right. Anything? LaMonica and Hudson, they just picked Harris up. 11:20 a.m. Fred Harris was brought to the interrogation room. Frank and I talked to him for about an hour, but other than his name, he refused to tell us anything. We tried to lead him out. We talked about his family, about sports, food, everything we could think of. None of it worked. Harris remained sullen and uncooperative. 1:46 p.m.
How about some lunch, Joe?
Yeah, I guess so.
Harris?
No, thanks. Well, you suit yourself.
What do you want, Joe?
Well, ham on rye's all right. Get some coffee, too, huh?
Okay. You sure, Harris? You don't want anything to eat?
No, I told you.
Okay.
All right, if I smoke?
Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you want to talk about it, Harris?
About what?
Why you killed Williams.
Who says I did?
That's the way it looks.
It looks wrong.
Well, you figured for yourself, Harris. When you killed the old man, you weren't very careful. You left a couple of prints around the place.
Yeah?
Shirt you wore, we got that. Found it right where you dropped it. Ran that down, leads right to you. Got the man who sold it to you. Identifies you.
Maybe he's wrong.
No, you know better than that. When they picked you up, you were carrying some of the things you stole from that pawn shop. You can't account for your time on Saturday night.
I told you I didn't do it. I didn't kill the old man. I just don't remember where I was that night. Didn't that happen to you? You go someplace and a couple of days later you can't remember where you were. Doesn't that ever happen to you?
Oh, yeah, once in a while.
Yeah, you see? How you expect me to remember when you sometimes forget?
You a user?
What are you asking that for? You got the record. Look it up yourself.
Roll up your sleeve.
All right.
You're a user. You work for a living?
Yeah, sometimes.
What do you do?
Whatever I can.
When'd you last work?
A couple of weeks ago.
You haven't worked since then, huh?
No.
Where'd you get that stuff they found on you?
I don't know. Must have bought it.
Any idea where?
No.
You bought this stuff and you don't know where. Is that what you want me to believe?
Believe what you want. I don't care.
Well, here's what I believe. You tell me if I'm wrong. I think you went to the old man's pawn shop about closing time on Saturday night. You had a big yen on and no money to make a connection. You tried to rob the old man. He didn't like it and you killed him. You killed him with that hunk of lead pipe we found, the one with your fingerprints all over it. Then you tried to get the safe open and you couldn't. So you wiped it clean, grabbed what you could carry, and you ran out of the store. A couple of blocks away, you calmed down and took a look at yourself. You threw that shirt in the ash can, then you went up to Wallace Holmes' apartment to try to make a connection, didn't you?
He tell you all that?
No.
Now, come on, how about it? Holmes tell you that?
Now, look, you're a little mixed up, aren't you? You just answer, you don't ask.
Sure, he told you. You never found out if he did. My big pal, Wallace Holmes. After all I'd done for him. If I had a nickel for every pop I shared with that bum and he cops out on me, blabs everything to you. The one guy I'd have done anything for. Give the guy the shirt off your back, and this is the thanks I get.
Well, that's your big trouble, Harris.
What do you mean?
You ought to hang on to your shirts.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 15th, trial was held in Department 86, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, again this year, Chesterfield has asked me to remind you to see your own neighborhood cigarette dealer first about your Christmas shopping problems. Among many wonderful gift ideas, he's featuring the gift of the year, the Chesterfield Christmas carton. Now, to my way of thinking, it's the ideal gift because Chesterfield is the only premium quality cigarette available to you shoppers in both regular and king size. Either way, regular or king size, they're a wonderful smoke and they make fine Christmas gifts. Get them from your dealer. Premium quality Chesterfields.
Fred Richard Harris was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Rodman, Olin Soule. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfields. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's more adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
In Brazil and invites you on an unforgettable journey. We're waiting to miss us.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 156. Investigate the nude body of a man found in Latigo Canyon. No clues as to identity except one red necktie found on his neck. That's all. Rosenquist.
This broadcast marks the 3rd anniversary of Calling All Cars. For 3 consecutive years, the solutions of actual crime cases have been thrillingly dramatized for the entertainment of millions of listeners. The Rio Grande Oil Company hopes you have enjoyed these programs and that you will continue to enjoy many more. If you have enjoyed them, it is primarily because they are true. Truth is not only stranger, but more convincing than fiction. Calling All Cars faithfully portrays the tempo of the modern war on crime. It is your sheriff, your chief of police, your district attorney, your fire chief who is dramatized here. Their courage, their devotion to duty, their efficiency is real. Calling All Cars is not merely a play. It is a segment of life. It gives you a vivid picture of what is done in this modern world to make your daily goings and comings safe, to guard what you own and protect what you cherish. In these brilliant achievements, Rio Grande is happy to be playing a small but vital part. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is used in more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month. You can buy from your independent Rio Grande dealer exactly the same gasoline that these police cars use. If it is sufficiently outstanding to be chosen time after time for police cars, it should be the gasoline for you. And now, once again, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight, another milestone rolls by as Calling All Cars enters its 3rd year of broadcasting. 156 weeks have gone by since the initial broadcast. 156 cases have been dramatized for the vast listening audience. Tonight, I should like to express my appreciation to you, as the audience, for having made Calling All Cars possible, and to my brother law enforcement agencies for their willing cooperation at all times. And now, I take pleasure in presenting Captain A.C. Jewell, Under-Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Captain Jewell.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Good evening, friends. There's an old saying, give a man enough rope and he'll hang himself. That is a theory that we of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office works on. A man is innocent of a crime he has been accused of and is telling the truth when questioned. He should have no difficulty in giving the same answers every time. But if a man is lying, he has to remember every tiny thing he has said, which usually proves to be too great a task for his mind. So, we give a man enough rope, or, in other words, get him to talk while we are making shorthand notes of his conversation. Then, we begin all over again. Ask the same questions in a little different order and check the original answers against the new one. And invariably, after repeating this process a few times, the truth is certain to come out. This is one of the many reasons why, once we get a guilty person and have a little chance to use this effective method of questioning on them, there's little chance of their ending up anywhere but where they belong, in the penitentiary.
December 28, 1931. Over the Santa Monica Mountains, huge purple rain clouds move in from the ocean. Thunder mutters sullenly. Forked lightning stabs from the heavens intermittently, lighting the tangled, brush-filled ravine that is Latigo Canyon. Then rain. Heavy, blinding rain that sends a great torrent of water roaring through the mountains to sweep trees, brush, massive boulders before it into the sea. On a small road leading out of Latigo Canyon, a Model T Ford sedan crawls to a shuddering halt. Two men climb out, sink up to their knees in the soft mud.
We gotta hurry. The storm's getting worse.
Here, come on.
Give me a hand with him. Okay. I'll take his leg. Hey, you going to leave the tie on him? Yeah, sure. Can't waste any time. Come on. All right. We'll carry him over here by the cliff. Come. Hurry. Oh. Okay. This is all right. Now, over the edge. Shall I throw his clothes over, too? No. We'll get rid of them later somewhere up the road. Now, let's get out of here. We gotta hurry or we'll get caught here by the rain.
For 2 days, the rain continues. For 2 days, the Santa Monica Mountains remain shrouded in a blanket of ominous black clouds. Then, as dawn breaks on the third day, the storm moves back to sea, leaving a stillness broken only by the monotonous dripping of water, the occasional scream of a gull wheeling high overhead. In the little sheriff's substation of Malibu Canyon, Deputies Chapman and Nestor are preparing to drive into Santa Monica Station when a car slides to a skidding stop in front. A man climbs out, hurries to the door.
Looks like we got visitors, Ed.
Yeah, in a hurry, too.
Are you the sheriff?
Well, not exactly the whole sheriff, but I'm in charge here.
Well, you'll do. There's a body up the road. A dead body.
What?
Yeah. And it hasn't any clothes on it.
Now, wait a minute, mister. Take it easy.
Well, I'm so doggone out of breath that I can't talk very well.
You say there's a body in the road?
Yeah.
Where?
Up in Latigo Canyon. It hasn't any clothes on it.
So you said.
Oh, I didn't find it. Brown did. One of the boys working on the road with me. But he said he didn't have any clothes.
I think we better go out there and take a look, Joe.
I can take you back to the camp in my car if you want to. The fellow that found it's waiting up there.
No, we'll follow you in our car. Save you the trip back.
Brown says it looks like murder.
What made him say that?
Because the body didn't have any clothes except a necktie around his neck.
All right, you go ahead and we'll follow. And don't try to break any speed records on these roads. It's too slippery.
No, sir. I won't. You just follow me.
So, with Deputies Nestor and Chapman following in their car, the breathless road foreman drives to the camp. There they pick up Brown, the man who found the body, and drive on up the little road into Latigo Canyon.
It's just up the road a ways, around that bend.
Sure we can get all the way in the car?
Yeah, the road's all right. You can make it.
How'd you happen to find the body, Brown?
Well, I was walking along inspecting the roadbed to see what damage the rain had done. All of a sudden, I saw a silver pencil lying right in front of me. I picked it up and it seemed kind of queer that a pencil should be there, so I started looking around.
Got the pencil with you?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Good. Might be some use as identification.
So anyway, when I was looking around, I noticed something white down on the side of the ravine, and hey, wait a minute. Here's the place right here. The body's down that little hill there. I'll show you. Right over here.
Nice cheerful spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
There, see? You can see his legs sticking out of that crack there.
It's a body, all right. Come on. Let's go down. Take it easy, Red. Watch out for that brush there.
Yeah.
Look out. Yeah. Now,
Naked as the day he was born.
yeah, except for one thing. That red tie around his neck.
You going to try to move him?
No, I think we better leave him right where he is for the time being. The way that tie is pulled tight leads me to believe that maybe Mr. Brown's not so wrong about his murder idea. Well, we'd better go back and report this to the sheriff's office, Joe. Captain Bright will want to see it before it's moved. Come on.
Notified by phone of the gruesome discovery, Captain Bright, in charge of the homicide detail, proceeds directly to the scene, examines the body.
Nothing's been touched since he was found?
No, sir.
All right, boys. Set up your camera and shoot this from all angles.
Yes, sir. Come on, Al. Give me your hand here.
Any signs of identification on him?
We didn't look for any, Captain. Thought you'd want to do that.
Good. Well, let's see. We got to figure a way of getting him out of here.
It's going to be a job, sir. Probably have to use ropes.
Yeah, looks like it. You got those shots yet, boys?
All set, Captain.
Good enough. Rush him into town and get some prints made as soon as possible. Tell the boys in the office I'll be in as soon as I can.
Yes, sir. Come on, Al. Let's go.
Now, all we have to do is figure out how to get a block and tackle rigged up here, and we can get started trying to identify the body. Both of which are liable to prove tough jobs.
And a tough job it proves to be. But at last the corpse is raised to the road above and placed in an ambulance. Then in a 3-car procession headed by Captain Bright, the cavalcade drives to Los Angeles. After leaving the body still closed in the red necktie at the county morgue, Captain Bright begins the tedious task of identifying it. In his possession are one silver pencil, one belt buckle bearing the initial E, and the red necktie, the only clues found at the scene. For 2 days, people file through the morgue, look at the dead man. But at the end of that time, there still is no lead as to who he was. And then, 3 days after the discovery of the body, another road worker, William Brandenberger, reports a bundle of clothes found 2 miles up Latigo Canyon. Acting upon this report, Deputy Sheriff Warner rushes to the spot, makes a quick examination.
Trousers, coat, vest, shoes, underwear, and hat. Complete wardrobe.
Yeah, and here's something else I picked up while I was waiting for you. Looks like a spark plug wrench.
Let me see. Yeah, that's what it is, all right. But from the looks of it, it wasn't used to remove a spark plug the last time.
What do you mean?
Look at the end of it here. See these dark brown stains?
Yeah.
And notice how it's broken here. Unless I miss my guess, those stains were made by blood, human blood.
You think someone was hit with it?
That's right. And what's more, I think I have a pretty good idea who that someone was. You'd better come back to town with me if you can spare the time. I've got an idea. We can find the person these clothes fit.
And Deputy Sheriff Barner proves to be right when the clothes are found to fit the mysterious corpse in the county morgue. A laundry mark found in the socks gives the officers their first real lead to work on, and losing no time, they set out on a tour of all the laundries in town, hoping to find the one that will have a mark coinciding with theirs. But after 2 days' intensive canvassing, no such place is found. Then, acting on a sudden hunch, Captain H.C. Brewster of the Santa Monica Sheriff's Office, with Deputies F.P. Dickerson and O.H. Cloud, turn from the laundries to local pickup stations. And the very first place they go in Sawtell, their luck changes.
Well, sure, I know them clothes. They're little Jack Irwin's. I'd know them any time.
You know where this Irwin lives?
Sure, over at the soldier's home. He's a veteran. Anybody over there know them clothes, too. Everybody knows little Jack.
Thanks a lot. Oh, I may want to ask you a few questions a little later. You here all the time?
Sure thing. Anytime you want me, I'm right here.
That's fine. Come on, boys. Let's take a ride over to the soldier's home. Yes. Those are Irwin's clothes, all right. What's the trouble? Jack in some kind of difficulties?
I'm afraid so, Captain Close. In fact, he's dead. Murdered.
What? Little Jack Irwin murdered? Why, that seems impossible. He was liked by everybody.
Nevertheless, Captain, his body was found out in Latigo Canyon 3 days ago. Clothed in no more than a necktie. We found these clothes up the road a ways.
Well, who did it?
That's one of the things we'd like to know. You couldn't make any suggestions, could you?
No, I can't think of anyone who'd do it.
Any particular spot where he might have spent a lot of time? You know, pool halls, spots like that?
Well, there's Jack Shower's store down the road a ways. That's where some of the men spend a good deal of time.
You know any of his particular pals here at the home?
No, I don't think I do. You see, I don't get a chance to see much of the men, my duties and all that sort of
Of course, Captain. Well, boys, we might as well look this Jack Shower's place over. There's a chance we might get a lead. Goodbye, Captain, and thanks.
Well, let me know if you find anything out, will you? I'd certainly like to get my hands on whoever did this.
Don't you worry. If we find the person, we'll take care of him, all right? Very good care. Come on, boys, let's go.
By golly, that's too bad. Dirty shame, that's what it is. Why, that poor old devil wouldn't have a chance in a fight of any sort. He was weak.
Well, tell me, Mr. Showers, when was the last time you saw Irwin?
Last time? Well, let me see. It was sometime around noon on the 28th, I think. Yeah, 28th. I remember because it was just a couple of days after Christmas.
Was he with anyone at that time?
Oh, sure. He always had a couple of people with him. Friendly sort of cuss, you know. Matter of fact, he went away with 2 young fellas last time I saw him.
Did he have any money with him?
Yes. I remember changing a couple of tenors for him. He seemed to always have a lot of money on him. Had a great big diamond stick pin and a diamond ring, too.
Now, tell me, Showers, was little Jack a drinker? I mean, a heavy one?
Well, he wasn't no teetotaler. That day, I remember he was pretty woozy. I had to ask the fellas with him to take him out before he got into trouble.
You know who those fellows were?
No, one of them, named Hendricks. John Hendricks, I think it is.
Good. We'll run that down right away. Know where he lives?
Well, I heard him say something about a street in Pasadena. Big Street, something like that. That's about all.
And that's plenty. Cloud.
Yes, sir?
You better get on that right away. Go to Pasadena and find a John Hendricks on Lake Street. If you find him, bring him in with you.
Okay.
I'm going to stay around here and question a few more people. See you back in town.
Right. So long.
Thus, the first real progress on the bewildering enigma of Latigo Canyon. While Deputy Cloud speeds to Pasadena in search of the suspected John Hendricks, Brewster and Dickerson ask innumerable questions of inmates of the home. And as a result, they learn that a man named Hugh Thomas owns an old Cadillac car, the same kind and year as the one the spark plug wrench found in the canyon is from. With this information in hand, they lose no time in picking Thomas up and bringing him to Captain Bright's office for questioning.
Sit down, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Now, what's your full name?
Hugh Samuel Thomas.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm an automobile mechanic by trade. I draw compensation from the soldiers' home, though. That's what I live on.
Have you ever been in jail, Thomas?
Yes, sir. Once on a check charge here in L.A. I'm on probation right now.
Any other times?
A few times for vagrancy.
At all?
Yes, sir.
Do you own a car?
Yes.
An old Cadillac?
That's right.
Mr. Thomas, have you ever seen this spark plug wrench before?
Why, let me look.
It's from the same make as your car.
Yeah, I know that.
Is that your wrench?
Well, as a matter of fact, it is. I can tell from this little broken piece here. Where'd you get it?
Don't you know?
No, sir. That's why I'm asking.
It was picked up off the road about 2 miles from when we found the body of little Jack Irwin.
Jack Irwin?
Yeah. You know him?
Sure. I knew him out at the home.
Know anything about his death?
No, sir. I didn't even know he was dead.
He was murdered, Thomas. And we have a pretty good idea that it was this wrench that did the job. How do you figure that?
You mean my wrench?
That's right.
I don't know anything about it. Good gosh, you don't think I had something to do with it, do you?
Well, it doesn't look any too good for you, does it?
But I didn't have anything to do with it, honest.
You're going to stick to that?
Of course, it's true.
I'm afraid we'll have to hold you on suspicion of murder until we make a little more investigation, Thomas.
But I didn't even know he was dead. This is the first time I've heard of it.
I'm sorry, Thomas. You may be the most innocent man in the world. For the time being, until we explain this wrench, I'll have to hold you in custody.
Oh.
That's all.
Hugh Thomas is placed in jail, still denying any knowledge of the crime. And Captain Bright, Brewster, Deputies Cloud, and Dickerson renew their investigation. Then, in Pasadena, Cloud locates a man who admits his name is Hendricks, but denies any knowledge of the crime. In Captain Bright's office, the men question him.
Your name is John Hendricks?
That's right.
I understand you're quite a friend of little Jack Irwin out at the soldier's home.
You must have the wrong guy, then. I don't know any little Jack anybody.
You don't know that little cripple fellow out there?
Oh, there's a lot of cripples out there.
That doesn't answer my question. I asked if you knew little Jack Irwin.
And I told you no. Isn't that enough?
No, not by a long ways. How about Jack Shower? You know him, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Hang around there much?
Part of the time, yes.
Were you in there the 28th of last month?
Well, how should I know? I can't remember dates.
You'd be a lot better off if you made an effort to remember that one.
Well, let me see. The 28th? Yeah, I think I was.
That's better. Anyone else with you?
Sam, that's all.
Sam who?
Sam Schwartz, the guy I know.
Was little Jack with you?
I told you about a dozen times I don't know any little Jack.
You're getting pretty hot under the collar for no reason.
Well, I don't like to be pinned down with a lot of questions.
Why? Too hard to think of answers to them?
No. It's just annoying, that's all.
Was this Sam Schwartz drinking with anyone besides you?
Well, I guess he was. I don't remember.
Did you see an old man with him? A fellow with one leg shorter than the other?
I don't know.
Did you know little Jack had been killed?
I read about some guy being killed last week. Is that the guy you mean?
Yeah. Little Jack Irwin.
Well, all I know was what I read in the paper.
How'd the paper say he was killed?
Something about his being strangled with his tie.
That's all you know about little Jack?
Yes.
Where can I find this Schwartz man to talk to?
I don't know.
Sure?
You heard me. I said I don't know.
All right, Hendricks. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. When you decide to remember a few things, send word to me. Until then, I've reserved a nice cell for you upstairs. Take him away.
So the second suspect is lodged in jail, and the investigation resumed. But an hour after Hendricks has been locked in his cell, a report comes in from Samuel Schwartz stating that John Hendricks had stolen his car. Faced with this new development, Schwartz is brought in for questioning.
Oh, that was very convenient of you, Mr. Schwartz. Calling in at that moment, I mean.
What do you mean, convenient?
Well, we were just going out to look for you. We didn't know quite where to begin. And then, suddenly, there you are.
What's the idea of looking for me?
Your friend Hendricks mentioned you a few times when we were questioning him. Thought you might be able to clear up a few things.
Hendricks ain't my friend any longer. He stole my car.
He used to be your friend. That right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Schwartz, I want to know where you were about noon on December the 28th.
Well, I was a lot of places.
Where, for instance?
Oh, we drove around town, stopped over at Hendricks' sister's house for a while, and...
What time did you go to Jack Shower's place?
Did Hendricks say we were in Shower's place?
It doesn't matter what Hendricks said. What do you say?
Well, I don't know what time it was. We were there for a while.
Were you with little Jack Irwin?
No, I was with Hendricks.
But you bought little Jack a couple of drinks, didn't you?
No, sir. I don't remember that.
Where does Hendricks' sister live, Schwartz?
I don't see why I should tell you that. What's she got to do with all this?
I don't know yet. I want to know where she lives.
Well, she's got a little place over at 115 Bogle.
115 Bogle, huh? All right, Schwartz. I'm going to have to keep you here for a while till I talk to her. Maybe she can straighten things out for us.
I don't see how she...
That all you want to say?
Yeah.
All right, Brewster. Book this man on suspicion of murder.
Suspicion of murder? What are you trying to pull here?
Nothing, Mr. Schwartz. Nothing at all. You just go along with Brewster here. I'll tell you all about it later.
So Sam Schwartz is put away in the county jail as number 3 suspect. And Deputy Dickerson is sent to the Beauville Street address where he interviews first the landlady, then Hendrick's sister.
Now, Mrs. Clifton, I've just been talking to your landlady, Mrs. Doyle. She tells me that you've got something on your mind that you ought to tell me.
Well, I don't know what to do. I feel that I should tell you, and yet it's an awful thing to have on my mind if I do.
If you're hiding evidence of a crime, Mrs. Clifton, it will weigh a lot heavier on your mind if you don't have it.
What can I do, Mrs. Doyle? What's the right thing to do?
Sure, and you know how I feel about it, Nellie. You've got to get it over with.
All right. I guess it's best.
Hey, take this down, Lynch. Hey.
My brother, John, came into my room the other night and woke me up. He was terribly excited and scared, and he sat on my bed and told me...
Go on, Mrs. Clifton. He told you what?
Well, it's so hard to do this to my own brother.
Of course it is, but it's the right thing to do.
All right. He told me that he was afraid, and he asked me if I'd read about the murder of the old man in the papers.
Yes?
I told him I had, and then I looked at his eyes, and I knew what he was afraid of. I knew right then. And I asked him if he'd done it. He said, yes. He and Sam.
Meaning Sam Schwartz?
Yes. And I asked him why he'd done it, and he said that he and Sam had been over at some place drinking with this man, and that the man got drunk, and the proprietor asked him to take him out, and they did, out in their car, and they started riding around to sober him up. Then he got abusive and started trying to steer the car off the road and a lot of things, and John picked up a wrench from the floor and hit him. Not hard, but just to quiet him.
Well, what happened then?
Well, John said that they drove around some more, and then this man started getting mean again, so they stopped the car and they started to get out. There was a struggle or something, and John hit him again. Then this Sam grabbed his tie, and he pulled it tight until the man stopped moving.
Sam did that part of it?
Well, that's what John told me. Then he said they took his clothes off and drove down to some canyon and threw him out of the car. And later they threw the clothes out.
Well, now, Mrs. Clifton, will you be willing to sign a statement of what you've just told me?
Oh, yes. Yes, I will.
Thank you. And if you'll witness it, Mrs. Doyle, I won't bother you any more. This is all we need to complete our case.
Well, what'll they do to John?
Well, I can't say, ma'am. That'll be entirely up to the judge and the jury. I might hazard a guess, but it wouldn't mean anything, so I won't try. Well, goodbye. Thanks.
Armed with a full confession from Hendrick's sister, the first suspect, Hugh Thomas, is released, and Captain Bright feels the evidence strong enough to bring the men to trial. Then, suddenly, in the midst of it, a sudden new development throws the courtroom into confusion. George Morgan, a prisoner in the county jail on charges of murder, calls Attorney Cooper and Deputy Sheriff Brewster to his cell and makes a startling statement.
You guys are trying to hang the wrong guy for that Irwin job.
What do you mean by that, Morgan?
Just what I said. Those fellas didn't do it. I did.
You did?
Sure. Me and a friend was driving a car, and we ran over him. We were scared to report it, so we drove him out to a place and threw him out.
You and who else?
A guy I know.
What's his name?
His name? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, Keller. That's it.
Who was driving the car?
He was, Keller. He didn't see the guy until we hit him.
Where were you when you hit him, Morgan?
Out by the old soldier's home on the road there.
And where was the place you threw the body?
I don't know exactly. It was a typical mountain road down by the beach.
You're in the same tank with John Hendricks, aren't you?
Yeah. What's that got to do with it?
How much did he pay you for this?
Say, what are you talking about? I'm making a confession to save some innocent guys from hanging, that's all.
You're pretty certain to go up on the murder charge you're in for now, aren't you, Morgan?
Yeah, I guess so.
So one more murder wouldn't make much difference to you.
I don't get it.
All right, I'll put it in plainer words. You and Hendricks have been together in the same tank.
Some way or other, Hendricks has talked you into taking the rap for him. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right. It seems to me this is a pretty funny place when a guy can't even confess to a killing without being handed the third degree.
But when Confessor Morgan is questioned closely as to the details of the crime, he becomes so confused that it is obvious he is lying. So Hendricks and Schwartz are tried in Judge Fletcher Boren's court on charges of murder and robbery. And at 11:30 on the morning of March 19th, 3 months after the brutal slaying in Latigo Canyon, the jury files in and hands the verdict to the court clerk.
Will the clerk read the verdict, please? We, the jury, find the defendants guilty of murder in the first degree and recommend life imprisonment.
Sam Schwartz and John Hendricks were sentenced to San Quentin for life, with an added clause stating that no parole should be given. So, through the work of Captain Bright, Deputies Brewster, Dickerson, and Cloud, the brutal slaying of little Jack Irwin was solved, and the perpetrators placed in the penitentiary for as long as they shall live. In our 3 years' association with law enforcement agencies, we have developed profound respect for the efficiency of the men on the firing line who guard your life and property against fire, accident, and crime. They take no chances of failure in the trust the public imposes. Every man must be alert and ready for action. Every car roadworthy and ready to go. We feel it is no ordinary testimonial when these masters of efficiency themselves show their respect for our products by using Rio Grande cracked gasoline in more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. You will find Rio Grande cracked gasoline just as capable of police car performance in your car. And Sinclair motor oil is just as dependable. Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline are both thoroughly de-waxed, de-jellied motor oils in refinery-sealed, tamper-proof cans. If you want to do something that will delight the heart of some boy or girl, get a free copy of Calling All Cars News from any independent Rio Grande service station and learn how you can secure junior detective and G-man outfits for them absolutely free. Police badges, fingerprint outfits, sirens, more than a dozen gifts, all free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation broadcast 156 regarding a body found in Latigo Canyon. This case has now been solved. And that's all. Rosenquist.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the people. Misery chiseling.
Crawling on one of the lower rungs of the criminal scale is the breed known as the misery chiseler. Defined in dignified terms, he is one who preys on the misfortunes of another for profit. In language more becoming him, he is a parasite who exists on human sorrow, heartache, and misery. The war, with its backwash of heartaches here at home, has given the misery chiseler a rich field in which to work. Through the cooperation of the victims, however, the FBI has already bagged scores of these despicable criminals and is continuously warring against them. But a misery chiseler is not too easily caught, because he has robbed his victim and disappeared before the victim realizes or even suspects that he or she has been robbed. The story of tonight's case begins in San Francisco, in the modest little home of Mrs. Henry Miller, a widow, whose son was reported missing in action some time ago. But just now, from a man introducing himself as Colonel Addison Bramley of British Army Intelligence, Mrs. Miller has heard good news.
You don't know how I've prayed, Colonel Bramley, that this might be true.
I understand.
That my son was alive, even though a prisoner of the Japanese.
Yes, it is much better to know that than nothing at all.
I know.
Well, I fear, madam, I must be dashing along now.
Oh, must you leave right away, Colonel Bramley?
Yes, I must. I have so little time, sorry to say.
Oh.
I'm en route to Washington on a special mission in connection with the work of the underground in Indochina, you see.
Oh, of course. Well, you'll never know how deeply grateful I am to you.
Not at all, madam. One is never too busy to perform an errand of mercy. Let us both rather be grateful to your good pastor, Reverend Morley, for bringing us together.
Oh, he's been so kind trying to get some news for me.
It was just luck, you know.
Really?
Somewhere en route from Burma, I mislaid the slip of paper with your son's name. But thank heavens I did recall that you're both members of the Hillside Church here. So I made him...
Family.
Yes?
I'd hate to bother you, but could you get a letter to my son through the underground?
I believe so, yes.
I'd be so grateful.
I have a suggestion.
Yes?
With a little money, Mrs. Miller, your son could purchase special favors and comforts from the Japanese guards. They're very susceptible to petty bribery.
Could you get that to him, too?
Well, we have managed from time to time to transmit sums of money from parents to their sons.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. I haven't much, but, well, I have $500 in my savings account. Could you get that to my son?
Certainly. And I can assure you, madam, that such a sum would improve your boy's circumstances immeasurably.
Then I'll go to the bank the first thing in the morning. Oh, but that'd be too late for you.
No, not at all. My plane for Washington doesn't leave until 11 a.m. I could meet you in the lobby of my hotel just before going to the airfield.
Oh, thank you, Colonel Bramley.
My dear madam, it's been a pleasure.
You can understand Mrs. Miller's readiness to give this perfect stranger $500. Outweighing her normal caution was her anxiety for her son. And Colonel Bramley's so-called, his important bearing and credible story, and the fact that he had contacted her through her pastor, these things were enough to allay any suspicion. And no doubt her disillusionment would have been delayed for a long time had not something occurred a few days later, which brought her to the San Francisco office of the FBI.
And what caused you to suspect this Colonel Bramley, Mrs. Miller?
This message, Mr. Hartley, from the War Department.
Oh, I see.
There's been a mistake. My son was not missing. He was wounded, and they're sending him home.
That's fine.
I'll not tell him anything about it, of course.
But we're mighty glad that you told us.
A neighbor of mine said that I should.
You've done exactly right. These things are embarrassing to the victims, I know. But unless they report the cases, we don't know that they exist.
I only hope I haven't come too late.
You've given us an excellent description of the man, and we'll go to work at once.
Do you have to say anything to my pastor? He'd feel so badly about it.
He'll be as anxious for us to catch this man as you and we are, I'm sure.
Of course, but...
And he might have a helpful clue. We'll teletype this description to Washington headquarters at once.
During the next few hours, every hotel, every airline, railroad, and bus ticket office in San Francisco was checked by FBI agents. But no trace of any Colonel Bramley or anyone fitting Mrs. Miller's general description of him. Later that evening, a teletype message is coming into the FBI office as Special Agent Hartley enters.
What's coming in, John?
Answer from Washington. They say no information on Colonel Bramley or anyone fitting general description in personal files. Tried to get fingerprints.
Well, I did just that, and I got them.
You did? Where?
I think our Colonel Bramley made a mistake calling on Mrs. Miller's pastor.
What do you mean?
The pastor had Bramley sign his guest book.
Huh?
Look. Bramley signed on the right-hand page and had to press down the left-hand page with his left fingers while he signed. Reverend Morley saw him do it.
Well, he certainly left some fingerprints.
Yes. They were going to send these specimens off to Washington right away.
Ironically enough, while his fingerprints and handwriting are speeding across the continent, Colonel Bramley, a few hundred miles away in Salt Lake City, is just complimenting his young hostess on an excellent dinner. On this occasion, however, he has demoted himself to a Major Romney Richards.
My dear madam, that was a most delightful meal.
Well, it was very simple, really, Major Richards.
Oh, come now. I haven't dined so well in quite a spell. A bit of a rhyme, what?
And pure flattery. And you know it.
Oh, nonsense. I'm quite shamelessly a philogastric, an ardent Epicurean, and I declare I envy your good husband such an excellent cook.
Well, Major, this was all too little in return for what you're going to do for him.
I must repeat, nonsense.
I don't know how I can ever thank you enough for either of us.
Just thank your good pastor, my dear, for bringing us together. And you may rest assured that through my agents in Russia, working with the Manchurian underground, the money will reach and bring relief to your dear husband.
Another day, another city, and another victim, and still free to pursue his loathsome profession. But in San Francisco, he had left a trace, and in both cities, he had left a pattern of operation. Therefore, although unaware of it, his race against time had begun. For the moment, the advantage was his because the FBI had not yet established his identity. But an hour later, as he boarded a bus out of Salt Lake City to continue his misery-chiseling trek eastward, the teletype brought a report to the FBI San Francisco office.
Got something for you, Hartley.
What is it?
Report from Washington. They identified those prints.
Good.
It says Bramley fingerprints identified with swindler whose description tallies with description furnished by Mrs. Miller.
Here, let me see.
Here you are.
Your man is Thomas Edward Bradley, born Chicago, Illinois. 40 years old, 5 feet 11, 175 pounds. Served New York prison term. Forgery. Paroled on request of chaplain whom Bradley served as secretary.
That explains the minister angle in his operations.
Exactly. I'll get it. Hello? Yes? Salt Lake office calling. Hello? Yes, Hartley speaking. Oh, hello, Jager. What? Yes? Yes? That's enough for me. Teletype your report to Washington. Goodbye.
What's up?
Mr. Bradley pulled a job in Salt Lake City last night. I'm going there in the next plane.
we momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on Thomas Bradley, Misery Chiseler. We will reopen this file in just a moment. In the office of President Thomas I. Parkinson of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is a folder filled with letters that come straight from the heart of America. These letters were written by the fathers and mothers and wives of Equitable Society members who have died while serving with the armed forces of the United States. Since the Equitable is truly a society in which all policyholders belong to one big family, we would like to share the inspiration of these letters with all our members. And here, for example, is one from a father who has given us permission to read it on this program. He writes, "Dear Mr. Parkinson, your kind letter of sympathy made us feel more like living and carrying on. As from the way it was written, I know the words came direct from your heart. It's very easy to see how a society like yours could achieve so much. It couldn't be otherwise. Your consoling letter would make our son proud to know that he belonged to a society like yours. The principles for which he fought and gave his life make us proud to be the parents of a son like him. While he was called upon to make the supreme sacrifice, we know now that he did not give his life in vain." Letters like these keep us continually conscious of our responsibility to members of the Equitable Society and to all America. And now, back to the file on Thomas Bradley, Misery Chiseler.
Unfortunately, a misery chiseler nearly always leaves a large number of victims in his wake. But the more promptly the victims report their cases, the shorter becomes the criminal's trail. Mrs. Miller in San Francisco did not report her case for 3 days, although she was not to blame for that. But this gave the criminal, Thomas Edward Bradley, a 3-day start. The FBI lost another day establishing his identity. And a 4-day start in an area as broad as America is quite a handicap in pursuing a criminal who must keep on the move. The FBI now had Bradley's description and his pattern of operation, and all FBI field offices throughout the country had been alerted. His race against the FBI and time had begun in earnest, and already he had lost ground. The report of the fresh case in Salt Lake City had cut Bradley's lead from 4 days to 36 hours. At this moment, Special Agent Hartley, bent on picking up Bradley's trail, has landed in a passenger plane on Salt Lake City's airport.
Hartley?
Oh, hello, Jager.
Not much use in you stopping off here.
What's the story?
When Washington alerted us this afternoon, we contacted all ministers.
Yes?
One of them reported a Major Richards. He had sent him to a Mrs. Warner. Her story is in this report here.
What about Bradley?
We checked, and he left on a bus at 9:30 last night for Denver.
He's loose in Denver by now, I guess.
Yes, we got the information too late to have him picked up at the Denver terminal.
But the Denver office is working in the case.
Yes.
All ministers there alerted?
Yes, and all railroad and bus offices are being watched.
Good. Thanks, Jager. I'm heading for Denver.
Special Agent Hartley arrived in Denver about 4 a.m. The FBI agents there had uncovered no trace of Bradley. But he had to be somewhere in the city. Hotels and rooming houses were checked. No Bradley. And by that afternoon, no minister had reported any contact with him. But Bradley was at work that afternoon, just the same.
What a glorious drive this is, Mrs. Curtis.
I never tire of it, Colonel Ashley.
I dare say you couldn't. If it weren't for this beastly war and the work I must do, I should love to tarry in the midst of this scenic splendor for a season myself.
You must come back someday.
You may be sure I shall. But for now, I'm afraid we must be turning back toward the city.
Oh. Colonel Ashley.
Yes.
How soon will the money reach my son?
The underground in occupied China is doing a splendid job, Mrs. Curtis. Your son should receive the money within a fortnight.
The criminal who lives by his wits is smart enough to alter his pattern of operation occasionally. That's why no minister in Denver had been contacted by Bradley. With the aid of newspaper files, he had contacted a next of kin directly. That's why also Bradley was not apprehended leaving Denver. It was 2 days later when the FBI uncovered the fact that Bradley had boarded an eastbound bus 2 stations out of Denver and had reached his destination by now, Cleveland. But 5 hours later, by plane, Special Agent Hartley arrived in Cleveland, too. It is shortly afternoon, and Hartley is just entering the FBI office.
Hello, Phil. Oh, come in, Hartley. We've been expecting you.
What's been happening?
The town's pretty well covered, but no lead on Bradley yet.
You read his report?
Yes.
I hope he goes back to the minister pattern here.
The ministers have all been alerted, but no report from any yet.
How about the newspaper list of next of kin for the boys missing in action?
3 men are working on it, but Bradley may go to work before all next of kin are alerted.
Yes.
You figure he worked that way in Denver?
Well, he didn't contact any ministers, and the newspaper files are open to anybody.
So Bradley went down the list of missing in action, picked out a victim, and went to work.
I'm sure of it.
Well, we've covered everything. We'll just have to wait for developments.
Yes, but I sure hope they develop, and fast.
It is now 7 p.m., and nothing is developed for the FBI. But at this moment, in a Cleveland suburb, a Mrs. Paul Everett's front doorbell rings.
Mrs. Everett?
Yes?
I'm Major Radcliffe, British Army Intelligence.
Oh, yes. Reverend Matthews' housekeeper phoned that you were coming over. Well, won't you come in?
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Everett, I have news for you.
Oh?
About your husband.
About Paul.
Your husband, Mrs. Everett, is alive.
Oh.
And I've come to ask you if there is any...
Reverend Matthews' housekeeper sent Bradley to Mrs. Everett's house. But why wasn't the FBI notified? While Bradley goes to work on his prospective victim, the minutes, the hours drag by in the FBI office.
Well, Phil, it doesn't look like things are going to develop.
No.
Bradley is going into action here. We should have heard by now.
I know. I'll get it. Robert speaking.
This is Reverend Matthews.
Yes, Reverend?
I was out all afternoon and neglected to tell my housekeeper about your warning.
Yes?
I have just returned, and she tells me she directed a Major Radcliffe to Mrs. Paul Everett's house.
Yes?
He's probably still there.
What's the address?
1625 Lenway Boulevard.
Lenway Boulevard. Thank you very much, Reverend.
One of the ministers, Phil?
Yes. Here's a name and address. Mrs. Paul Everett. I think Bradley's there.
Good. I'll get a cab. You phone the woman and tell her to hold Bradley.
Right.
Wait for me, driver.
Right.
How do you do?
Yes?
I'm Special Agent Hartley, FBI.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you.
Is the major still here?
No, I'm sorry. He left just a few minutes before your office called.
Another miss, but this time by a margin of only a few minutes. This meant Bradley was still in Cleveland. If he tried to register at a hotel or a trenchant rooming house, clerks were keeping a sharp lookout for a man of his description with a British accent. If he tried to leave the city, airline, bus, and railroad ticket offices were alerted by the FBI, all waiting for Bradley to make a move. 4 hours passed and no report. Then Special Agent Hartley began a personal round of travel offices. It was 1 a.m. when he reached an airline ticket office. He scanned the brief list of passengers booked on the flight, then questioned the girl on duty.
Dr. Philip Gibson. Remember him?
Yes, he said he was a surgeon here.
I've looked in the telephone directory, and there's no Dr. Philip Gibson listed.
There's not?
No. How old a man was he?
Oh, around 40.
British accent?
I don't remember.
Notice anything particular about him?
Well, no, but he did make a mistake. He asked for space to Newark, New Jersey, and we don't stop there anymore.
Newark, eh?
Yes. I gave him space to New York and told him how to take the tube to Newark.
When did his flight leave?
Oh, it's reached New York by now.
Yeah, use your phone.
Why, yes, of course.
Thanks. Would you book me on the next flight to New York, miss?
Yes, sir. That will be about an hour from now.
Hello? Phil? Hartley. Contact the Newark office right away to set the stage for Bradley and have them alert ministers and all next of kin. I'm on the next plane to New York.
Hartley arrived at the Newark office of the FBI about 6 a.m. By noon, the stage was set. Ministers alerted. Next of kin of boys missing in action alerted. Everything was in readiness. The afternoon hours dragged by. Nothing happened. 6 o'clock. Maybe there was a Dr. Philip Gibson after all. Maybe Bradley hadn't dropped his English accent, changed his name and manner. 7 o'clock. 7:30. At 8 o'clock, a Mrs. George Wiley, a resident of Newark, was entertaining a guest in her living room.
Some more tea, Colonel Barton?
No, thank you. It was delicious, but I can't name the blend for the life of me.
Oh, gracious, I wouldn't know either. To me, tea is tea, except in the Chinese restaurant.
A jolly good quip, that. Well, Mrs. Wiley, I'm afraid I really must be dashing off. You'll be late for your dinner engagement.
But it's been such a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you. And I find it difficult to leave your charming company, but I have urgent matters to take care of in New York this evening.
Of course.
And you may rest assured that as soon as I've cashed your check, the money will be on its way to your brother. The Korean underground has not failed yet.
I can't thank you enough, Colonel.
Just thank Providence for making it possible for me to be of service to you. Good night, Mrs. Wiley.
Good night, Colonel.
Oh, just a minute, please.
I beg your pardon?
You should. For making me chase you all the way from San Francisco.
What the devil are you talking about, sir, and just who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Look here, young man. Do you know to whom you're speaking?
Yes, I do, Mr. Bradley.
Bradley?
Yes. Thomas Edward Bradley. Bad check artist, forger, swindler, misery chiseler.
Heaven!
Wanted for impersonating an officer of a country with whom the United States is at peace.
Gad, man, is that true?
It is.
Then I trust the FBI will exhibit proper regard for this country's international relations and take such an utter scoundrel out of circulation.
And so, thanks to the cooperation of the citizens on whom he preyed, the FBI was able to chalk up another victory in its war on the misery chiselers. Bradley's final capture was made possible in this case when Mrs. George Wiley, who had been alerted, took long enough at making a pot of tea to also telephone the FBI. Scores of Bradley's kind have been arrested, but not all. Their arrest depends on your help. And you can make their miserable racket unprofitable by dealing only through government agencies and through reputable public service organizations in seeking information concerning loved ones in the service reported missing. Also, by checking first with the FBI before dealing with any individual professing to have special knowledge about the missing person. Remember, the FBI belongs to you. It operates for your protection.
You'll hear about the disposition of this case in just a minute. Do you know what would happen if every single piece of farm machinery in America wore out tomorrow? Well, among other things, it would mean that war production would come to a dead stop. People now living in cities would have to hurry back to the farm. Actually, to get in the wheat crop alone without the aid of mechanical equipment would require the services of every able-bodied person in America plus millions of foreign workers. So will you join the Equitable Society in a salute to an indispensable industry, a salute to the men and women who manufacture and the dealers who service farm equipment, who have built the huge backlog of tractors, binders, and combines that have sowed and harvested our record wartime crops? For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have been invested in this industry, which has done an incredible job of war production and at the same time has manufactured the parts necessary to keep farm equipment from wearing out. Today, although thousands of young farmers have exchanged their overalls for Uncle Sam's uniforms, America is still well fed, thanks to the farm equipment industry. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars, and at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country.
Thomas Bradley, charged with impersonating an accredited official of a country with which the United States is at peace, was sentenced to a long term in a federal penitentiary.
The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Van Cleve, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. And now this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI. August 1st is Air Force Day, a day for air-minded America to look backward at her achievements on the battleground of the sky and forward to the promise of peace, the shadow of her wings over the world forecast. On August 1st, your Army Air Forces will have completed their 38th year of pioneer service in the taming of a new frontier. Sword for victory and shield for peace, your Army Air Forces rule the sky. Salute them on August 1st, Air Force Day.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Crime Classics, brought to you by Plymouth, with a reminder that tomorrow is the day for your first look at the big, bright, beautiful new 54 Plymouth. On display tomorrow.
Good evening. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime.
Listen. That was a cake baker breaking an egg and separating it, the white here, the yolk here. That was the last of 12 eggs to be separated. Next step in the recipe, beat the whites. Our cake baker is French and a good baker, too, so, of course, the cake will be of a lightness and a delicacy that... a cake that kisses back. Pour in the sugar, the flour, and now the ingredient that makes this cake different from all other cakes. You didn't hear anything because it was only a smidgen, and smidgens don't make any more noise, not even a smidgen of arsenic, which that was. The noise comes later. So tonight, my report to you on the 7-layered arsenic cake of Madame Lafarge. Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. First, a message for all of you.
This is the week, tomorrow's the day. The day the great new 54 high-style Plymouth comes to town, and a $25,000 contest with a chance for you to win a brand new 54 Plymouth or one of hundreds of cash prizes.
You'll love the new 54 Plymouth. It's big, bright, beautiful. Longer this year with a low, wide, sleek silhouette. And inside, Plymouth brings to the low-price field the luxury of high-style interiors with an exciting array of new fabrics and color combinations for you to choose from.
Power steering is available in the new 54 Plymouth. Full-time power steering to help you every mile you drive. And you like the way it makes parking in tight places a cinch because it does 80% of the work for you.
3 new Plymouth lines this year, too. New Plaza, New Savoy, New Belvedere. 3 separate lines, and in every line, a wide selection of body styles and color combinations to choose from.
The 54 Plymouth has 64 new features and advancements. Yes, it's 64 for 54. And tomorrow's your day for a first-hand look at this dramatic new car.
Tomorrow starts the Big Plymouth contest, too. So be sure to get your entry blank from your Plymouth dealer when you go in to see the big, bright, beautiful new 54 Plymouth tomorrow.
And now, once again, Mr. Thomas Hyland and his report on the 7-layered arsenic cake of Madame Lafarge. France, as the 4th decade of the 19th century was closing, Louis Philippe was on the throne. It was late summer of 1839, a season of unrest in Paris. In the dark alleys and dank cellars, a populace seethed and grumbled and wrote slogans in chalk on the cobblestones, phrases such as allons, à bas, en avant, aux guillotines, which meant that in this stage people were either for things or against things, or wanted them up or down or forward or guillotined. This was in the city. But a few kilometers away in the country, in Glandier, it was peaceful. Summer was dying gently, and the folk took their cue from nature.
I'm quite sure she will be eminently satisfactory, madame. Her name is Marie Fortuné Capello. It is music, no? Marie Fortuné Capello.
Is she rich?
She has 25,000 francs in her own name.
Marie Fortuné Capello.
She will make a most excellent daughter-in-law to you, madame. I personally will guarantee it.
Huh?
I only meant that she is of quality. I personally knew her father, an artilleryman to Napoleon.
Stirring.
Who froze to his cannon outside of Moscow.
Commendable.
So, you see, you have come to the correct marriage broker. Madame.
Yes?
Your son, Charles, he has been apprised of the arrangement you are negotiating for him?
25,000 francs.
Yes, and her own trousseau.
He has been apprised.
Go to him then and tell him he is most fortunate. His beloved is not only of wealth, but of beauty. We are in agreement, madame?
She's in good health?
Excellent.
She has never been married before?
Never.
Then we are in agreement.
Therefore, if you please...
10% of 25,000.
2,500 francs.
Here. 3,000.
And 500 franc change. Madame.
Yes?
Your son, your fortunate son, Charles.
Yes?
He still spends his time at the blast furnace?
I cannot get him interested in anything else.
Strange. I only say this because I recall in my youth there were other things to do. Strolling, picnics in the bois.
My son Charles is a young man who likes to spend his time at the blast furnace.
To each his own, eh, madame? Goodbye, madame.
Charles Lafarge was one of those rare individuals who was just a natural-born smelter, an unsung Bessemer, as it were. In his early youth, he evinced a healthy interest in iron things and tongs and anvils and blast furnaces. His father had died while fishing for bloaters in the Seine, this when Charles was 3 years old. His mother, a good woman, was quick to recognize her son's natural bent and indulged his talents. As a matter of fact, she invested nearly all her savings in a blast furnace and an ironmongery business for her son. Charles spent most of his waking hours in the shop, shaping things on the anvil, cooling metal, or what he liked best to do, smelting. He was doing that the day his mother broke the news to him.
Her name is Marie Fortuné Capello.
And he was 6 feet 4 inches tall.
What of her?
You will marry her.
Why?
All young men get married. You'll have a wife now, son. Son,
Yes, Mama.
come here to me, closer. I want to look at you.
At what do you look, Mama?
Nothing. You'd better get cleaned up.
And he did. Charles got cleaned up. He bathed, shaved, and got into the clothes of a gentleman of the country. He was introduced to his fiancée, made guttural noises of approval, and in a few hours they were married. The ceremony took place in the empty and dismal halls of the Lafarge castle. In attendance were Mama Lafarge and one Dennis Barbier. Dennis, it should be mentioned, was an employee and bosom friend to Charles. And it must be assumed that Dennis was happy for his friend for having brought such a winsome and lovely creature into an abode usually reek with odors of sulfur and slag. At the end of the ceremony, Dennis offered his arm to Mama, and they left. Then, this is what happened to the newlyweds.
But it frightens me.
Frightens?
Please.
Frightens? How?
The terrible heat of it.
Well, it is a fire. It is hot. How frightens?
Please.
Look to me.
Yes?
This bar, this iron bar. Do you see? Do you see it bending? It. Look. Look. Why did you not look?
I do not know.
My mama said to me you would do what I say you do.
I will try.
Well, then look to me.
Yes?
This metal piece, this round metal piece, you see?
Yes.
For you.
What?
For you.
I don't...
To lock about you if you will run away from me.
A shackle?
Do not run away from me.
Oh, don't touch me.
Husband to you.
It is not your husband, madame. It is I. It is Dennis. It is Dennis. Dennis.
What do you want?
Your husband sent me to speak with you. May I come in? Your husband said I was to enter your rooms and to speak with you. Thank you, madame.
To speak to me of what?
Madame, how long has it been since you've been here in the chateau?
You know it. 4 months more.
Such joy you have brought to all of us. Of course, we have not seen much of you since you've locked yourself in your room for the most part, but if this makes you happy, all of us are happy.
Say what you wish to say and get out.
I bring sad news.
What?
Your husband has gone to Paris alone. I will turn my back while you weep. You finished? Oh, Madame, you look so radiant after a good cry.
When did he go?
This morning.
Oh,
He has a plan for a blast furnace, a new principle.
my husband.
He was introduced to pencil and paper just last week, and already he has the theory for a new furnace. Remarkable, is it not?
I wish him well.
He asked me, shy man that he is, to say another thing. The 25,000 francs, which is banked in your name, he wishes it. Where are you, Madame? Poor Madame. Where are you, Madame? I would give it to him. Just a while ago, below at the furnace, he fashioned a thing. Oh, it's diabolical, the equipment your husband can make. Before he left, he lifted it up with both hands and said, "Just my wife's size." Ugh.
And if I give it to him?
He will have compassion for you. He says only that. He will honor your desire to remain alone.
Very well.
Ah, you are a good wife. Oh, a word.
Yes?
I, too, have compassion for you. You must understand that.
Compassion? Why?
Your husband is a brute. He is a brute. He is also an imbecile.
Yes.
He is better off if he is dead.
Yes.
What?
I said yes. He is better off if he is dead.
Of course he is. Madame, I take your leave. Madame Lafarge, open quickly, open.
Monsieur Dennis.
Madame,
What are you doing in my chambers?
a terrible thing, so terrible.
What are you talking about?
What she has said.
Who?
The wife of your son. She said
What?
Oh,
What is it?
that she wished your son dead.
I'm sure every wife in the world has wished her husband dead at one time or another.
But the way it was said.
How?
With a kind of madness, with a curling of the lips, a clawing of the hand, with hate, with purpose. "I wish my husband dead," she said. "The heavens give me strength to make it so," she said.
No.
Yes.
This banter kept up a few moments more. Then Mama became firmly convinced that she had a potential murderess for a daughter-in-law. Dennis, on the other hand, went to the pharmacy and bought some arsenic.
Listening to Crime Classics and your host, Mr. Thomas Hyland.
How would you like to win a smart new 54 Plymouth convertible? Well, you couldn't get one for doing less, so be sure to enter the exciting Plymouth contest that starts tomorrow. $25,000 worth of prizes in all, 6 sleek new 54 Plymouths to be given away, and hundreds of cash prizes. How do you enter? Easy.
Tomorrow, visit any Plymouth dealer and see the exciting new 54 Plymouth. Look it over, sit in it, ask questions. Then, on an entry blank your Plymouth dealer will give you, just tell in 50 words or less what you like most about the new 54 high-style Plymouth.
And with 64 new features and advancements to choose from, there's plenty to write about.
For instance, find out about Plymouth's new High Drive, newest, smoothest, no-shift drive in the low-price field at only slight extra cost.
So be sure to visit your Plymouth dealers tomorrow. See this big, bright, beautiful new 54 Plymouth and enter the contest.
Don't put it off either, because the contest closes Monday at midnight. Be sure to see the new 54 high-style Plymouth tomorrow.
And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the 7-layered arsenic cake of Madame Lafarge.
If you happen to pick up any standard almanac of France for the year 1840 and look up the climate for the first week of the year, you will read Il fait froid. That's the French way for putting it that there were blizzards and snows and hails and sleets and cold rains. As a matter of fact, this was one of the most miserable weeks in the annals of French weather. It is only legend, but it's worth mentioning. A freak storm up from the provinces caused a fall of frozen bloaters on the banks of the Seine. And northward, in the town of Glandier, the blizzard swirled bleakly around the parapets of the Lafarge castle. But on the main floor, in a kitchen lighted by a roaring blaze and warmed by a scene of domestic enterprise...
Now you must take the dough and roll it. There, on the table of my aunt.
Your aunt must have been too generous, Madame Lafarge, to have given you so much furniture.
Knead the dough, daughter-in-law. And now I must ask you a question.
What is it?
Do you hate my son, your husband?
I will answer you. At times I do hate him.
This I can understand. But do you wish him dead?
Oh, no. Oh, perhaps in a burst of fury, yes, but... Oh, no, he...
Yes?
Like a child. Like a small child.
Dennis said...
What?
Nothing. Dennis is so quick to take offense. He cares so much for my son, have you noticed? Truly a friend, truly.
I feel for your son. Somehow, right now, I feel for your son a warmth. So the baking of these cakes, which I will send to him in Paris.
I am the most fortunate of mothers-in-law.
I have resolved to give my marriage every chance, to forget what has happened. Therefore, I will do as my husband bids.
You will send him the money?
All of it that is in my name.
25,000 francs?
To the sou. I will send it along with the cakes.
Marie.
Yes, dear mother-in-law?
You are good. It is important that Charles build his blast furnace. When that is done...
Never mind. Here, will you put the dough in the pans? There should be enough to fill those 5 small ones.
Gladly.
I will wash my hands and write Charles a note.
You'll find a pen on the desk of my aunt. And when you are finished, we will put it with the cakes and the money. And Dennis will mail all of it. Let me kiss you.
And they offered each other their cheeks. Then Marie washed her hands and wrote her husband a tender note. Madame Lafarge put the cakes, 5 small ones, into the oven, which her aunt had willed to her, and dozed for a while in her aunt's favorite chair. Then the cakes were ready. They were iced and wrapped. Into the parcel was then inserted an envelope containing 25,000 francs, and a few words of encouragement and endearment and new resolution. Then...
Dennis?
Madame and Madame.
Dennis, take this parcel and mail it to Monsieur Lafarge in Paris. It contains cakes and money, so mail it with dispatch. And Dennis, my mother-in-law and I would appreciate an opportunity to become more... Well, you may spend a few days where you wish, Dennis. Not here. Not here, Dennis.
Not here, Dennis.
Oh, Charles Lafarge got the parcel all right. It was mailed all right, and he got it. But if you think for one moment that Dennis was there when it arrived, you're right.
So, my dear friend Charles, I thought that you would be lonesome in Paris. So many of the young men get lonely in Paris.
You are good.
So I thought to... Now, who could that be? Charles. Charles?
Now, who could that be?
May I see? I will see. Oh. Well, thank you. A package for you, Charles.
A package?
Yes, it is. May I open it for you? I will open it for you. It's from Glandier. From your wife. What could it be?
I feel kindly toward my wife. Perhaps.
Yeah?
When this of the blast furnace is done, when I get back to Glandier, I will.
A cake?
I like cake.
Such a large cake. And here, an envelope. Oh, money.
How much?
3,000 francs.
I hoped she'd send the 25.
Oh, there is a note here, too.
Read it to me.
Dear Charles, keep warm. Here is cake, here is money. Your wife, Marie. Charles?
Yes?
May I cut a piece of cake for you? I will cut a piece of cake for you. Myself, I will eat none of it. My stomach is turning into a paunch.
It is a fine-looking cake.
Here. Eat. Do you like it? Is it good? Is it light?
More.
Here. Eat. What's the matter?
The cake lies against my heart.
Oh?
Painfully. With much pain.
Help! Help! My friend is sick. Doctor! Doctor! My friend has eaten of cake and he is sick. His wife sent him cake and he is sick. His wife sent him cake and he became sick, Inspector. I do not wish to say it, but you forgive me, do you not? Yes, you do. I was in the presence of his wife when she said she wished her husband dead, that she thought him a brute and an imbecile, and she wished him dead. And then she sent me to buy arsenic for mice, she said. For mice. Then this cake comes to my friend Charles Lafarge, and he eats of it, and now he is dead. Inspector, you forced me to say it. I did not wish to say it, but you forced me.
Marie Fortunée Capello Lafarge was arrested on the charge of murder. She was put in prison in January 1841 and brought to trial in July. It is safe to say that this period was a time of travail, for Marie lost 40 pounds, her golden hair turned to silver, and her youthful complexion turned ashen. These, in the main, were observations made by Raoul Lessy, the George Garvey of the Fourth Estate of that day. Nor, during the trial, were the interrogations less unmerciful. She was asked, first of all, whether she loved her husband.
Less, perhaps, than other women. More, perhaps, than some.
And did she ever say she wished him dead?
No, not meaningly.
May I make a statement? My name is Denis Barbier. Charles Lafarge was my good friend. We addressed each other in the second person singular, familiar as tu. I grieve for his death. I grieve that his widow has been placed in such a precarious position. Yet I am forced to say that I, Denis Barbier, friend of Charles Lafarge, did hear Marie Lafarge wish her husband dead meaningly.
You provoked me.
Poor little thing.
You did. You provoked me.
If you wish to say so, I will not disagree. Wife to my friend Charles Lafarge, now dead by poison.
Of arsenic, indeed, which Dennis himself had purchased.
I myself purchased the arsenic and gave it to you.
It was for mice.
For mice, if you wish to say so, I will never disagree.
It was for mice.
For mice.
Ask my mother-in-law. Ask her.
Madame Lafarge.
Very well. I recall no mice. I run a clean chateau.
And your daughter-in-law says for mice. I say you killed my dear friend Charles Lafarge. Murderous!
No!
Murderous!
No!
Yes!
And what of the cake?
There were 5 small cakes.
There was but one cake, a large cake of 7 layers.
Ask my mother-in-law. Ask her.
Madame Lafarge.
I do not remember.
You yourself put them in those 5 pans.
I do not remember. Murderous!
No!
Yes!
And what of the money?
From the bank, I took 25,000 francs and put them in the parcel.
There was only 3,000 francs in the parcel. Murderers! Murderers! Murderers!
Marie Lafarge was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment at hard labor. Also, occasional exposures in the pillories. Then, Mama, 12 years later on her deathbed, suddenly...
I remember. It was not a 7-layered cake. It was 5 small ones which Marie sent to my son. Something must be done.
And something was done. Marie Lafarge, who had already served 12 years, had her sentence reduced to just 5 more years. Then she was sent to a home. Then she killed herself.
Thomas Hyland will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's Crime Classic.
It's big, the 54 Plymouth. It's bright, the 54 Plymouth. Big, bright, beautiful too. The 54 Plymouth is the car for you.
Yes, the new 54 high-style Plymouth is the car for you, and tomorrow's the day to see it.
Tomorrow's also the day to enter the big $25,000 Plymouth contest. You'll find all the easy rules and a complete list of prizes on the entry blank your Plymouth dealer has for you.
So remember, you have a date tomorrow to see the big, bright, beautiful new 1954 Plymouth.
And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, the broad state of New Mexico, at a time when it was worth your life to walk down the street, armed or unarmed, day or night. My report to you will be on Billy Bonnie Bloodletter, also known as the Kid. Thank you. Good night.
Madame Lafarge, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Eve MacVeigh was heard as Marie, Irene Tedrow as Madame Lafarge, Joseph Kearns as Dennis, Edgar Barrier as Noonie, and William Conrad as Charles. Roy Rowan speaking. Crime Classics was brought to you by Plymouth, with a reminder that the new 54 high-style Plymouth comes to town tomorrow. Be sure to see it. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian.
Cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters!
Emergency flash. A crime wave of the most serious proportions is spreading throughout the United States. Tonight, Saturday, December 8th, 1945, a serious crime is being committed every 40 seconds.
Chicago, December 8th. One man killed, another wounded in gun battle with police.
Chelsea, Massachusetts, December 8th. Police searching desperately for person who telephoned father of 6-month-old baby that kidnapped child would be returned, quote, in a box, unquote. Redwood City, California, December 8th. 16-year-old high school girl kidnapped by man and woman in green sedan.
These are authentic facts. Since this new crime wave has started, a murder has been committed in the United States every 3 hours.
In its relentless war upon this crime wave, that this country may be a safe country in which to live, Gangbusters presents Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy W.M. Adams, Sheriff, Potter County, Texas. Commissioner Valentine.
Now, Sheriff Adams, suppose you start our gangbusters case for tonight.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, I'd like to go back a few years to Dallas, Texas. Sheriff Hart was telephoning to the Texas State Police.
This escaped convict is deadly. I consider him one of the most dangerous criminals at large. Now, here's the description. Blackie Thompson, 26, 5 feet 8 inches, weight 150, coal black hair, dark brown eyes, suave, handsome, dresses like a fashion plate. Blackie Thompson will kill on the slightest provocation.
Don't play anymore, Leela.
All right, Denny.
That's our song. I can't stand it tonight, Leela. Do you realize ever since we were 10 years old, we planned to get married?
I'm sorry, Denny.
Leela, you're just infatuated. You don't know anything about him. He only came to town a month ago.
But I can't help my feelings, Denny.
Sure, he's handsome. He's been places. He's flashy.
He's exciting, Denny. He's romance. He's everything I ever dreamed of.
And I'm just a guy who's always lived across the street.
You'll get over it.
Never. Well, you don't even know, Leela, what he does for a living.
Oh.
I suppose that's him now.
Is my hair all right? Do I look all right, Denny?
You look awful good to me.
I'll be back in a minute. Blackie.
Hi, Ken.
Denny's in the living room. I've just told him.
Oh, yeah?
I hated terribly to hurt him.
You told your old folks you're leaving town with me?
No, but I've got my bags all packed. After they're asleep, I'll leave them a note and meet you.
I want to get out of this break.
I never was so excited in my life. Oh, Blackie, you do love me, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, Blackie, there won't be one bored minute being with you.
You don't know the half of it, kid.
Leaving this way, I'll probably never be able to come home again. You'll always love me, won't you?
You're okay, beautiful. Wait till you get a look at the outside world with me.
Emergency, all state police. First National Bank at Rush Springs, Oklahoma, held up by 3 gunmen. Leader, coal black hair, brown eyes. Attention to state police. Gun shop at Rehoboth, Oklahoma, held up by 3 gunmen. Leader, black hair, immaculately dressed, brown eyes. Machine guns, shotguns, and ammunition stolen. Leader answers description of dangerous escaped convict, Blackie Thompson.
Pretty swanky nightclub. Huh, Leela? Hey, you never saw nothing like this in Hicktown you come from.
Huh?
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just listening to that song. It just happens to mean a lot to me.
Oh, thinking of that Hick Romeo I took you away from. Well, snap out of it.
All right. All right, I'm sorry, Blackie.
You wanted excitement. You're getting it, aren't you?
Sure.
Remember the first night you threw a fit when you found out who I really was?
It was all so new to me, Blackie.
And now I'm going to give you some real excitement.
What?
I'm pulling another heist tomorrow.
A bank?
Yeah, and the heat's on me. You're going to drive our getaway car.
I'm going to...
Drive our getaway car.
All right. All right, if you say so, Blackie.
Well, that's what I do say.
You still love me, Blackie?
Oh, lay off that goo. I'm getting fed up with it.
Now, you park the car in front of the bank, and I'll take Whitney and go in.
Yes, sir?
You the cashier?
Yes, sir?
There's a stick up. Reach for the ceiling.
Don't shoot.
Reach for the ceiling.
My arm.
You didn't reach quick enough. Grab the dough. Okay, pal. Shut up.
You broke the cashier?
Yeah, never mind him. Get the dough.
I got it.
Okay, then come on. And if anyone tries to stop us when we get outside, kill him.
Are you all right, Blackie? I heard shots.
Shut your mouth and step on the gas. Step on it, I said. Lots of fast now, Leela.
All right, Blackie.
Those cops sent out alarms. They spot a car hitting 60, they'll figure it's us. Keep your guns ready in the back seat there, Whitney.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
Oh, Blackie, I didn't realize it would be like
You
this.
start whining now, I'll put a plug in you just as quick as I would anybody else.
All right, Blackie, I'm sticking with you. I always will.
Hey, Blackie, you think you'll kill that cashier back in the bank?
Oh, what's the difference? We got the dough.
Blackie, look. Coming down that other road.
A car.
Whole posse in it.
Yeah.
What'll we do?
We can't turn back.
Yeah, but Blackie...
Oh, shut up. We've only got one chance. Now listen, Leela. You do what I tell you.
All right, Blackie, anything you say.
Keep driving straight ahead as though nothing's wrong.
Yes.
If those cops yell to pull up, stop the car. But when you do, pull up just a few feet ahead of them. You understand?
What for?
Never mind. Get the guns back there ready. I'll crawl in the back seat with you, Whitney.
Cops see us, all right. They're waving.
Whitney, hide down on the floor of the car. Now, you do what I told you, Leela, or you get a slug in the back of the head.
Pull over, you people. Pull over.
Okay, officer. Stop just ahead of him, Leela. That's right. Now, when I say so, we'll jam our guns out the back window and let them have it.
Blackie, no.
Keep your mouth shut. I can see through the back window. Cops are getting out now. Yeah. They're walking this way.
Okay, you people. Get out of the car.
Let them have it. More! Kill them all!
We got most of them, Blackie.
It's horrible.
Shut up. Get this car going.
Blackie, you killed them. You killed them.
I'll kill you if you don't give this car all it's got. No cops taking Blackie Thompson.
One member of that patrol posse was killed, Commissioner Valentine. 2 of the others were badly wounded, and another received slight wound. But Blackie Thompson and his gang escaped.
Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
What happened, Sheriff Adams, after Blackie Thompson's spectacular escape from that posse?
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Blackie Thompson, reckless as he was, thought it best to hide out for a while. He and Leela had a hideout just outside of Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
Why, Blackie.
Come in, Leela.
New suit? New shoes? But what's the idea of the suitcase? Are we going somewhere?
Hand me those gloves on the bureau.
These?
Uh-huh. Pigskin. Pretty hard and rough.
Blackie, you were planning on working out on me.
No, one little talk with you first. You've been getting on my nerves. I'm fed up.
Blackie.
And I want no scene. When I'm fed up with the dame, I'm through, and that ends it.
But I can't go home. I haven't got any place to go. I haven't got anybody but you. You can't leave me.
The reason I wanted to talk to you is... You think you're going to get back on me and tipping off the cops? You got another think coming.
No, Blackie, you can't leave
One
me.
word to the cops and I'll find you and fill you full of lead.
After I've given up my home and family and everything for you.
These pigskin gloves are just like steel. And you have a beautiful face. I should bump you off now to make sure you don't talk, but just as a little sample. Yeah. Be a long time before that puss of yours looks human again. And if you're even tempted to say a word to the cops, just remember that little sample.
Blackie!
Mike, come in the office a minute.
All right, Sheriff.
Did you check with the police of nearby cities on Blackie Thompson?
Yes, Sheriff. No soap.
How about wanted circulars?
Well, they're just coming in from the printer. I'm sending one to every police chief in the country.
Good. Sheriff Hart's office.
Is it...
Who is this?
There's a man you want bad, and I know where he is.
Who?
Blackie Thompson.
Blackie Thompson.
He said he'd kill me if I ever told.
Who are you?
I was his girlfriend.
Where is he?
Tim's bar. I hope you lock him up till he dies.
Is his gang with him?
I don't know about his gang, but his new beautiful girlfriend might be.
Hello. Hello.
A tip on Blackie Thompson?
Yeah, Mike. From a woman. Blackie's supposed to be over at Tim's bar. I'm driving over right now.
But you can't go alone, Sheriff. His whole gang may be with him.
I'll take my chances, Mike. This time it's going to be Blackie Thompson or me.
Hello, Sheriff. Kind of raw out tonight.
Hello, Tim.
What brings you to my place, Sheriff? Something up?
Maybe.
Well, no one's been here except that fella sitting back there in the corner.
He's the man I'm watching in the bar mirror.
Yeah? Who is he?
5 feet 8 inches, 150 pounds, black hair, dark brown eyes.
That's right, Blackie Thompson. I saw his picture in the papers and it's... What are you going to do, Sheriff?
I'm going to take him.
Hey, that guy's a killer.
Move down the bar out of range.
All right, stay where you are, both of you.
And if we don't?
I knew you was a copper the minute you came in. I was waiting for your first move to kill you.
Well, Blackie, it looks like you've got the drop on me.
I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna kill that dame that tipped you off.
You wouldn't just kill me here in cold blood?
Oh, wouldn't I? You said your last speech, Sheriff, and I'm gonna...
Sheriff, you threw him right over your shoulder.
All right, Blackie, get up on your feet.
Okay, I'm getting up, copper. I'm getting up.
There are a lot of jobs marked up against you, Blackie. And one of them is cop killing.
Irvin Blackie Thompson, rise and face the court. It is the sentence of this court that you, Irvin Blackie Thompson, for the crimes of kidnapping, murder, and robbery, be taken to the Texas State Prison at Huntsville, and that within the walls of the said prison, on the 24th day of October next, between the hours of 6 and 10 in the morning, a sufficient current of electricity be passed through your body to cause your death. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Just a minute, Whitney. You know the rules. Convicts aren't allowed near the death house here.
Well, I thought maybe I thought I could see my old pal Blackie Thompson. They're electrocuting him in a week, you know.
You have to get permission from the warden.
Oh. Well, then, would you... Quiet, got her, I'll kill you.
Where'd you get that gun?
Open the door of the death house, quick. Surprising what a little gun smuggled in can do. Now walk inside, Screw.
Nobody ever escaped from this death house yet, Whitney.
Give me those keys. Blackie. Blackie, what's set in?
Over here, Whitney. Hurry.
Yeah. Come on, God, run with me.
Get me out of this cell. Open the door now. Come on.
Okay.
You know what it's like to be in the death house. Come on, open it up, Whitney. Hurry.
I'm working as fast as I can, Blackie.
I'll never forget this favor, Whitney. Okay, Whitney. Now I'll take that gun.
Yeah, but Blackie...
Give me your gun. I'll shove the guard in the cell. That screws out for good.
Hey, open my cell, Blackie. Thank you.
Now, let's get out of here.
Ain't you gonna spring those other guys in the death house?
Nuts, let them burn. I'm saving myself. Come on.
I got the ladder hid on the other side of this door, Blackie.
Good. No guy ever broke out of this death house before. Now get that ladder.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Over to the wall now. Okay. Stand the ladder up against the wall.
It's okay. I'll start up.
No, you don't. I'm first.
Oh! Hey, that's no way to treat me after I got you out of the death house, Blackie.
Blackie Thompson. Blackie comes first.
Hey, look out. The guard up on the wall sees us. Oh, Blackie. Come back. Help me, will you?
Help yourself, punk. Who do you think I am?
Emergency. Blackie Thompson has just escaped from the death house, while Whitney, who aided him to escape, was shot by the tower guard and killed. Emergency. Blackie Thompson has just escaped.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I'm right here in the shadow.
Oh, darling. I couldn't see you.
You really like these country club dances?
No, they're boring. I wish you'd come in.
I've been watching you through the window.
I knew you were here. I was trying to sneak out. I never knew a girl could be so in love in just 1 week.
Well, you're running away with me or not?
But do you realize I hardly even know your name?
You're in love with me, though.
More than anything in the world.
Well, then after you get home tonight, pack. Sneak out, and I'll have a car on the street in back of your house.
You honestly love me, don't you?
Would I be asking you to run away with me if I didn't?
All right, I will go with you. I'll go with you to the end of the world if you want to.
We won't go that far at first. I'll take you for a few weeks to Amarillo, Texas.
Amarillo?
Now, don't worry, kid. You won't be bored. I promise you that.
Attention. First National Bank just robbed by gunman, about 28. Black hair, handsome, immaculately dressed. This gunman cruelly beat cashier. Believed to be killer Blackie Thompson. Approach with caution.
Sheriff's office. Hello. Hello, what's the matter? This is the sheriff's office. What's the matter?
Are you
Who is this?
you looking for Blackie Thompson?
Blackie Thompson. Every office in the South's looking for Blackie Thompson.
He's here, in Amarillo.
Where?
I don't know.
Who are you?
I'm his girlfriend. He told me he was going to marry me. He said he loved me. He's found another girl, and I hope you catch him and shoot him and put him in the electric chair and kill him and put him in jail for life. I never want to see him again.
Hello. Attention, Texas police. Blackie Thompson reported to be here in Amarillo. All patrol cars cover main highways. Killer Blackie Thompson reported here in Amarillo.
You don't suppose, Sheriff, that girl who phoned in gave us a wrong steer on Blackie Thompson?
If she did, Inspector, she was the cleverest actor I ever heard.
I'll wager every police car in Texas is patrolling tonight.
Look. Way down there on the low road, see?
Yeah. It's a sedan. Must be doing 70.
But look, way behind it. 3 squad cars.
They're after him, Sheriff. Must be Blackie Thompson in the first car. He's outrunning the squad cars.
Oh, what a rotten break. This road runs parallel to that road for miles before there's a cut across.
We'll never be able to get down the highway in time to cut him off.
We've got to. Those squad cars will never catch him. There's only one way to head the car off. Go down the embankment.
But it's a 60-foot bank and a rough field beyond.
We've got to take a chance. Hang on. We'll either make it or be killed.
Watch it. Look out. That rock. Steady. Sheriff, you made it. He's about 300 yards ahead of us. Step on it.
I can't go any faster. He's pulling away.
I'll see if I can plug his tires. Good, he's stopping.
Look out.
Sheriff, you hurt?
There's some of the glass in the windshield.
We'll get him. Oh, here comes the other squad cars.
Come on, men. There he is, right by his car. Spread out on the sides of the road. Lie low, men. Open fire. All right, men. Hold it.
Careful. Thompson may be playing possum.
I don't think so. Keep your guns on him, though. If he starts to get up out of that road, let him have it.
You got my coppers. I got... There must be at least 30 bullets in him.
Well, men, that's the end of Blackie Thompson. It's a shame that some of these men don't realize before it's too late that they just can't get away with it.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, that's the case of Blackie Thompson. And I hope if there's anyone listening tonight who contemplates committing a crime, they'll just remember this case.
We appreciate, Sheriff Adams, your telling us these inside facts tonight.
Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Thank you for tuning into Golden Age Radio. Don't turn that dial. We have more spine-tingling, vintage radio coming up next.
Your feedback is important to us. Let us know what you think. We aim to provide the best possible entertainment for you.
If you need access training or support, send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040. That's 615-420-2040. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their dedication to safeguarding these precious audio gems ensures that future generations can relish the enchanting stories, music, and entertainment of the past. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde.
Now to our story, Coyote's Creed. Riding the range all day, tangling with mesquite and juniper and sagebrush can make a man look forward to hot grub and a good night's sleep. A copper and gold sunset is already fading in the sky. Hopalong Cassidy and his sidekick, California, have just turned their horses into the corral and are heading for the Bar 20 ranch house when a horse and rider bear down on them at a fast gallop.
Is that one of the ranch hands heading this way, California?
He don't look familiar. Holy smoke, he's coming like a tornado with a twist in his tail.
Hello there. Where you headed, youngster?
You're Hopalong Cassidy, aren't you, mister?
That's right, son.
That horse is sure head up. You must have rode a long way. All the way from Buckboard Flats. I'm Ricky Curtis.
Ricky Curtis? Oh, you must be Richard Curtis's boy.
Well, that's right. I recollect your pa owned that rich mine up in Buckboard Flats. Got killed in an accident a few years back, didn't he? Yes. My half-sister Ellen sent me to find you, Mr. Cassidy. She said if anybody could help us, it would be you.
Well, what's the trouble, Ricky?
There's something funny going on that we can't figure out. We're getting pretty desperate.
Well, suppose you tell me about it.
Well, it happened about 6 weeks ago. The cattle have been stampeded so many times we've had to put on extra hands at the ranch. Several head of cattle have been poisoned, too.
Poisoned? How?
The water holes.
I see. Go on.
Now something has come up about the old mining property of Dad's, the Gold Crescent. I'd rather my sister gave you the details.
We'll ride back to Buckboard Flats with you, Ricky.
Oh, I'm not riding back. Not yet. I'm going on to Elkhorn tonight to see Dad's lawyer. And that is, if you'll stake me to a fresh horse.
Fair enough. You ride on up to the chuck wagon and get some supper. Fresh horse will be ready for you by the time you are.
Oh, I certainly am obliged to you.
Your dad helped me out of a pretty bad hole just about the time you were born, son. I'd be a mighty poor sort of man if I missed this chance to repay him.
Well, thanks, Mr. Cassidy. Get along, Smokey.
Well, California?
Yeah, we'll be hitting the trail tomorrow morning, right after breakfast.
We'll be hitting the trail tonight. Right after supper.
Oh, hey, I'm plumb tuckered out. I was figuring on a good snooze hop here.
Let me have a look at you, California. Yeah, you do need your beauty sleep pretty bad. Well, I'll go ahead to Buckboard Flats and send you a postcard. If you can wake up long enough to read it.
Guess I'll go along to help you write it. You can't spell worth a hoot. Ain't we a mite off the main road, Hoppy?
Just a little detour, California. I suppose you wonder where we're going.
Carnation, no. None of it's a secret.
It's a side trail. It'll shorten our ride.
Oh, sure. I knowed it all the time.
Yeah, I'll bet you did, you old rascal. Look, there's a light flashing over there.
I don't see nothing, Hoppy.
Over there, about where the Curtis mine should be. Some sort of light.
No, just moonlight shining on a tin roof.
Well, that's funny. I could have sworn it. Oh, that's a familiar sound.
Too darn familiar. That's a coyote.
Just a minute, California. Oh, Topper.
What's the matter, Hoppy?
Well, that's a coyote, all right. But I've got a hunch it's a human coyote. And it's coming from the Curtis mine.
Where's the Curtis ranch?
Over there, to the left.
Yeah? Hey, Hoppy, there's a fire over there.
Well, that's the ranch house, California. It's on fire.
Holy smoke!
Smoke is right. Let's go.
In California, approached the Curtis mine only to hear the imitated wail of a coyote. But they are more alarmed by what they see in the direction of the Curtis ranch. Angry flames lash at the wooden structure.
I thought maybe Ricky was exaggerating about the trouble they had around the ranch.
Speaking as a man who's just been shot at, I'd say it would be mighty hard to exaggerate the situation.
Of course, the fire could have been an accident. Looks like it's starting to lean to.
Yeah, but it'll lead into the body of the house in a minute.
Come on, boy, just a little farther now.
Copper ain't liking the looks of the fire, Hoppy.
Yeah, I know.
That's a mighty good thing about riding this nag of mine. He don't mind nothing, not even me.
We better leave the horses here.
Yeah, guess so.
Well, there's no organization. They'll never check it this way.
You better take over, Hoppy.
It's just a lean-to. Where's an axe?
Here you are, partner.
All right, you fellas. Fill those buckets with sand.
Did you say sand, Hoppy?
Yes, sand. Water's too far away. Throw sand.
Yeah, he's right.
Fire's gaining. We gotta work fast here. Look out, she's gonna fall. Stand back, everybody. There she goes.
Now we can
that'll
really
train the big
smother it.
money of the house, anyhow. That's right, and you're Ellen Curtis.
Yes.
Well, let's move over here where we can talk. That was mighty hot.
I have you to thank for saving the house.
Well, that's a good thing the fire started in the lean-to off the kitchen. How did it happen?
I don't know. There's been trouble for months. Now this. I don't understand it.
Then you think it was done on purpose?
I don't know how else, but how can we prove it? All the ranch hands are asleep in the bunkhouse. Nobody heard it sound.
I heard something, but I couldn't get out in time to see who it was.
Oh, this is Dad's old foreman, Mr. Luther, Mr. Cassidy.
How do you do, sir? I tried so hard to keep things going right at the ranch for Miss Ellen's sake, but these awful things keep happening.
It's not your fault, Mr. Luther.
Well, you hands can take turns standing guard so the fire doesn't break out again.
Yes, sir, I'll tell them.
Then you'd both better get some sleep, because starting tomorrow morning, we got a little personal war to wage. And from the looks of things, we have a pretty treacherous enemy.
Don't know why we can't be stretched out in our bedrolls like decent folks are at this hour of the night.
Stop complaining, California. I want to take a look through the Curtis mine. Won't take but a little while.
Yeah, a little while and the whole darn night'll be gone. Guess I'll have to learn to sleep with my eyes open like a blasted owl.
Here we are.
Sure is a lonesome place.
Yeah, I guess it's deserted, all right. We better leave the horses here. Come on.
Hey, I ain't going inside that mine.
Not scared, are you?
Nope, just careful. I ain't aiming to fall down no shaft.
There aren't any shafts and no tunnels. Just a big hole dug 10 or 1,200 feet into the flank of the mountain.
You don't say.
This was a famous mine until it played out. They called it the Glory Hole. Coming?
Yeah, I'm coming, but I ain't convinced.
It's been abandoned a long time.
I can understand why.
Edge in along the side. Don't bump your head on those timbers. Some of them stick out pretty far.
I'm sure glad I led a good, clean life.
Stop complaining. Where's your love of adventure? Probably nobody's explored these diggings since the mine closed down.
Oh, yeah? Then what's this?
Where? What?
A nice new carbide lamp off some miner's hat.
Well, what do you know about that?
No rust or nothing.
There's something else interesting. A nugget. Heft that.
That's some nugget, huh?
Well, we've seen enough. I'll take this nugget along just in case. Let's get out of here.
Suits me. 2 more minutes and I'd have webbed wings like a bat.
Take it easy, California. You'll come out feet first.
I'm out. Hey, it's daybreak. The suns are coming up.
Yeah, sure feels good. Hug the ground.
Why, that dry guts and varmint are...
Somebody doesn't want us to leave this mine alive.
That's the varmint. Up there in the ridge.
I see him. Too far away.
There he goes, Hoppy.
Well, we scared him off anyway.
Yeah, him and that pinto sure skedaddle.
I wonder why. He sure had the advantage up there on the ledge and plenty of rocks to hide behind.
Hey, that lead-slinging idiot must have been the human coyote we heard last night.
Maybe. When somebody goes to that much trouble to take in the welcome mat, I get curious enough to investigate. I get more curious every minute.
Oh, what do you make of it, Hoppy?
It's one of two things. Either Ellen Curtis has uncovered a new vein and is having the mine worked.
Or else what?
Or somebody's stealing ore. This is falling into a pattern, California. A pretty ugly pattern. Let's get the horses and head for Ellen's ranch. This is good coffee, Ellen.
Sure is. Just what a couple of night owls need.
California.
Night owls? Didn't you get any sleep?
Well, as a matter of fact, California and I went over to the Curtis mine to have a look.
You went to the mine.
How long have you been working that shaft, Ellen?
That mine played out years ago, after Father died.
You haven't had somebody up there taking out ore on a small scale?
I just told you. There's no ore to take out. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mr. Cassidy.
That's all right. Forget it, Ellen. I guess we were just imagining things. Isn't that right, California?
Imagining what we...
Yeah, sure.
Oh, sure, Hoppy. Sure.
Is Mr. Luther around?
No, he isn't. He's gone somewhere.
This early?
Mr. Cassidy, it seems to me...
Could I have some more coffee, Miss Allen?
Oh, all right.
Sounds like a visitor.
I'll have a look. Oh, it's Steve Holt. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Ellen. I want to have a talk with you.
Go on around to the front door. I'll be right there. Excuse me, Mr. Cassidy. I'll have to talk to him. He's been trying to buy the mine.
You go right ahead, Ellen. We'll stay here and finish our breakfast.
I won't be long. There's more coffee on the stove.
Thanks.
Doggone it, Hoppy. Why did you tell her we imagine things for? That miner's hat and that gold nugget ain't imagined.
Calm down, California. Did you notice how upset she was when we talked about the ore?
Yeah.
Well, there's something Ellen Curtis isn't telling us.
Let's get over here near the door and see what we can hear.
California.
Oh, come on.
All right.
I don't know what more I can say. I've told you several times, Steve. I just can't stand it.
It's a good price, Ellen.
If you'll give me a little more time.
All right, but I won't wait much longer. As many more things happen like that fire last night, you're going to need the money. Think that over, Ellen.
We better get back to the table, California.
Did you hear that, Hoppy?
So Mr. Steve Holt is trying to frighten her into selling the mine. Here she comes.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting, Mr. Cassidy.
Is everything all right, Ellen?
Oh, Steve Holt's an impatient man. Do you know him?
Well, the name's familiar, but I can't just...
He and Dad were partners when they first made the strike.
Oh.
Began to pay off, and Steve wanted to sell out. Dad bought his share for $17,000.
Steve must have kicked himself afterward. That mine produced plenty of gold.
Yes, it was a rich mine. But that wasn't the only reason Steve was sorry. You see, he took off his overalls, bought some store clothes, and swore he'd never do another day's work again as long as he lived.
Yippee, that's real living.
In 2 months, he was broke. He came back to the Curtis mine, this time looking for a job. Went to work for $3 a day. He'd spent the whole $17,000 without leaving buckboard flat.
It must have been some spree.
Well, easy come, easy go.
He was an awful sorehead about it. Finally went away. Now he's back and wants to buy the mine.
Why does he want to buy it if the ore's played out?
Why, I don't really know. Sentimental reasons, he says.
How much did he offer?
$5,000.
That's a lot to pay for sentiment.
Who can that be?
Why, it's Ricky.
Ricky?
He's been hurt.
Oh!
Wait a minute, Ricky. I'll get you out of that saddle.
Hello, Mr. Cassidy.
Take it easy, son. Put your arm around my neck.
Easy now,
That's
Ricky.
fine. Lean your weight against me.
I'll try.
He's fainted.
Oh.
California, take care of his horse.
Be careful now. Bring him in here, Mr. Cassidy. Here.
Take those pillows away. I want his head low.
Is he hurt bad?
It looks like somebody's beat him up. He'll be all right, though. He's opening his eyes.
Oh, poor Ricky. This is terrible.
Hello, Ricky. Feel pretty rough?
Oh, my head hurts.
What happened?
I was ambushed.
Ambushed?
On the way back from Elkhorn.
How many of them were there?
I don't know. 3 or 4.
Oh.
The pistol whipped me, Mr. Cassidy.
Did you recognize any of them?
No. They ambushed me from behind. At Tin Forks.
I'm sure Ricky has no idea who it could be.
Was one of them riding a pinto?
A pinto? Oh, yes, I think so. Oh, I don't know.
You better get some sleep now, Ricky. We'll talk about this later.
Hoppy!
Yeah?
Hoppy! Here's a note I found pinned to Ricky's saddle blanket.
Let me see that. Printed.
Them's big letters, ain't they, Hoppy?
Yeah, and they're big words, too. Listen to this. Ricky Curtis wasn't worth killing, but a certain cowpoke named Cassidy is going to catch a belly full of lead if he don't clear out of buckboard flats by sundown.
turned the desert as cold and gray as a lead bullet. Hopalong in California trying to help Ellen Curtis solve the problems of violent happenings on her ranch. Evidently, they aren't paying much attention to that warning to get out of town, for here they are, still in Buckboard Flats.
Buckboard Flats, hotel and bar. Well, this is it, California.
I'm as thirsty as a camel that's been eating dried apples.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Here's the object of our search at the end of the bar.
Doggone. I just thought we was coming in for the fun of it.
Wait here for me. You're Steve Holt?
That's right. You sure got the advantage, stranger.
My name's Cassidy. Hopalong Cassidy.
What's on your mind?
Whenever I can't figure out a play, I like to know who's dealing the cards. I got a few questions to put to you.
Sorry? I don't know the answers.
You know the answer to this one? I want to know why you're so anxious to buy out the Curtis mine.
I reckon that's none of your business, Mr. Cassidy.
I've made it my business.
Why, you nosy polecat, if I...
Sorry, mister. When I see a man go for his gun, it's just reflex to knock it out of his hand.
Grease lightning, that's what it was.
Pick up his gun, California. Empty it. Let me have it. Not a bad gun. A little fancy, maybe. Well, Holt, here you are. Keep it sheathed if you don't want to lose a hand.
You won the first round, Cassidy. But there'll be another time. And another round.
You're pretty sure of yourself.
I got an advantage over you, Cassidy. I know the facts. All the facts.
Well, that's what California and I found in the mine. So you see, Sheriff, we'll need a posse to round up those gold rustlers.
Yeah, there's been a lot happening, all right. But the way you tell it, there ain't enough evidence to convict anybody.
Somebody's guilty as a coyote in a chicken coop.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But who? Steve Holt wants to buy the mine. That ain't against the law. What about Ricky? Says he don't even know who beat him up. And there's Ellen Curtis. She had a mysterious fire on her ranch. I can't send no posse out till you catch somebody dead to rights.
You mean he has to have a gold nugget in one pocket and the deed to the mine in the other?
That's just about it. You catch him red-handed, and I'll sure come out and pick him up.
That's mighty decent of you, Sheriff. Good night.
Night, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Whee, fresh air.
Nice atmosphere in there, California.
To put it delicate, I didn't like the smell.
Well, looks like we'll have to get our own posse together.
Looks that way, Hoppy.
Can you meet me in about an hour at the Curtis mine?
You mean, we're the posse?
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right, Hoppy.
We're going to have a showdown with those high graders tonight.
I knowed it.
I figured they work in the graveyard shift.
Midnight.
Thereabouts. Now, that coyote we heard last night was their lookout.
Doggone. You're right, Hoppy.
But tonight, you're going to be the coyote.
Huh?
Sure.
Oh, no.
All you need is to do a little practice.
Now?
Right now.
I do a ball and calf better.
This has to be a coyote.
Well, here goes.
Oh, you can do better than that.
Yeah, I think I can. I'll try it again, Hoppy, here.
Oh, take it easy, Tom. Oh. Well, even Popper believes that one.
It was better, huh? And I got a bottle of sarsaparilla in my saddlebag. I'll oil up tonight before I let go.
Yeah. You know that ledge above the mouth of the mine?
Where that varmint shot at us?
Yeah, you hide out up there.
I get you, Hoppy.
You can take care of the lookout.
Take care of the lookout?
Yeah, hold that coyote howl till they're in the mine, working. Then start shooting. I want enough shots to make them think there's a posse up there.
But where'll you be, Hoppy?
I got my position all staked out. Now remember, in an hour, everything depends on you and your coyote's howl.
Hey, Steve! Steve Holt and that sheriff? Come over here. What do you want? This is my last night working this mine. I'm plumb uneasy.
Yeah, me too.
Suit yourself, boys. It's awful easy money. I ain't hankering for no run-in with Hopalong Cassidy.
The lookout's posted. If anybody rides up, he'll signal. There's plenty of time to get out of here.
Just the same, I'm uneasy.
Hey, listen. That's the signal now. Somebody's coming. Kill all the lights. File out easy and quiet and stay on sight. Hey, those shots. There's a posse out there. What's the matter with that lookout? We're trapped in here. We're trapped. Kill all the lights. We're done for. We'll see. They've got us covered. What's that? What get now? Dynamite. Oh, it's an earthquake. Steady, boys.
Get out, Leo, and drop your gun.
That's Hopalong Cassidy.
Where in blazes are you, Cassidy?
It's the ore cars. They're loose.
Cassidy did it. He's riding the cars out.
You're covered. Get out of this mine.
We're going.
Oh, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Keep your hands up and march.
I know we'd get the hell of it.
Keep walking and don't try anything.
You're not going to take me that easy, are you? Oh, my hand. My hand.
Draw a gun, will you, Steve Holt?
Didn't he? Yeah.
California.
Right here, hurry.
My glad to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be out. I've been waiting on that hole for an hour. Take their guns.
And now rope and tie this feller. We'll deliver him to the sheriff.
All right. I'll take care of the rest of them. Well, let's start moving.
Hey, wait a minute, Hoppy. We got another prisoner. The lookout.
Where is he?
Tied up right over here.
Where? Stay quiet, men. I got this gun ready.
Why? Well, I'll be doggone, Hoppy. I had him tied
Here's
so
the
that...
ropes cut.
Yeah, and here's fresh hoof prints in the sand.
So in the confusion, someone helped the lookout get away.
Yeah. And when you hear who the lookout is, you ain't gonna like it, Hoppy.
Ellen, I can't bring you very good news, I'm afraid. Steve Holt and 4 men were high-grading ore from the Curtis mine.
Yes?
But they weren't alone in it.
What do you mean?
The lookout, Miss Ellen. It wasn't so dark that I couldn't see who 'twas.
There's no need to pretend any longer, Ellen. We may as well see Ricky now.
No, Mr. Cassidy. You've stopped Steve Holt. Can't you leave things alone?
It's no use, Miss Ellen.
Mr. Luther, I didn't hear you come.
A clean sweep is the only way.
You're all trying to trick me into saying something.
I've been trying to protect Ricky, too. I even sneaked up and cut him loose tonight.
Oh.
But it's all a futile effort.
No.
I figure that Ricky became involved with Steve Holt in this dirty mess before he realized how serious it was.
But why in the world did he go to you, Mr. Cassidy?
Well, I guess he was scared and wanted to stop it, but he didn't know how.
Sometimes youngsters do foolish things. And Ricky was always been greedy.
I guess deep in my heart I suspected my brother. But I didn't know what to do.
Face the truth, Ellen, then go on from there. Nothing's ever so bad it can't be righted if you stand up to it square. Ricky can be straightened out, and after that he'll have a big job running the Curtis mine.
Let's get out of here, Hoppy. A crying woman just makes jelly out of men's sides.
Yeah. Goodbye, Ellen. Mr. Luther.
Goodbye, Mr. Cassidy.
Sure be good to see the bar 20 again, eh, Hoppy?
I won't have to wait that long. Feels good to be straddle topper again after riding an ore car through a tunnel. That's no job for a cowpuncher.
And I didn't like being a coyote neither. I do a ball and calf much better.
You should, too.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and all the gang up Bar 20 way. But be sure and be back with us when Hoppy in California will again be riding out as usual into dangerous action and adventure. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Coyote's Creed was written by Mel Gardner. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
P-O-S-T! P-O-S-T, Post, the cereals you like the most, brings you the Roy Rogers Show, starring the king of the cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
It's roundup
time
on the double R bar.
So saddle your horse, 'cause we're gonna ride far. The Double R Bar Ranch transcribes stories and songs of the real West with the Whippoorwills, the wisest trail scout of them all, Jonah Wild, played by Forrest Lewis, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. Buckaroos, I'm speaking again for Post cereals. And I'm mighty proud to do so because Post cereals are good. And you can count on anything bearing the brand name Post, so get your mom to put them on the shelf and try them as a favor to me, will ya? Well, my old sidekick Jonah Wild and I were going to take a ride across country today to give my dog Bullet a workout. But that may have to be postponed because trouble has hit Paradise Valley.
Doug! Oh, Doug! Any of you men know where Doug Birch is?
Here I am, Sheriff.
I heard you'd started your cattle drive today, Doug. Thought I'd catch up and see if I could be of any help.
Well, thanks, Sheriff, but I think we'll be okay.
Does that mean you've changed your mind and decided to sell through Jake Gullick?
No, sir, it does not. Jake Gullick is working an out-and-out skin game. Jake or nobody else is going to pay me $5 a hundred less than market price. I don't fall for the phony stories about the special service he gives, and I don't fall for threats, neither.
Has Gullick threatened you?
Not directly, but every other rancher who's refused to sell through Jake has had his cattle stampeded and his riders shot up.
Yeah. Gullick's too smart to make an open threat, providing he is the man behind these raids.
Yeah, he's the man, all right. But my boys are packing guns today, Sheriff, and they know how to use them.
Good work, Doug. I'll stick with you, and if the outlaws strike this time, we may have a chance of taking them.
All day, the cattle are driven forward. At night, the riders push them harder than ever, for night is the time when an attack can be made most easily. By 10 o'clock, the herd is at the edge of the valley, just opposite the Double R Bar Ranch. The mountains ahead loom large and black in the moonlight.
Doug, you better turn the cattle off the trail and over toward the creek.
Turn them off?
Right now, Doug. Look up there.
Where? I don't...
There, in the space between those two mountain peaks.
Riders, men on horseback, silhouetted in the moonlight. Dark figures. 10 of them sit motionless, looking down at the herd below. One man stands in the lead. He raises an arm silently. He puts his spurs to his horse and starts down towards the herd. The other riders follow. Without caution, without regard for either themselves or their horses. Down the side of the steep, boulder-strewn mountain at a full gallop. Only the sound of the flying hoofs is heard. The hoofbeats grow louder, louder, louder as the horses come nearer. They ride in on the herd.
They got away. Every man of them got away.
Cattle stampeded. 2 of my men wounded. Sheriff, there was just too many of them. We never had a chance.
I didn't get a look at them. Even now, I couldn't swear they were Jake Gullick's riders.
Yeah, there must be more to this than Jake Gullick. He's only been here a couple of months. How could a stranger organize a band like this in such a short space of time? Yeah, I hear it, too. Somebody else is heading this way.
2 horses appear on the trail. Not those of night riders now. These horses are ridden by Roy Rogers and Jonah Wild. The sound of the stampede and shooting was carried across the valley to the Double R Bar Ranch. Roy and Jonah, knowing that night riders have been preying on herds, lost no time in getting into the saddle and riding toward the sound of the battle.
Whoa, 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 Trigger.
Whoa, whoa, Titus boy, whoa.
That you, Sheriff?
Roy, we're mighty glad to see you and John.
Wait here, Trigger. Is this where the shooting came from?
Yeah, hey, it sounded like the Indians had raised up again. It sounded like they'd raised up again. For a minute there, I forgot I'd fought in 7, 8 wars since we put the red man down.
It was the night riders again, Roy. They raided the cattle I was driving to Squaw Creek.
Did you get a look at them, Sheriff?
Roy, I'm ashamed to admit we didn't. They're too well organized.
Jake Gullick's been under suspicion ever since these raids started. I think it's about time somebody paid him a visit.
Better be careful, Roy.
You help Doug take care of his men. Jonah, we'll ride up to Mineral City. Golick is staying at Dale's hotel. We'll face him and find out once and for all whether or not he's connected with this rotten business. Well, howdy, Dale.
Hi, Roy. Jonah?
Howdy.
What are you two doing in town this time of night?
Well, sir, we're on a forced march for the purpose of eliminating an enemy, as General Thomas Kenneth Rowe used to say.
Do you know if Jake Golick is in his room, Dale?
That feller had one of the biggest mouths I've ever seen.
Well, I don't think so, Roy. What do you want him for? Is Jonah going to challenge him?
Yeah. No, challenge him? Oh, that'd be insubordination. A soldier don't go around challenging a general unless he wants to...
Who's talking about a general?
Jonah, Dale was just kidding you. She was talking about Jake Golick. And Golick was a boxer before he came here.
What, huh?
About the only thing I've heard lately is the name of Jake Golick. And some of the talk makes him out to be a pretty bad hombre.
The ranchers here are suspicious of him, that's sure.
Yeah, and there's some mystery about his past. I heard a couple of owl hoots discussing him in the lunchroom, and both of them agreed they wouldn't care to meet him unless they were wearing guns.
That's because he's an ex-prize fighter.
You know, they intimated he was on the way to becoming heavyweight champion of the world. And then he got into some kind of a scrape and was barred from the ring.
Well, General Rowe got barred from O'Keefe's trading post.
Well, there's Golick, Roy, at the door, coming in.
Yeah, they caught him dipping dill pickles out of a barrel.
Good evening, Mr. Golick.
Howdy.
Great feller, though.
Well, Rogers, seeing you here saves me a trip. I intended riding out to your place tomorrow.
That so? We dropped in here to see you.
All right. Suppose we go to my room. Key, please.
You bet. Here you are.
I don't like to talk business, any kind of business, unless I have privacy.
John Golick leads the way. A giant of a man, his face battered by fights in and out of the ring. His walk is a shuffle, but muscles in his arms, legs, and shoulders give evidence of tremendous strength. He unlocks his room, then holds the door open for Roy and Jonah.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Now, sit down.
Jake, you an army man? You know, you look like a sergeant I know just before the Battle of Hillaby.
Well, Rogers?
Bald as a banana.
Golick, just for my own information, do you mind telling us where you spent the evening?
At my office across the street. You go back and tell Doug Birch and the other ranchers I had nothing to do with those raids. I don't know who's pulling them. I don't care. I got all I can do, tend to my own business. Is that clear?
I think so. Anything else?
Not a thing.
All right. Sorry we bothered you. Come on, Jonah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you know, this feller'd be put on bread and water if he talked to General Rowe that way.
Hey, Rogers.
Well?
Guess you forgot I said there was something I wanted to see you about, too.
Yeah, that's right, you did. What's on your mind?
I'd like to buy that dog of yours.
Bullet? You want me to sell Bullet?
I like him. I want him.
Thanks, Golick. But that dog isn't for sale.
Okay. But if you ever decide to sell, let me know. I'll meet any offer you get.
Thanks. I'll remember.
No hard feelings about that other matter?
Why would there be? See you later, Golick.
Yeah, something about that feller I don't like.
Jonah, head for the stables behind the hotel. Golick's our man. I'm almost sure we'll find something in the stables to prove it. Steady, boy. Take it easy. This is Golick's horse, Jonah. Put your hand here on his neck.
Yeah. Hey, this horse been rode hard. He's all lathered up.
Yeah. And Golick told us he'd spent the evening in his office across the street.
Kind of forgetful, ain't he?
Yeah. The saddle blanket's wet, too.
Well, he might have been riding off somewhere else, Roy. He didn't have to be on the raid.
If he was off somewhere else, he wouldn't have known about the raid, Jonah. You and I, and maybe the raiders themselves, are the only ones who've come to town since it happened. Yet Golick knows about it. He mentioned Doug Birch's name.
Roy, you're a deducer.
We know who we're after now for sure. All we have to do is bait the trap and catch the rattler.
That shouldn't take long, but it may be dangerous.
Here's exciting news for all you buckaroos. It's news of that thrilling and popular club, the Roy Rogers Writers Club. I know each and every one of you will want to join up right away. Why, maybe you'll be one of the very first official members from your neighborhood. Now, in just a little while, Roy himself is going to tell you all about what his Roy Rogers Writers Club stands for and how much fun it is to belong. You'll find out, too, how easy it is for you to join. So, get your pencil and paper and be ready for the big news right after we hear the rest of our exciting adventure.
Roy has learned the name of the man responsible for the raids against cattle being driven to market. For weeks, signs have pointed to Jake Golick, a battered ex-heavyweight prize fighter who was barred from the ring and came west to set up as a cattle buyer, and who tried to force ranchers to market their cattle through him. Golick is guilty. Roy is sure of that. Roy and Jonah leave the stable, go into the Eureka again to see Dale.
Draw sabers, prepare to charge.
Take it easy, Jonah. Dale, Golick lied to us, and his lies gave us the proof we needed.
Yeah, we'll be celebrating a victory before the night's over.
Roy, don't go after Golick yet. There's something I haven't told you about him, something you should know.
Well?
Golick killed a man, Roy. That's the reason he was barred from the ring.
Well, why would that keep us from going after him?
Oh, he fouled a man during a fight, and the man died. Golick can hit hard enough to kill.
Yeah, well, now, ain't that a situation?
I'm afraid we'll have to keep our guards up then, Dale, because we can't afford to have his kind running loose.
But how do you know he's involved in the raids on our cattle, Roy?
Well, he lied to us. He said he spent the evening over at his office, but Jonah and I checked his horse. The horse was lathered and the saddle blanket wet. Furthermore, Golick knew about tonight's raid, and there's no way he could have found out about it this soon, unless he'd been there himself.
That looks bad, Roy.
It is bad. And the worst part is we haven't got any real proof. We'll have to catch him red-handed on a raid if we want to make these charges stick.
Well, is there anything I can do to help?
Yeah. He wants to buy a bullet, so when he comes down in the morning, I'd like you to take him aside and tell him you might be able to persuade me to sell my dog.
Oh, but you'll never sell Bullet.
No, but I might loan him for a few days while Golick decides how much he's worth.
Yeah, we're baiting the trap, you see, Dale. I say we're baiting the trap.
Oh, so that's it. Roy, Bullet will do pretty much what you want him to do, won't he?
Well, I'm counting on him, Dale. And, too, I'm counting on the fact that Bullet and Trigger are good friends. I kind of think we'll take Mr. Golick so fast he'll never know what happened.
Dale does her part well. The next afternoon, Jake Golick appears at the Double R Bar Ranch and borrows Bullet. He takes the dog into town, stops at the Eureka to thank Dale, and Dale follows Roy's instructions on another matter. Her voice and her manner are casual, calm.
I'm awfully glad Roy let you take Bullet, Mr. Golick. Oh, I meant to ask you if you'd heard about Charlie Fisher.
Fisher? What about Fisher?
Well, I hate to be the one to give you the bad news, but did you know he decided not to sell his cattle through your office after all?
Hey, you're mistaken. I talked to Fisher yesterday.
Well, he's changed his mind since yesterday. He stopped by here this morning and, well, he wanted to know where he could hire riders to drive his cattle to Squaw Creek.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes, he started his drive this morning. I suppose I really should keep quiet about it, for fear his herd might be raided like the other ranchers.
Thanks, Miss Evans. Thanks for letting me know. It's too bad Fisher didn't see fit to do business with my office.
Golick walks away. As soon as he's out of sight, Dale gets on her horse, rides out to find Roy. He's at the ranch, waiting. The sheriff and a posse are there with him.
Everything's all set, Roy. Golick fell for the trick just as you said he would. Easy, Buttermilk. Whoa.
All right. I'll tell Charlie Fisher, and he can start the cattle moving.
You're really going to do it, Roy?
Sure.
Have Charlie drive his cattle through, knowing there'll be a raid? If anything should go wrong...
Nothing will go wrong, Dale.
Oh, now, Roy, what do you want to worry the girl for? Why don't you tell her the facts of the case? Say, why don't you tell her? Dale, the ranchers have all got together and agreed to put up enough money so that Charlie be paid in case he suffers any loss. He ain't a-risking a thing on this deal, except his life.
Oh, that makes me feel just a whole lot better.
Well, we better start riding. Golick's men will have to strike tonight,
And we want to be there, ready when he comes.
See anything, Roy?
Not yet, Sheriff. Trigger's getting uneasy, though. Steady, fella.
Maybe the herd's making him nervous.
No, it's something more than that.
Yeah, well, all I'm asking is that you let me take Jake Garlick. Now, I'll get him the way General Thomas Kenneth Rowe took Chief Wrinkled Me to the Mohegans.
You'd better let us handle Garlic, Jonah.
Yeah, General Rowe snuck up on the chief, and what'd you say, Sheriff?
I guess the sheriff hasn't heard you fought in 7 or 8 wars, Jonah.
If not, I'm the only one who hasn't.
Yes. Well, General Rowe snuck up on the chief. Unarmed he was. Leastways, so the chief thought. Actual, though, the general had a saber stuck down his pant leg. So
don't you ever get tired of this, Roy?
Well, I wouldn't say I
say he got within 2 steps of the chief. The friendship, and then he let him
Trigger sees something now, Roy, for sure.
Yeah. What is it, boy? What do you see?
Not General T.K. Rowe, I hope.
There, crossing the divide, straight ahead. Garlic and his band of raiders.
Once more, outlaw riders are silhouetted against the moonlit sky. They move steadily across the divide in single file, coming toward the herd, while Roy and his posse wait in a sheltered canyon off to the side, ready for battle. A vast, wild country might be uninhabited for all the sounds that are heard. There is none, save that made by the cattle and the signs of Trigger's uneasiness.
Quiet here, fella.
Maybe Trigger sees Bullet and he thinks there's something wrong because his pal is with strangers and not with you.
Oh, I believe this is going to work, Dale. Everything's going according to plan so far.
The riders are coming nearer. They increase the speed of their horses. The atmosphere is tense, strained. Trigger, perhaps sensing that the riders are outlaws and that Bullet should not be with them, trembles in excitement, pawing the ground, tossing his head.
Oh, sure. What the horse cavalry could have done with a bunch like them. Government sure went to pieces when they took away horses and left nothing but smelly trucks.
Just stand quiet. Wait until they're a little nearer.
Roy, that is Bullet.
Yeah, he's running alongside the man in the lead.
I hope that man's Garlic, but I can't tell for sure yet. He's raising his arm. Yeah, it's a signal to the others.
The next few minutes will tell the story.
Your men know what to do, Sheriff.
The night riders are getting close to the herd, Roy.
Trigger, listen to me, fella. That's Bullet out there. I want you to call him. Bring Bullet over to us, Trigger. Call to him, fella. Call him.
Trigger calls to his pal. Bullet answers, tries to dart ahead of the lead horse. The man riding the horse bends down to whip the dog back. Bullet ignores the whip, tries to go on. The man puts spurs to his horse, tries to run down the dog. Bullet wheels about, leaps at the horse. The horse rears. Bullet leaps again. The horse, frightened, takes the bit in his teeth and runs. The man riding cannot hold him. He's running away, leading the whole band of raiders straight toward Roy and the posse. Bullet is ahead of them. Now, riders from the sheriff's posse cut out from the herd, ride up behind the outlaws. The outlaws are being surrounded.
And drop your guns. You're covered on all sides. You're surrounded.
Ride him down! Ride him down!
Bullet, it's all right. Here's Trigger.
It's the law. We can't let the law take us.
Close in there. Close in, you men. Keep this gang covered.
Wave the flag, boys.
Make it fast. Throw down those guns if you want to live. We've got some trigger-happy ranchers in this posse. All I have to do is give the word.
Rogers. We'll take our medicine. Don't shoot.
Not me. I'm not giving up. And you won't get me. I'm riding right through.
Have you got that pencil and paper ready? Well, hold on. Here comes a special surprise for you from Roy Rogers himself.
Howdy, friends. This is Roy Rogers. I'm especially pleased to be able to extend a personal invitation to you from Dale, Trigger, and myself. We'd be mighty proud to have you become a member of our Writers Club. Maybe you've heard about our Writers Club already. We've got several million members throughout the country, and our aim is to bring you lots of fun through honesty, loyalty, and friendship. And I'm sure you'll gain a lot of fun being one of our members. Of course, you'll get a beautiful membership card entitling you to all the rights and privileges as a Writers Club member. And you'll get an official badge to wear, too. Here's the big surprise. Every single member gets a big 16-page comic book in full color. This is our official Roy Rogers Writers Club book. It's packed with adventure about Dale, Trigger, Bullet, and me. And oh, yes, you'll get a full-color autographed picture of Trigger and me. We'd be mighty proud to have you become a member, and if you'd like to be one, here are the details on how to join.
Yes, friends, card, badge, comic book, and picture. All yours when you join the Roy Rogers Writers Club. And to become a member is so easy. Just take the top from one regular-sized package of any of the swell-tasting Post cereals. Mail the box top with only 10 cents and your name and address to Post, P-O-S-T, Box 7767, Chicago 77, Illinois. Now, write that down while you remember it. That's Post, Box 7767, Chicago 77, Illinois. That's all there is to it. Just one Post cereals box top, 1 dime, your name and address, and you're a member of the Roy Rogers Writers Club. Have fun. Join up today.
I'm not giving up. I'm riding right through you.
Let's take him, Bullet. Come on, Trigger.
Bullet streaks toward Gullick, and Gullick's horse, frightened, rears. Roy follows Bullet, charging down upon Jake. Bullet leaps at the plunging horse. Roy is coming up on the opposite side. Gullick is doing his best to remain in his saddle, but the horse is rearing, bucking, plunging. Gullick loses his seat. Gullick is thrown to the ground.
Okay, Bullet, I'll take him now.
No, Roy, look out!
This is between you and me, Jake. It's something I've looked forward to.
Keep away, Rogers. I warned you. I killed one man. I'll kill you, too.
Roy staggers as Gullick plunges a giant fist into his stomach, then recovers, comes forward, his right arm smashing at Gullick's jaw once, twice, 3 times. Gullick is shaken.
It won't work, Rogers. I'll kill you.
He comes forward again, slashing at Roy. He plants a solid, awful blow at the back of Roy's neck. Roy drops to his knees. Gullick steps forward, ready for the finish, and the finish comes. Roy leaps to his feet. His left arm whips out. Gullick is hit on the jaw. His head snaps back. Roy's right arm buries itself deep in Gullick's midsection. Once, then again. Gullick is falling backward. Roy leaps toward him, planting a left solidly in the giant boxer's jaw. Gullick is down. The killer lies on the ground, unconscious.
Come over and get him, Sheriff. He's all yours. Good boy, Bullet. You helped a lot. I wanted to do the rest of it myself.
Boy, that was a tough one. Are you all right?
Yeah.
We've got the whole crowd. The ranchers won't have any more trouble with their cattle drives.
Not as far as the night riders are concerned, anyhow. Say, Jonah.
Eh?
I almost wish I'd let you take Gullick the way you wanted to.
Yeah.
Like General Rowe took Chief Wrinkle Meat, you mean?
Yeah. You didn't finish telling us about that.
Well, now, I think you said General Rowe put out his hand to Chief Wrinkle Meat in a gesture of friendship.
Is that your friend? Yeah, well, sir, the chief spurned the hand, and he turned his back. And that caused the general to boil over. Oh, Dad, right. He got so mad he gave the chief a good old swift kick.
Oh, great.
Well, like I said, General Rowe had a saber down his pant leg. And when he kicked, the saber got stuck in the chief, of course. Well, that is all right. I say that was all right. But what wasn't all right was that the general couldn't get his leg down afterwards.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. Well, sir, the braves of the tribe surrounded him and had him halfway scalped before me and Corporal John Dumpy got there to save him. You remember I said the general lost part of his scalp.
Say,
sir,
Sheriff, I think we'd better head these men towards town as soon as we can.
I'm ready if you are, Roy.
I'm ready for anything. I've just had my lesson on Indian fighting, and even marching outlaws to jail would be a nice change.
OBP.
Buckaroos, I want to talk to you on a very serious matter. Every day when I pick up the newspaper, I read about someone being hurt or killed in an accident. Once in a while, the accident happens to friends of mine. That's when it really hurts. Be careful when you cross the streets, will you? Look both ways before you step off of the curb and be sure no cars are coming. And be careful when you're riding your bicycles, and when you're skating, be extra careful. You can have all the fun you want, but take just a minute to keep out of danger. I'll feel a lot easier if you'll promise to do that, and so will your mom and dad. Go ahead now and have fun. Just take a minute to keep out of danger, will you?
That's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then.
The Roy Rogers Show is brought to you by Post Cereals, each week at this same time, with the whipper.
Exciting new adventures, join our landscapes, and divert to captivating, heart-pounding and of this incredible stitches to the essence, experienceable, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
is Gully Tree Off. If you're listening to GAR anthem.